Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Fodanjo, and today I am joined by Marcin Nims Filipovic to bring to you the VGVN2 Amaz Release Tournament number 2, day number 2 with Group A, before we get into our final four to find out who is going to advance and get part of the $2,500 prize pool. Today we have Amaz from Team Liquid, Hype from Temple Storm, Tice from Meet Your Makers, and Hiara from the Open Bracket and no affiliation to any team. Should be a lot of fun games. And of course, it's going to be a fun time casting with you, Nimsh, once again.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm happy for today's games, and it's a pleasure to be here to cast with you as well, Frodan. We'll have a lot of cool matches. Those players are pretty amazing, Amaz included. Maybe let's talk about those players to explain who they are exactly and why are they here. What did they achieve? Can you tell us more about Amaz specifically?
Well, I don't really know what else you can really say about Amaz. If you haven't really followed his content, then you probably don't really know too much about the Hearthstone streaming scene. Just because Amaz is out there always putting out fun highlights for his fan base on his YouTube, on his Twitch channel. The guy is known as RNGesus / Yugi Moto / whatever lucky guy you want to coin from every kind of story that's out there. Amaz has been a guy that's been kind of unfairly depicted as a guy that only gets lucky, but then now he's been backing up with consistency and results. Just yesterday, he was also in the finals of another tournament, and he did fall, but again, another top 2 finish for this guy from Team Liquid, and the guy is able to put out result after result. He comes in as the winner of the previous Nax Rammus release tournament by VGVN, and he's also won a few other tournaments too, like the Millennium Cup and IEM Shenzhen in recent memory. He is the guy that you come in and immediately say, whenever you underestimate Amaz, he ends up winning the whole thing. And, every player in the back of their mind fears him, not just because of decks he brings, but also because no matter what kind of situation he's in, he's somehow able to pull himself out. It seems like the guy's impervious to any kind of situation that can throw
Oh,
danger at him.
Oh yeah, certainly. He seems like a favorite coming into this group, but on the other hand, he has well, formidable opponents. For example, Tyson Nell from MYM, a player who was not known previously, but he had a very good run on the I Heart You King of the Hill series. I think he won 9 matches straight. Savitz stopped him from winning the 10th, and he defeated some really good opponents, including Strife Crow and well, myself included, let's say. But
There you
definitely
go.
Dice. Uh, yeah, I had to throw it in. Anyways, Dice is a very good player. He's always preparing for the tournaments. He has the strategy mapped out. He's really preparing a lot, reading about his opponents, getting as much information as possible. He also had a good run at DreamHack Summer, so he's an experienced player. Even though he hasn't played card games before, right now he's really a veteran of Hearthstone as well. So a formidable opponent. And on the other hand, there is Hyped, and being a Temple Storm manager, what can you tell us about Hyped?
I can tell you that Hype probably has played more Hearthstone than anybody that I know currently. And I've talked to most of the pros, and I've gotten a good sense of how much Hearthstone they've played. And I feel like Hype easily outnumbers them by maybe 1.4, 1.3 times the amount of games. Like, the guy has grinded so much on ladder, and for good reason, because he's been making sure he stays on top of the ladder, because Hyped is also the #1 ranked seed for the BlizzCon qualifiers at the moment and gets a bye through the first round, I think. And that's a testament to how much he's been able to play the open cups from Zotax to Gosu cups, as well as maintain top of ladder results. People have been wanting to see Hyped more in tournaments because they feel like his consistency on the ladder should be able to translate to tournaments, but yet we haven't seen him much. So it's going to be a really important tournament to see how Hype performs. The last time we saw Hype, I believe you beat him in Tavern Takeover and denied him in the round of 8, Nimsh. And
Oh
so
yeah.
this time with no Nimsh, maybe Hype can finally flourish.
Also, there's a question about Hype that I'm always curious to ask. Does he have like an evil twin or like a long lost brother? Because when I was doing research on Hype, when I was going to face him in Tower Takeover, it struck me that there are two Hyped like on the ladder of an A. It's like there was Hyped on rank 1 and Hyped rank 2. So what's up with that?
Nope, he's just that damn good. Hyped is able to take decks that are really popular and innovate them to be the best. In fact, the modern Miracle Rogue that people see, a lot of the innovation came from Hyped, and people copied his deck lists and used it to kind of climb. And that's why you saw 15 out of the 16 players that were top 16 in Season 1 were in fact Miracle Rogues because they saw what Hype was doing. Reynad immediately recognized the talent and grabbed him as soon as he could, recognizing that he's a hot commodity. And I think it's finally time that we see some results from Hyped, just because a lot of people can be great ladder players in any game, whether it's StarCraft, League of Legends, Dota. They can climb the high MMRs or ELO rankings, and yet they still need to translate that to tournament play. Hyped is not without his errors. Sometimes he is a little bit too ingrained in his ways, and that's sometimes a victim of his own play style, because when you play thousands of games, you're used to a certain pattern, and sometimes it creates bad habits. But now that he's been working with Tempo Storm for a while, he's been practicing hard and beating some of those bad habits out and really starting to take criticism well. So I think Hype comes in here with a really high chance to advance today.
Okay, and the last opponent that Hype will be facing here is Hiara. Hiara is a player who was not known. He's one of those Hearthstone pros that has a chance now to actually shine. He plowed through the NA qualifier, single elimination, 8 rounds. He was able to defeat a lot of good players, and on the back of his warrior, he was really playing well with his warrior. He has a very interesting builds as well. Like he was playing Kel'Thuzad in his hunter. Maybe he changed it right now, but a Kel'Thuzad hunter deck, that sounds interesting. So even though he doesn't have any experience with the card games, he was showing very good results on the open qualifier, and I certainly hope that the games that he'll play will be interesting. And I'm curious to see his style of play as well. Like playing a lot of warrior, maybe he's more of a control player, maybe more aggro, maybe a mixture. So another new player that's entering the scene and has a chance to actually advance. So seeing Sixo yesterday, I certainly hope that Hiara can actually make it. But on the other hand, his group seems like a group of death with Amaz, Hyped, and Thysenol.
I think so. I mean, yesterday's group was also really powerful on paper, just because of what everyone's able to do in their tournament results. Today is no less intimidating for some of these guys. Hiara might seem like the weakest player on paper, but in the previous qualifier, 1 round short of qualifying. I believe it was top 4 or top 8. Like, he got that close. So this guy showed amazing consistency too, to go through 2 open qualifiers and almost qualifying twice, and the second time finally breaking through. So maybe this guy is one that people shouldn't be sleeping on. In fact, 3 out of the 4 players here are people who kind of carved out their names for themselves by trying to show a lot of results. Hyped with ladder, Tice with King of the Hill, and Hiara through the open bracket of tournaments. Each of them having their own stake and trying to make sure that they can stay here. Because again, if you are able to place top 2 in the finals of this event, you most likely will be getting an invite back for next Rammus VGVN number 3. So these guys want to do well in the groups. They want to make sure they're here to stay. And I'm looking forward to the games, Nibsh. What do we have to start things off?
Well, I'm actually not sure which match will be first, because I didn't get a schedule. Definitely, we can remind our viewers about the format. So those players will be playing in a round-robin format. So this means that everybody will play against everybody. So at least we'll have 6 matches today. And if a player loses two first matches, it doesn't mean that he's eliminated, because the scores might be set up in a way so that he still will advance if one of the players goes 3-0 and the others have the same score. Players will play the best of 5 matches with the ban format, so they will know each other classes. Then they select one class that they want to ban, and then they will face each other with the classes they pick. So a pretty good format that allows the players to prepare and apply certain strategies. Like, a lot of players would love to ban Hunter, but other players, they just leave Hunter alone. They ban Zulok, and they prepare their decks so that actually can win versus Hunter decks. So we've seen a lot of those strategies yesterday. I'm sure that today we will see them again. And I just got information that the first match that we are going to see will be Hyped versus Amaz. So
Ooh.
What do you say about this match? How do you think Hype will match up versus Amaz, where Hype is the mostly ladder player?
If you can only pick one match to kind of tune in for, I think this is the one that people want to see the most. It's kind of like an old established guard here with Amaz. He's been around in the tournament scene for a while, versus Hype, the guy that people want to put eyeballs on to see if the Hype really going to be able to live up to, because this guy has a lot of results again behind his name. And of course, people like Reynad and Rekful have been hyping this guy. I feel like I need to use another term for it because it might confusing the verb with the actual username.
Promoting, maybe?
they've been promoting or bragging about how good this guy is for a while. And so everyone is highly anticipating to see the series, in my opinion. Let's go to the ban screen. But before we start discussing everything else, I want to remind you guys there is a chance for you to win the Zeus Mini PC in the bottom right of the screen that you see. All you have to do is fill out this this newsletter sign up and find out more about the VGVN, the Video Games Voter Network. We'll be talking about it all throughout the broadcast. So don't worry if you missed your opportunity here. If you're just getting in halfway through the explanation, we'll be talking about it throughout the rest of the show. Just type an exclamation point giveaway or go to the bottom of the Twitch channel and find out more information.
Okay, and we can see now the deck list screen. Both players banned Hunter, which is not surprising. So both of them are fine in a Hunter-less metagame. And Hyped is bringing his Miracle Rogue. He is a non-Miracle Rogue player, as we mentioned. This is kind of like a standard build. It seems like he cut Assassin's Blade. He's probably expecting a lot of Harrison Jones. Well, actually, I was talking to him, so I'm not figuring it out myself. Like he did cut Assassin's Blade because he was expecting a lot of Harrison Jones in this control-heavy group against those players. Also, he added Cold Bloods to be a bit more aggressive after cutting Assassin's Blade. On the other hand, Amaz is playing his trusty Paladin that he was playing in many show matches before. A rather standard build. And what do you think about this matchup, Froden? Miracle Rogue versus Paladin. We've discussed it before at the VGVN1, but remind me, please, like how does it actually work?
So if the game goes really late, eventually Miracle Rogue runs out of damage because Paladin can heal. It's got a wave of taunts. It's got lots of ways to go for board clears, and if it gets equality and like Pyromancer, it can shut down Concealed Gadgetzan. But that's if everything goes according to game plan and assuming that Miracle Rogue doesn't draw into the way that they're supposed to, right? If they don't get Gadgetzan, if they don't get a lot of their cycle cards like Gnomish Inventor and draws. But that's the whole reason why Hyped even built this deck in the first place, which got popular. Cards like the Gnomish Inventor and Azure Drake, and even Loatheb, Hyped was putting it in too as soon as he got the opportunity to give the Miracle deck more threats and consistency, so that way you don't have to be reliant so much on Gadgetzan Auctioneer. It's going to be a very finite window where Miracle Rogue can do a lot of damage early game and even to the mid game, and Paladin can't recover. But if Amaz can stabilize, there's also a point where Miracle is going to be running out of saps, running out of damage, and then cards like Tyrion will just absolutely destroy everything in its path.
Yeah, the last time we've seen this matchup, Reels was playing versus 6-0, I believe, and Reels actually rushed 6-0 with his Paladin, but here Amaz doesn't have that many low-cost minions, I feel. Well, he has Harvest Golems and Wild Pyromancers, but still, Reels was running Haunted Creepers. So I will definitely give edge to Hyped in this matchup, but we'll have to see.
All right, well, game one is about to begin. Hyped versus Amaz, the match that people were probably most anticipating is going to start things off in this group. And remember, the first win is one of the most important, so that it sets the tone for the rest of the series. Amaz is going to be on the coin for this, so at least he denies that extra card for Hyped, which is kind of good, but at the same time, sometimes when you're playing these control decks, you want to have that extra mana so you can put the threats a little bit quicker and be able to respond to your opponents. But I guess you kind of take the good with the bad. At least you denied the Miracle the coin.
Oh yeah, certainly. On the other hand, Hyped mulliganed his whole hand, I guess to get a Gadgetzan or maybe a C7. He did mulligan Edwin because he didn't have a coin. If you have a coin, it's good to keep Edwin because it's a solid free drop. But here, well, he didn't have it, so he did have to mulligan. Right now, his hand looks pretty meek, with no Gadgetzan, no free drops. He only has spells, and he also doesn't have any good way to draw cards. So it doesn't look good for Hyped with this hand, even though in the matchup he has an advantage. But you have to remember that a good matchup is like 70 to 80%. So it means that the deck still loses 20 to 30% if you get a bad hand or if your opponent is able to stabilize.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. You give Paladin the ability to build the board against you early, and they do have sticky / annoying minions with Senjin, Sludge Belchers, and even Harvest Golem can just sneak in a lot of damage over the course of turns. But picking up this Gnomish Inventor was very key. It gives Hype something to do on turn 4 nonetheless, which is always often an awkward mana turn. Now his hand looks pretty good if he picks up Gadgetzan, but if he doesn't, and he's picking up other stuff like second prep, he's going to be hurting for a while.
Oh, that Kodo had so much value. Coin Kodo, he built up the board, he destroyed the board of his opponent. And right now, Amaz can just apply pressure. If you apply pressure, Miracle Rogue has a problem because it's not easy. Well, you only have Farseers, right? And I think like Hype actually cut one Farseer, so he only has one Farseer to be able to heal. But other than that, there are no taunts. So what Hype has to do is he has to retain board control and then actually get his combos and be able to push with damage. Right now he is defending, which is definitely not good. And Paladin has a lot of very strong cards like Sludge Belcher on turn 5, Current on turn 6. And then he has those Senjins that will be able to stop Leroy's and other weird cards that Hype will be able to play. So Amaz's hand looks really amazing for the current situation.
You know, and Hype's going to try to see if he can recover from this with Van Cleef. He's also doing this and spreading out his damage, so that way, in case something like Aldor Peacekeeper comes out, or Humility, this Van Cleef can at least still be able to trade against this Harvest Golem, rather than just overkilling and saving a little bit of HP. I think it makes sense, granted that Paladin can't burst, and so you're not as careful with your health, unless you see like a true Silver Champion equipped. There's no way for Paladin to surprise damage you, so you can play a little liberally here.
Oh yeah, certainly. If you don't get a Gadget Sand and Leroy, you definitely have to do something. And Edwin is a card that can push with damage if not answered. But unfortunately for Hype, Amaz has Equality, which is a great answer to Edwin. But being Amaz here, do you even want to use Equality? Because, well, this Edwin is a 6/6. If you play a Sludge Belcher, it still seems that it might stop Edwin. But yeah, personally, I would play Equality as well, because the other option to play Equality would be to kill Concealed Gadget Sand, but you don't have follow-up. Like, you don't have Pyromancer and Consecration, and here you just, you know, get rid of the threat, and Hype is in a really bad position with double preparation.
Yeah, he's losing really important turns. He might have to sap with no gain to kind of benefit off of it. To benefit off of it. Usually, saps allows you to push with whatever minions you have on the board, but if you're using sap defensively,
oh my god, he got a Gadget Sand. This is exactly what he needed. He has double preparation. He has that sap. He will get a lot of value. This game has changed completely right now.
There we go.
That's the thing about Gadget Sand.
Second sap.
You know, that's Miracle Rogue. It's if you don't get Gadget Sand, those cards are just bad. They don't do anything. Like preparation is just a bad card if you don't have Gadget Sand. But here, well, suddenly it's so much better.
Yeah, well, I'm inclined to agree, and I think Hyped has pretty much a good way to continue pushing through because he's got Azure Drake and other ways to chain. He's a little bit uncomfortable with maybe leaving up this token, but at the same time, you don't want to be missing damage. It's a little bit of a trade-off. Not to mention that Gadget Sand also is kind of just easily taken out by True Silver, and you're not that confident in your card draw because you're still a few pieces away from being able to end the game. Things like Leroy Shadow Step are still some of the cards you're looking for at the moment.
Well, he will be very happy to learn that Amaz actually doesn't have any way to deal with this right now. Can't kill it.
Yeah, the best thing he can do at the moment is just take off some of his damage and set up a taunt with Aldor Peacekeeper.
You know, it's a situation that you really don't want to find yourself in being Amaz. It's like you stare at Gadgets and Auctioneer. You're like, I know what is going to happen. I have to remove this, but you simply can't. Like, what are you even going to do? That's why maybe the equality play wasn't the best, because right now you only have the minions. You don't have any removal in your hand. Using Aldor Peacekeeper on Gadgets and Auctioneer is just sad. So yeah, I guess you just try to build up your board, but right now this turn might be so amazing for Hype.
All right. Well, with Hypes, how do you kind of combine and chain draw as much as you can? I don't even think you need to use second sap here first. I think you can utilize this deadly poison you just drew. I think that's what he's going for. Ooh, Leroy off the top. That's a nice way to start counting down damage.
How much is this?
We've got 10 from Leroy, 5 from the Blade Flurry. That's 15 plus the Gadget Sand if he can push through. So if he can kind of pair everything together, he's got 19 damage right here this turn. But I think Leroy's obviously going to be waiting for Shadow Step.
Well, he has a sap anyway, so right now he can just continue drawing cards.
Gosh.
And also deal some damage. Why not?
Hype's counting his cards, by the way, just to make sure he doesn't overdraw. If he shivs for this and he draws 2 more cards, Will he be stuck at 10? Wants to just make sure not to overdraw here, and I think he should be okay. He'll be at 9, I believe.
Yeah, it's fine. He also had an option to weapon up, but right now with Leroy Shadow Step and Zap.
God.
So Amaz has to destroy the Gadgetzan and also taunt up. That Gadgetzan actually changed the game completely.
Well, that's a little bit of an understatement. I think Amaz got a little unlucky with how the things changed, right? He got Aldor Peacekeeper for the Gadgetzan and Equality for the Van Cleef. If he could have just had those cards come in different sequence, Amaz actually would have been a lot differently. He would have been able to deny these draws. Pretty much the entire, like, 7 cards that, right from the Farseer that Hyped has wouldn't be in his hand. And maybe Amaz can start putting on pressure back on his opponent. But instead, he can't fit everything. And it looks like Hype's going to be able to take game 1 here.
Yeah, it's funny how Hyped is counting the cards all the time to check if Leroy will actually go to his hand with Shadow Step.
Sure.
Because it happened to some players before. You play Leroy, you think, hey, I won, and then you Shadow Step, you draw a card, and then you don't get a Leroy because you have... Leroy is an 11th card, so... That would be a bad way to start the tournament. But he counted correctly, he got the kill, and that Gadget's an Auctioneer. Like, without it, this game would be so pathetic from Hype's side, but he got it, and he was able to steal the win.
Alright, well, Hyped now is going to be up to a very nice start, and Amaz is going to turn to his Priest deck. And I think it's just also telling that he's not confident in Shaman, but maybe his Priest has some ability to wiggle in here. Let's see if there's anything specific that he's changed. You know, Amaz, well known for Priest, but he's also been a little bit slow on playing like the new modern Priest that we've been accustomed to with Zombie Chows and a little bit more aggressive Death Rattles. It seems like he's still sticking with the tried and true, but slipping in things like Death Lord and Sludge Belchers.
Yeah, it's interesting that he doesn't play Dark Cultist, but he is playing Death Lord. So a Death Lord is a weird card because on the one hand, it's stopping the advance of opposing minions, but on the other hand, it can get your opponent something really good like Kern or Sludge Belcher. So I'm not convinced if the card is good. So I'm definitely interested to see like how Amaz will use it and what we'll get from Death Lord. He also did cut one injured Blade Master. Also, a funny thing is that he's playing Harrison Jones again in his second deck. So here it only shows that Hype's decision to cut his Assassin's Blade was actually pretty good, and it might pay off. So, well, Miracle Rogue versus Priest, definitely an interesting thing. It's Priest will have to get the Circle of Healing, Okanai Soul Priest combo, or be able to clear the board with Wild Pyromancer. Personally, from the Priest perspective, I don't like this matchup that much, but well, it's Amaz. Amaz knows his matchups. He knows how to play against Miracle Rogue with Priest, so definitely he can win this as well. It's not that bad for him, and it's funny. It's his deck is actually called Golden Purple. Like, I was thinking about this name when I saw this, and I was like, yeah, it's actually all the cards are purple. Like, kind of weird.
Well, I think Amaz is going to be in for a tough time still. It's not easy by any means to win this game. Game number 2 is about to begin, so let's jump into the board and see if Amaz can tie up the series or will Hype jump out to a 2-0 lead and be in prime position to close it out, because Shaman's also going to struggle against Miracle Rogue. Once again, Hype not on the coin, but it didn't stop in the previous game. As long as you can get these key cards to continue cycling, like Azure Drake and Gnomish Inventor, you're still off to a decent start. Of course, Gadgetzan is the one you're searching for because Priest has a hard time removing unless they have the 2-card combo of Circle Healing Okanai, like you pointed out.
Yeah, and again, Hype didn't get the Gadgetzan Auctioneer, and his hand looks kind of weird, but it's not bad. He'd probably like to get a backstab, but still, it doesn't look bad. He will, if he draws into that Gadgetzan at a certain point, that will be good. He has that Gnomish Inventor to be able to play a 4-drop. On the other hand, Amaz, well, he has the Death Lord, so he will be able to apply some early pressure, and Death Lord might actually be hard to kill for Hyped. Deadly Poison, a nice card to get. He will be able to utilize it. Do you even Blade Flurry now?
Well, I mean, you don't necessarily need to. You're not under that much pressure. SI7 allows you to put on a little damage. Sure, he's going to draw a card, most likely. But at least the Northshire Cleric can't draw immediately off of that either. It can't attack in and kill it, that is, unless you want to sacrifice it immediately. I think Amaz is still kind of okay with the situation, and so is Hyped. Or is he going to trade for it? I guess so. Wow. I'm a little surprised by that.
That was a good call, because without that, Hype would be able to clear the board and get something from Deathlord. But here, a 4/4 Edwin, a 4 attack card, which is really hard to deal with if you're a priest. How is Amaz going to deal with it, even? I guess he just fought. Yeah, Thought Steal is a great card to play. And he gets a Gadget Sand.
He gets a Gadget Sand, and he gets Cold Blood. Wow.
This is sick.
You can also utilize Circle of Healing to put on a really strong minion, too. A 6/7 once again. What a series of events. Maybe Amaz knew everything. You know, I'm always a little hesitant to sacrifice Northshire Cleric just because it's one of your ways to draw into things, like your combo piece that you need. And as a priest player, you need to get a fast start as possible. But what a way to kind of have everything else. Hyped, fortunately, has a board clear with Blade Flurry.
If he gets a Leroy, this is so awkward.
Oh, and it's a low tab.
Okay, low tab is fine.
Yeah.
Imagine getting Leroy in here. If he gets a Leroy, what happens?
Well, you're pretty screwed unless you have... Because you lost Van Cleef and you lost Leroy, so what other win conditions do you have? You just have to actually push with damage with Azure Drake and Gadgets in. Yeah.
And no Vision Inventor.
Whoa. Well... Hyped realizing that he dodged a potential game-ending bullet there.
Those two draws were so good for Hype. Now he has all the tools, and he still has spells, so... I'm not sure if he will be playing Gadgets on next turn, but having Gadgets on here gives him options. Like, instead of being desperate and trying to get as much damage as possible, now he can relax, and he's in a situation like, hey, I can just wait 2 more turns, get some more spells in my hand, some more combo pieces, and then just play Gadgets on and get everything I need to finish the game.
Speaking of Gadgets in, this might be surprising. Well, Hype says, well, he drew Cold Blood and Gadgets in as his 2 cards. And now Amaz is the one cycling through. He picks up Harrison Jones and Wild Pyromancer. 2 cards that could impact this matchup.
Conceal from the
off
top.
The top for Hype. Wow.
Yeah, this is sick. Is he going to kill this Gadgetson? Oh yeah, he exactly has enough. So, perfect. I guess you have to kill it.
I mean, I don't think you want to give your opponent the opportunity to keep drawing. But Priest doesn't synergize as easily off of it unless he's running a lot of the low-cost spells, which Amaz does. Modern Priests use a lot less spells. They don't run Holy Smites as often. Ooh, he's going to conceal before attacking. I guess it means he's just going to trade anyways. Doesn't matter. He wanted to see if maybe he can pick up a card that can probably continue to put damage out.
Like Deadly Poison. Then you can just keep the 2/4 on board, kind of. I'm still amazed about that Thought Steal, by the way. Like, Amaz is known for getting exactly the cards he needs with Thought Steal, where a lot of players say Thought Steal is overrated because you just get to random cards and mostly Deadly Poisons. Amaz, when he casts it, he always gets the cards he needs. But now again, he is not able to deal with that Gadgets and Auctioneer. So Hype will have a miracle turn on turn 8 with a lot of spells in his hand. Even that Sap.
Oh, and a preparation. That's going to give Hype a lot more cards. So everything's just panning out perfectly for this Miracle Row. Gadget Sand showing up at the right time for Hyped.
A second Gadget Sand is a blank for now. But still, he has so many cards and so much mana that he's able to get everything he needs.
Wow, he can pretty much push through everything here. And still have some to drop 3-drop comfortably.
Well, he will be able to push with some damage from Gadget Sand, but he still has 5 mana, so...
I guess you shift so that way you can play Farce here. Oh, never mind. He's going to go Phantom Knives then if he just shivs directly. Doesn't want to waste any damage whatsoever.
That backstab after you deal damage to the taunts.
Sure.
But yeah, backstab will be useful anyway.
I mean, the point is Hype is trying to optimize his damage, draw as many cards as possible. You know, the fact that he's a second Gadget Stand doesn't matter. He can win now, essentially, by grabbing other second Shadow Step and setting up for a lethal this way. He's got Leroy and Shadow Step in hand, and he's got 7 on board, so he's just a few damage points short at the moment.
On the other hand, he has to be mindful about the card counts, because if you get too many cards, it might be troublesome. But
Well,
certainly I agree. He is in a very good position to win this game next turn if possible.
Amaz can kill the Gadget Zan, but he actually chooses to use Harrison Jones. Could have used a Wild Pyromancer with preparation. Oh, actually, never mind. Is that enough mana?
Well,
Can you Wild Pyromancer prep Holy Nova? And that's
16, 20. I don't think he has enough mana to actually win.
I'm just surprised that Amaz left up Gadget Zan here. I felt like he had an opportunity to kill it with a preparation Holy Nova play, but maybe he was a little bit short of mana because I think preparation. No, I think he had enough. Either way, this Gadget Zan has now continued the draws, and Hyped is getting very close to damage with that Cold Blood.
That's lethal.
That is lethal, I believe. Oh no. Hype draw through almost all of his deck already, and game number 2 is quickly been ended. And Amaz is going to jump, or actually, Hype is going to jump out to a 2-0 lead, and Amaz is going to have to rely on his Shaman deck to get him through.
Yeah, that was pretty well, really well played by Hype. He knows this deck. He played so many games. I think, do you think he played even more than 1,000 games with Miracle Rogue?
Oh, easily.
Yeah, on 2 accounts, definitely.
Fact is, multiple seasons he's been high ranked twice over with Miracle Rogue. So the guy has played thousands of games with Miracle Rogue, and it seems like it's kind of foolish, right? You don't want to waste a ban on Miracle Rogue essentially if you're afraid of Hunter, but then that gives Hyped freedom to play his favorite class and his best archetype.
Yeah, right now Hyped is in a really good position because people will ban Hunter, and this makes Hyped open to the Miracle Rogue, so he can play his favorite deck, the deck he trains a lot with. So, well, again, Amaz will be playing Harrison Jones, so not playing Assassin's Blade, a good decision. And looking at Amaz's Shaman, this is his last deck for this match. He has to 3-0 Hyped with it. Deck looks okay, a standard Shaman build. Like the last VGVN tournament, Amaz was playing a more combo-oriented deck, but the combo didn't come with Baron, Rivendare, and Reincarnate. So this one is much more streamlined with standard minions, a lot of sticky minions, Death Rattles, Taunts, a Doomhammer. So something that Sixer was playing as well. But on the other hand, I feel like Miracle Rogue has an edge again. If Miracle Rogue gets a Gachina Auctioneer, this game can end pretty quickly. If he doesn't, it will end for Miracle Rogue because Shaman has a lot of early game and will be able to just rush Miracle Rogue before it stabilizes without Gadget-san. So I feel like this is the Gadget-san game again, and I'm giving edge to Hype because the probability of getting Gadget-san is actually pretty high.
Yeah, I think if you can continue the draws, stuff like double Fate of Knives is actually very important in this matchup because of the way totems work and being able to pressure your opponent, and even taunt totems can be a really big annoyance to Miracle Rogue. So Hype has a lot of ways to deal with it. And Amaz has interesting cards to deal with Miracle Rogue, like Spectral Knight could potentially be a big thorn in the side. But, who knows? Amaz only running one copy of it, and maybe that's not even enough to kind of push Miracle Rogue out of this game. Let's jump into the board and find out if Hype's going to sweep to start things off here, or will Amaz finally stop the pain train of Rogue and force Hype to win with something else? Which, by the way, he has Warrior and Mage lined up to go, which sounds very enticing, considering that we haven't seen too much Mage than 6-0.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see that Mage, by the way. So Amaz on a coin again for the 3rd time. What does it even mean? RNG. And Hype gets the Gachina Auctioneer. This is the most important card in this matchup, as mentioned. And he can relax and well, he has a lot of good cards. He gets Conceal as well. Oh my god.
He pairs everything else.
Exactly. And Backstab, Fun of Knives. He has everything he needs for the early game, kind of. And Gadget-san and Conceal. Well, this looks pretty good for Hype. On the other hand, Amaz, well, he has a good start as well. He has a lot of early game cards. He has a lot of burst and a double Hex. I'm not sure how useful Hex is, but still, it's a good card to have anyway.
I think Doomhammer is actually very important for Amaz. Doomhammer is one of these ways, because Rogue, they've been cutting back the Farseers, and it's one of those ways that you can push in a lot of damage, and Rock Biters can end the game very quickly if you pair it with the Doomhammers. And there is an opportunity, like say Shaman can pressure and get 6-8 damage off of these Feral Spirits. You pair together maybe a 10 damage burst, and you're not looking at too much more in order to push Rogue out of the game. So as much as Hype does have a lot of cards, if Amaz can find a way to continue sneaking damage, perhaps he has a way to win.
And Amaz will have a lot of burst with the Flametongue Totem because
also true.
Hype is not able to clear the whole board. He is taking damage. He got rid of one of the wolves, but still this is 4 points of damage here. With the Flametongue coming in, this is totally 8, so Hype will drop to 18. And next turn, he has no way to clear the board.
Yeah.
Also, Gadgets and Conceal is turn 6. By turn 6, he actually might be dead.
Oh, Amaz just chooses to go for a more passive route and chooses to save Flametongue Totem. I don't know, if you're going to play Doomhammer next turn anyways and start whacking away, I feel like Flametongue is a priority to squeeze in, so if he can't respond to your minion damage... Gosh, because imagine if this was placed between the Feral Spirit Wolf and the Spectral Spider, you'd be able to squeeze in 4 more extra damage there. Or 6, because you have to take an extra shot with his hero power.
Yeah, you know, but it's an easy decision when we see both hands of the players.
Also very true.
Amaz is probably playing around Blade Flurry, which is exactly 3 damage to board, so he'll lose a lot. He wants to utilize his hero power at creating totems to be able to save cards, and that Flametongue Totem will still deal damage. Like in this situation, Flametongue was obviously the better card because we know that Hyped didn't actually have a way to deal with it. But still, right now, Gadgetson, Conceal, and only 15 points of health.
Yeah. Has to kind of be cautious about everything. He's been constantly using his hero power, and this is the opportunity that Amaz has been looking for. In fact, if he picks up Rockbiter, that's game right there, because he has the ability to coin out.
It's game right now.
Oh, because of the Flametongue, you're right.
Yeah, he has an overkill.
Here we go. So Amaz is going to be able to take this game and rush Hype down completely by turn 6.
Oh man, this is so weird, right? It's the way for Shaman to win, but Hyped kind of had all the cards he needed. He played his Gadgetsan with Conceal, and when you play Gadgetsan Conceal, you're like, I got it, I got this game. It's like now I can do everything I want. But then he just died, and he wasn't able to utilize his spells. And now he picks his warrior with Kel'Thuzad. What do you think about this deck?
Well, you know, it's interesting that he's picking Warrior directly into Shaman, which means he's really confident in being able to fight against it. But I also see that he's missing some key cards to fight against Shaman, like Brawl. I mean, Baron Geddon's always in and out, and you can kind of make a case for things like Whirlwind, but it seems like he's playing a super late game centric Warrior deck. In fact, I think the only other deck that reminds me of this is Trump's Warrior deck, which just has an amazing amount of legendaries in it. This is Beta Win deck, if you ask me, right? Ragnaros,
yeah,
Alex, Sarah.
Pretty similar. It also, I would say it's kind of like a Darkwonix deck, really greedy. And I was talking to Hype before the tournament, and he told me that he didn't expect Shaman. So this deck is super greedy. He did cut Brawl, he did cut Baron Geddon, because he assumed that nobody will play Shaman, and people will mostly play like Priest, Warrior, Hunter, where he's banning Hunter, Handlock. So he made a guess that Shaman is not there. And right now, it might actually bite him because he is playing that greedy warrior with no AoE kind of removal against the Shaman. So he is disadvantaged. Where I think Warrior has kind of like an even matchup against Shaman. Here without those key cards, it's certainly worse.
Well, how about this, Nimsh? You know, Amaz still has to play around Brawl for a while. So until Hyped actually is in a point where he needs to Brawl, he can actually play with an extra card in his deck, not having to actually use Brawl, right? Because he doesn't have it. So Amaz is still going to be a little careful for it. There is going to be a point where, you know, Amaz actually just commits and just tries to bait it out with small minions, and then Hype doesn't have it, and then, you know, he has to kind of figure out another alternative to beat it. But until then, you can kind of leverage that knowledge that what cards usually in Warrior decks and be able to do anything else. Also, another way to potentially build this out, by the way, is Harrison Jones on something like Doomhammer, or even Kel'Thuzad. There's plenty of ways for Hype to actually just get such a large advantage that it's insurmountable, but it's going to be a little bit tougher than normal.
It's certainly a possibility that Amaz will play around Brawl, but if you remember the last tournament, the VGVN, Amaz was playing around Brawl the whole game till I think Reels actually got that Brawl as one of the last cards.
That's right.
So maybe this time he will be like, YOLO, let's just ignore the Brawl. He probably doesn't draw into it, and Hype will never draw into it. So it will be definitely interesting to see what Amaz decides.
All right. Well, game number 4, excuse me, is about to begin. Game number 2 was a few minutes ago. Hyped started off strong with Miracle Rogue, but now let's see if he can choose his Warrior deck and show a little bit of his versatility outside of the dominance of a deck that he used to climb ladder.
Oh my God, what happened?
And keeping Sludge Belcher.
Amaz doesn't have a coin. This is something new.
Hype's not playing Miracle Rogue anymore, so I guess he can finally get the coin.
So let's compare the hands in here. From Amaz, he kind of missed the early drops, but he always has the trusty totem that he can utilize with Flame Tongue if he wants to. He has Numbers and Venerer. Well, his hand looks kind of clunky, but it's not that bad. And from Hype side, he got Armor Smith, which is pretty cool. He has a lot of late game cards. That coin might actually be pretty important if he wants to play a 4-drop, but then he will have nothing on turn 5. So coin is good, but his hand is kind of weird.
I feel like coin is okay to a certain point in the early game, but when you start getting to the late stages in a control matchup, you want to start having the ability to have an extra mana, and that's where things like Ramp Druid and Wild Growth really have strong dominance over other control decks. If you're able to utilize that mana efficiently. And that's where Amaz can kind of be able to gather an advantage here. No Mission Venture, by the way, a really important card that's been pushed into a lot of decks because cards like Sludge Belcher, Azure Drake, and Spectral Knight have been taking the spots of the Drake, and so you're able to continue to push out card draw, which has kind of still been missing from Shaman decks because there's so many good next Rammus cards nowadays, Nims, that people feel like they don't have room for Drakes and Manatide Totems in their Shaman decks. And that's why someone like Sixo including it was a big deal.
I'm looking at his board, and it really shows how metagame slowed down. Looking at those minions, they almost do no damage. Those players just drop the minions, and they have 0 attack, 2 attack, 1 attack, taunts. There is no pressure from both sides, and it's funny how the metagame actually slowed down after next Rammus.
Well, you say funny, but I like it. I think it requires players to think a little bit. Think a little bit more, excuse me. Not that players weren't thinking before. Yeah, but a lot of decks kind of play themselves. Like combo Druid with like token kind of made sense. Just play combo if you have lethal. Miracle Rogue is just draw cards.
Are you firing shots at the Zoo players?
I didn't even mention Zoo, but we can throw them in too. Why not? Put them in the kitchen too. I don't mind. Zoo played itself as well.
Zoo is fine. You have to make decisions for your lifetime.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I play this on the left or the right side of the minion. But yeah, for the most part, next Rammus has increased a lot of the complexity of decisions of how players have to interact with the board. Death Rattle order does matter. Like the fact that you played Death's Bite before or after your Sludge Belcher, so that way your Death Rattle doesn't trigger on your own minion. These kinds of things you want to be very mindful of.
Certainly, and here, by the way, Amaz had a lot of decisions, and I'm sure he didn't want to use that Hex that much, because playing versus Warrior, that's a greedy Warrior. Well, any Warrior actually has a lot of legendary cards, so using Hexes on a Sludge Belcher seems like a waste. You know that there will be Ragnaros, Alexstrasza, Romash, probably Kern, maybe even Geddon, so you're like, I will have so many targets for those Hex cards. But on the other hand, he was in a situation where he had to deal with the board, and he had to kill those cards. And right now, after clearing the board, he is able to extend a bit. And you see, he's not playing around Brawl. Like, he was happy to play all those minions in here.
Well, even so, it's a little more brawl-proof. You still get minions off of the spectral spiders that spawn. I think you bring up a good point, by the way. Like, Amaz did take a while to figure everything out. if he wants to go for the board clear, because look at the minion quality of what's in my Hype's hand. He's got 3 cards worth hexing. Sylvanas, Karen, and Ragnaros. And unfortunately, he can't do all of them.
Well, right now, Amaz can hex another card, but then he'll have to face a reality where he's out of hex cards. So now it's a decision. Do I really want to overextend? And he does over.
Nope. Brawl's not going to even be in the back of Amaz's mind, just going for it. I think he recognizes that he's used his removal, and he's just got to take this opportunity because now is the time for him to push through and add some damage. Black Knight off the top for Hyped is also pretty good, so that way he can start addressing the board without just being really passive. Because if he allowed the damage to get snuck in, never know. Like Alakir off the top for Amaz would have probably been lethal there. All right, and it seems like Amaz does have some pretty good options here. The Doomhammer provides the ability to add some burst. How much are you afraid of something like Harrison Jones? Or do you want to develop the Fire Elemental, which also represents damage? If you're winning, how do you kind of extend here without playing into something that just allows you to lose the game? Like if you get Harrison Jones, does that rebound the Warrior enough to draw into something like Brawl?
I feel like Doomhammer is actually cool. If there is you just take a gamble. If there is a Harrison Jones, he will draw a lot of cards, but on the other hand, it's 5 points of mana, and Harrison Jones is not that good as a card facing this kind of board. But on the other hand, if there's no Harrison Jones, Doomhammer is such a good card because you play it, you deal 4 points of damage at the same turn, and then you just continue dealing the damage and getting the armor out. So a pretty good card, but here the decision of playing Fire Elemental is also good. You just ignore the Brawl. There is no need to fear. You just push.
It feels like the board has been worthy of a Brawl already, and most likely he'll have to top deck it if he even has it. Which, by the way, Hype doesn't. And in fact, I don't see a way for him to kind of answer this board whatsoever. His best way to survive is shield blocking. Ragnaros feels like an awful play, and there's no way for you to kind of utilize anything else with Karen or Faceless. So Hype's kind of stuck digging for answers here.
Look at Hype's face, by the way. I'm sure he's thinking like, why am I playing against Shaman? What happened? What did I do wrong with my calculations? Why did I cut Brawl?
Well, he drew Shield Slam, so that reduces some of the damage. At least killing off this Fire Elemental. But he needs a way to figure out the macro scheme. Like, how do you get rid of this board? It's so intimidating.
Well, it's 9 points of damage, and then the Doomhammer. So now Amaz will have to think: do I play the Doomhammer, or do I fear Harrison Jones? Because a possible Harrison Jones, Amaz is in yellow mode, okay, but a possible Harrison Jones would increase the chance of drawing into Brawl. But on the other hand,
he can't play both, though.
Yeah, he will only have 9 points of mana. So right now we are in yellow mode, and just go for it. One card in hand. Like, if there is a Brawl, you just lose.
Well, we know that there is no Brawl, and Hype draws Unstable Ghoul, which doesn't give him any answer whatsoever. And he's got great quality cards individually in the hand, but this is exactly what Shaman does to Warrior when they allow him to build a board. Good demonstration of it's just like textbook Shaman versus Warrior, honestly.
Yeah, but get Alex Traza himself.
Gain 5 health really does nothing in this scenario. Hype's gonna try to set up the best line of defense he can, but even so, Amaz is in a really dominant position here.
Oh, Lightning Bolt! I'm sure it's a good card.
Let's see, how can you pair this together? Lightning Bolt, attack with the Healing Totem. You have 10 damage left. Oh man, a little tough. Amaz doesn't have lethal at the moment, at least by what we see.
Well, are you sure?
Yeah, he's got 11 damage at most, I think. If he spreads out all of his damage evenly and doesn't allow his minions to die, it looks like he's got 11 damage.
If he attacks with Doomhammer into one ghoul twice, Wait, he can attack one of the ghouls with spider and then a doomhammer, so the ghoul dies. Then he kills the second one with a doomhammer, and he will have
Oh, wait, you're right. Hold
7
on.
points of damage.
Plus the 4 from the lightning bolt.
Yeah, does the ghoul actually deal damage to heroes as well?
No, it does not.
Then
It's a wild pyromancer effect.
yeah, I think then he is 1 damage to lethal, kind of.
Yeah,
4.
it's pretty painful. It needs to
That's
kind of get
11,
moving.
yeah.
These animations do take a long time to get sorted. You don't want to miss damage whatsoever, Amaz. Gotta get rolling. I did lose all new spectral spiders too by order of sequencing. And I think he got the wolves off just in time and totem it. So there you go.
Now Alexstrasza is an okay card, I guess. 7, 9, 11. No, it's just okay. If he plays Alexstrasza, he's dead.
Yeah, Extras is still not enough to kind of heal him out of the spot. And Gromach doesn't do much, just eliminates a little bit damage off the board, but you still have 5 health, so I don't see a way Hype can sneak out of it. If he executes with Alexstrasza, there's 3, 7, 11, plus the lightning bolt is 15. So no matter how you kind of cut the cookie here, Hype seems to be dead, at least unless he can figure out something else that we don't know.
He needed that brawl. Goes for Alexstrasza execute play, which is reasonable, but because there's only 1 card in Amaz's hand, so it's a possibility that Amaz will have to trade into Alexstrasza. Hype certainly hopes for that, but Amaz is exactly 15 points. Right now it's 16 points of damage.
And even if the spell power totem wasn't there, he had Azure Drake off the top too. So he's got a little bit of insurance in that department. Amaz will tie up the series 2-2. And this is what Shaman can do. It might not have the greatest percentages against matchups. Well, maybe other than this Control Warrior without Brawl. But generally speaking, against the field, it doesn't have the best percentages. But it's still good enough to win in almost any scenario. Not all the time, but a decent percentage. And now the series will go to Mage versus Shaman.
Oh yeah, and Shaman is a very flexible deck, so it can win versus anything. Can it win versus this Mage? And this Mage is pretty different. It's definitely something totally different than we've seen from 6.0. It's a Giant's control Mage with a lot of secrets, with Mad Scientist, with duplicates, ice blocks, and 1 polymorph.
This is the deck that Tides ran at HyperX Invitational. I believe.
Hyped is also playing a lot of control mages. I think like I've
or
seen
did
Hyped
Tides
playing...
get it from Hyped? I don't know. Either way, I know that these guys have shared deck lists, so it seems like they're favoring each other's styles here.
Yeah, certainly it's an interesting deck list. Also, I like the fact that you have those different mage builds instead of just seeing only 1 kind of mage. I think it's a 3rd different deck list of mage that we are seeing in this tournament. We've seen or maybe the 2nd one. Okay, because there was a 6.0 secret mage.
Right.
But
Nimsh, I want to kind of get your opinion real quick on no fireballs, by the way. A fireball, a card that people feel like is such a staple to Mage. The value, just 6 damage for 4 mana and target anything, seems to be very high, and yet it's excluded from this deck.
Well, he's mostly going for the board presence. Fireball is a good removal card, but still he has a polymorph instead. So he's going for just the board control and the... He's not finishing with the combo. He is just building the board and fighting for the board all the time with cards like Current Savannahs, Sludge Belcher, and Duplicate just being used on those big minions. Like if you get multiple copies of Sludge Belcher, it's really hard to actually go through it. So certainly a deck that's instead of just getting, for example, if you're playing against Zoo, like Fireball is this card that, well, you can remove something, like you can remove a Doomguard. But it's probably better to just play something on board and be able to develop the board and consistently build it and get a huge board presence and just win with the minions. I mean, it's an interesting choice. I would love to play Fireballs in my Mage deck, but I'm sure I played many games with this control Giants, and he will be more comfortable without Fireballs.
All right, well, let's see how it performs. Take it for a spin. Game number 5 is about to begin, where the winner jumps out to a 1-0 lead in the group stage. An important match for both of them. Let's find out what happens and see how this pans out for Hyped, as he does have the more interesting deck. And right off the bat, he's going to mulligan everything away. Probably needs a better start. As much as it sucks to get something like Twilight Drake Earthshocked, if you have Duplicate in play, maybe that's one way to fight against the normal tool that Shaman has to fight against some of these bigger minions.
I actually didn't notice how many draw cards Hyped has in his deck, but I don't think he has that many. And right now, he didn't get any to his hand. He has Mad Scientist, which is pretty cool. But
I
other
think he
than
has
that,
Arcane Intellect, doesn't he? I think he has Arcane Intellect, and
He needs
Duplicate
to.
is kind of like a draw card.
And Duplicate is pretty cool, by the way, because you get cards outside of your deck, so you increase your card count, and it's pretty helpful if you're playing a control matchup. And Hyped told me that he's very comfortable playing with his mage against all those control decks. That after banning Hunter, mage was his deck to win the tournament. Like you ban Hunter, and then mage is a very good deck against all the different decks that people can throw at you. But he wasn't expecting Shaman again, and he is facing Shaman. So I'm not really certain if he can pull it off here. And Shaman with the Earth Shocks and it's pretty like Earth Shocks and Hexes and a lot of removal is pretty good for against this kind of deck with Twilight Drakes and Giants.
Yeah, but what if he like say this is Duplicate? He coins out Twilight Drake. It gets Earthshock. He has 2 more Twilight Drakes, and he plays it anyways, as if nothing ever happened. In fact, the Twilight Drakes will be slightly stronger next turn because he'll have 2 more in his hand.
Yeah, certainly that's the thing that's countering Earthshock nicely. But there is no Earthshock from Amaz side. Is he going to just kill the Drake?
Oh, he has to. But now he knows it's not Mirror Entity, at least. And now he's hesitant, and Amaz wants to actually kill us off with his minion here. Make himself weakened. It looks like it's not Duplicate. I think it makes sense because Hype did hesitate for a little bit of time. Because I think if it was Duplicate, it's almost an insta-call here on how to play that turn.
Do we actually know which secret is this?
Nothing jumps out to mind. Is it Counterspell? It might be Ice Block. Ice Block is also inside the deck of Hyped.
Well, I haven't seen him actually most over it, so missed it.
Yeah, we can't even see it, even if it does. Duplicate comes in the hand, by the way. Another a way to kind of deal with a lot of the minions is Frost Nova and Doomsayer, so that way you can push it out. But if it gets Earthshocked or Hexed, you're still kind of sad.
And Amaz actually got Earthshock, and Hype can assume that Earthshock is not there because his Twilight Drake was not killed with it, but Amaz did top deck it, so unfortunately, this gamble didn't pay off. Did stop the minions for 1 turn, though. Now he has a 0-5 blank. And when it dies, well, he has to play the Duplicate now.
So Ice Block is in the hand, but it's not glowing, which means Ice Block is activated for Hype. You can't play a second Ice Block. And with double Molten Giant in hand, Hype does have powerful swing turns that can come up with Molten Giant. It's just that Shaman also does have reach if they're playing, like Doomhammer, or they silence your minion and they just kind of push through, even if you're able to taunt it. So as much as you have these lines of defense in a way to potentially bring yourself back in the game, you have to be careful as the mage because Shaman can still burst through you.
On the other hand, he doesn't have any taunt givers. He has Slash Belcher as a taunt, but even if he's able to play those Molten Giants after dropping very low, he will be in a situation where he can just die next turn. Well, Ice Block is really helpful because he has kind of like a double. Right now, being having 1 Ice Block on himself, and after dropping Molten Giants, he will be able to play another one. But still, he is in a weird spot.
Okay, so now Amaz can bring Hype down to 10. And if so, he's playing Molten Giants, and I don't think Amaz is aware of this, so then that's going to allow Hype to play everything with the Giants and then his normal turn, which looks to be like a very big swing of things if Amaz can't push through here.
Well, the thing is, like, Amaz probably can't expect what kind of deck Hype is playing. So the Molten Giants might be surprising for Amaz. Let's look at his face.
Looks slightly concerned, as that is a full board. And keep in mind, he does have Ice Block number 2. Is Amaz able to push through this at the moment? And more importantly, is he afraid of potentially dying on the backswing? Because there is 18 damage past the Sludge Belcher.
Lightning Storm is so powerful with double spell damage. He rolls high on the
he rolls
Belcher.
high on the Belcher. Very important.
Sick. Well, right now he can just effectively clear. I wonder which secret actually Hyped got.
I would have to imagine it's duplicate. Which, wait, no, if it's duplicate, it would have procced perhaps already. I'm not sure. Duplicate sometimes is really weird with AoEs and a mad scientist. Sometimes it procs on the minions that are killed, and sometimes it doesn't.
As far as I'm aware, it shouldn't proc because it enters play after all the minions are dead.
This will get duplicated, the 1-2.
Yeah, this is a duplicate.
All right.
Yeah, it is a duplicate. Sick. He got so many taunts.
Well, hey, they're like smaller versions of Voidwalkers, which allows you to squeeze in your mana. You can play them next turn, potentially. By the way, he wants to pop this Ice Block and still be able to answer all these big threats.
Yeah, not bad. Got the Ice Block out. He dealt with one giant. He's comfortable at 26 point health.
Amaz has pulled himself in a position to potentially win the game. But Frost Nova.
Frost Nova is super important here.
Yeah. Wait,
and Amaz's hand, like Amaz can't even play a minion.
Yeah, he can't rush him down with like Alakir or something if it's frozen. He needs Doomhammer to pop the Ice Block.
For free mana, Hyped has a card. Free mana, get a next turn. Like a Time Warp or Time Walk from Magic. It's
yeah, skip your opponent's next turn basically, while being able to squeeze an Ice Block. And you know what? These minions that with Taunt also allow this Molten Giant to be active. So unless Amaz has a way to neuter with like Hex on this Molten Giant, that's going to be 2 shots. Maybe Hype can still pull this out. And with Ragnaros in play, you never count anything else out. Because I think if he's able to pierce into damage... Okay, well, check this out, Nimsh. If he attacks with the Molten Giant twice, and then the next turn he attacks with his 2 small minions, and Ragnaros hits the face, that's lethal.
That would be sick. But still, that's too risky.
Yeah, way too risky.
Do you think he wishes to have Fireballs in his deck right now? With Molten Giant attacking for 8 and then attacking for 10 next turn, that will be 18. And he'll have to deal 8 points of damage. So even Fireballs...
I think more than that, he cares about something like Flame Strike more.
If he gets, if he gets a Flame Strike or Blizzard, that's huge.
That is massive.
Now even Arcane Intellect would be good. Twilight Drake is not something he wanted. Well, but he can safely play Ragnaros, by the way.
Maybe he wants more taunts and like duplicating, and then put out like a. Oh, but the Twilight Drake is so pitifully weak.
Yeah, I think like Ragnaros is fine because you still have one more turn. So you play Ragnaros like being a big threat. You have an 8/4 giant, so you can still kill something if you want to, or you can just push with damage, and then your opponent will have to go through 2 small taunts and will have 2 big threats and still have to deal 4 points of damage to be able to pop the Ice Block. So potentially he has 2 more turns or even 3 more turns depending what Amaz will decide to do.
It feels like almost no matter what Hype does, I don't know if he can prevent getting popped here. So I think Ragnaros is his best shot, and he wants to take out this Twilight Drake because that'll extend his life a little bit longer. 1 in 5 chance here, Nimsh. Oh, that's almost the worst one possible because it procs more than minions to be able to be alive here.
Yeah, and easily go through the taunt slimes. On the other hand, Amaz doesn't have a way to deal with Ragnaros right now.
But he can set up a big wall, Feral Spirits, totems, Harvest Golem.
By the way, I think like attacking into that Spectral Knight was kind of weird. Like I would go for face and just hope, because then Ragnaros has more hit value. You have 2 big minions that you can actually hit. And on the other hand, if Ragnaros hits face, then it's 16 points of damage and you leave your opponent at 10. So your opponent will have to clear. But yeah, he doesn't have fireballs. He
Hmm.
doesn't have a Pyro Blast in his deck, so I guess it was an option as well. Kind
All
of like a
right.
safe
Well,
play.
I don't see a way for Hype to survive this.
If he plays duplicate and then Amaz, instead of killing him, decides to kill Ragnaros.
And he's done it. Amaz has come back down 0-2, and he's won the series 3-2, as he played very well with his Shaman deck for 3 games in a row, and showed that he doesn't need to rely on Priest or even some of his other decks that he's been using commonly. And Amaz starts off 1-0 in the group stage. Well played. Hyped falls down despite starting off really great with his Miracle Rogue. What do you think here, Nimsh?
Well, a slight miscalculation from the hype side that people will not bring Shaman, but I guess it was reasonable because Shaman is not that popular right now. It's not the strongest deck. But Shaman is still there. It's still a contender. It's a deck that's really stable, and we've seen Sixo using Shaman as his main deck to counter Hunters. So here it was kind of sad for Hype to face the Shaman and not be able to push through. It seemed like he has a good chance with the deck he had, but well, it didn't go well for him, and Amaz played really well. Amaz knew that those matchups, and he played well versus Miracle Rogue, being able to rush it. Then he took his chances against the Warrior. He was yellowing it and not counting for Brawl, which paid off splendidly as well. In the last game, also he did good. He made good trades. He used his cards to his advantage. I feel like that the last game was actually the easiest for Amaz to play against the mage because he had the biggest advantage. But still, he wouldn't be there if he wouldn't play well the other 2 before. So again, a splendid play from Amaz. Hyped also played really well without any mistakes. So I really enjoyed this match, and I'm hyped for more matches from Hyped. I think they're amazing.
Well, Hyped will actually be showing up in the next series. He has an opportunity to redeem himself versus Tice. And if Hype loses that series, he's probably out of this group and tournament already. And Tice will have to open up strong too for his department, trying to show that he belongs in this tournament as well. Before we go to break, we want to remind you guys about the promotion that's going on. If you go to the bottom of the Twitch channel or type giveaway in the chat, you'll find an opportunity to win a Cyberpower PC that is a Zeus Mini. You can check it out and find out more information about VGVN, which is the Video Games Voter Network, and a little bit about their organization. They help combat harmful legislation against video games and voting rights. They also promote all the cool stuff about video games, like the educational, scientific, and artistic benefits of gaming. Joining is free, and VGN just wants to welcome new members so that way they can inform them about what's going on. So check it out while we take a break and get ready for Hyped versus Tice. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the VGVN Next Rams Release Tournament number 2, hosted by One Nation of Gamers and Liquid Hearth. Our next series up is Hyped versus Tice. Now, this match is going to be very cool because these are two guys who have carved out a name for themselves, both on ladder and in some of the open the open tournaments like Zotax and the Gosu Cups. People kind of see Tice as a player who's a king of the hill master, but they forgot that last season Tice ended on season ranked number 1 for EU, and you did it with Warrior when everyone else was playing Miracle and Hunter and the craze of everything with Naxxramas. So the guy's got some skill. And Tice, don't kind of underestimate him. The fact that he's this guy that's been consistently performing well over time speaks volumes for him, not just for Hyped, but also for this guy from MYM. Nimsh, do you have any other insight you want to share about these players before we go into the ban screen?
Oh yeah, certainly. It's if you doubt or if you don't know who Tice is, just go to his Gosu Gamers Wikipedia profile. It's he has some of the achievements from the bigger events, but when you click on a small plus to see his smaller tournament achievements, the list is so long and so amazing. I think it's like even more than 20 tournaments where he placed as first, second, or third. Also, it will be an interesting match because both players represent two continents. Hyped is from NA, and he's consistently getting first places in the NA ladder. And Tice is from EU and from Netherlands. Did you know that, Froden?
Oh, is that what NL stands for? Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I always
certainly.
kind of made fun of Tice, by the way, when I was meeting him in person, because I said, you have so many consonants in your name, and if no one had any idea that Tice was your name, like your first name, then people would be just very confused that you spam face rolled your keyboard to kind of make a username. And he was like, I know. It's kind of confusing.
Do you remember the times when we were butchering his name, saying Thigis or Tigis?
I know, and apparently I called it Tice when it's Tice, I think.
Tice. It's like
Tice or Tice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little tricky on the tongue, but I'm sure it makes sense if you're Dutch, because it's a very common name apparently in Holland. So shout out to the Netherlands. By the way, I think the ban screens are ready, so let's pull it up and see what these guys have prepared for the tournament. Tice is a master of preparation. He's a kid that studies his opponent relentlessly, going through VODs, asking players to even simulate their deck, so that way he's prepared for the match. And, one of the favorite classes from the get-go has been Druid. Even dating back to the beta, the kid's been playing Druid masterfully for a long time, and today he's going to be bringing a ramp Druid.
And what a Druid it is. It's really something different that we've seen before from Colento and other players. This is certainly a ramp Druid with wild growths. And a lot of new Naxxramas cards as well. And there is Sludge Belcher, Kel'Thuzad. And there's so many taunts. Oh my god. Tenjin, Druids, Belchers, even double Ancient of War. How do you even get through all those taunts? And Kel'Thuzad, if Kel'Thuzad is dropped on a board that has at least one minion, there is so much value there. And especially if you're playing a taunt. It's imagine a board with one taunt, and then you drop Kel'Thuzad. If you kill the taunt, if you kill the taunt will return end of turn. So you have to prioritize killing Kel'Thuzad first. But what if you don't have the removal for that? You like create a situation on board where it's so difficult to deal with all the minions at the same time.
Well, I know one deck that can go toe-to-toe with Ramp Druid, and that's Control Warrior, especially the greedy version. There's cards that are very difficult for Druid to do with, like Kel'Thuzad and Ysera. I think, and Cairn even to a degree, if they don't have Keeper of the Grove. I feel like these are really big heavy lifters. Sylvanas' play might be also a key factor in determining who wins this. It's a little hard to say who's going to just be able to straight up win, but I do tend to favor the Control Warrior side in this matchup just because of how great it scales late game. And you kind of underestimate how much impact some of these legendaries might have. You never should. Like, Alexstrasza is so big in this matchup because it sets up the point where Warrior might just kill anytime and you're unprepared. I don't really know, but either way, whoever comes out on top of this matchup still is not necessarily favored to win the series. We've been seeing a lot of comebacks in VGVN. Before Naxxramas came out, most people would say, well, if you win the first game, you're heavily favored to just 3-0. But now that with all this interaction with some of these death rattles, I feel like comebacks and even series are very possible.
Oh yeah, certainly. And to no surprise, both players ban Hunter. So again, we'll have Hunter last matchup, which is pretty cool. because those control games are very interesting with a lot of decisions, with a lot of things that players can do. And I feel like this matchup, because those decks are really similar with regards to the legendary cards, I think it will be dependent on the wild growths. If Thijs gets the wild growths early, like the first turns, he might get an edge because he will be playing those legendary cards earlier than Hyped. And also on the other hand, if Hyped gets the removal that he needs early, he might be able to stabilize and play his legendaries first. So I'm really hyped for this game, and I want to see all those legendary cards in action.
All right, game one's about to begin. Let's find out who's going to jump out to an early lead between Thijs and Hyped. Hyped needs to win this one, or else, well, he's probably in position to not advance in this tournament and drop out here. So this is an important series for him. Keeping the Black Knight to start things off. It seems like he's doing his homework.
Yeah, I mean, Hyped is also preparing for those tournaments, and if you study Thijs, you know that Thijs really favors the taunts as cards. So Thijs was playing this kind of druid, obviously a different kind before next Ramas, but a similar deck on the King of the Hill series. So if you know Thijs, if you watch some of his show matches, and if you follow him in the recent tournaments, you know that he favors those cards. So then keeping the Black Knight, especially if you have a coin, is a pretty good call. Also, if Druid player just plays Druid of the Claw as a taunt, then have you seen that fire, by the way?
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. It's just a little bit of a glitch. Thijs, yeah, I think you're bringing up a good point. Thijs needs a faster start than this, but at the same time, Warrior is one of those decks where if it has a slow start, you're kind of not really worrying about anything. Armor up will inevitably happen. It's most likely. It's very rare that Ramp Druid gets to pressure his opponent with keeping his armor low, just because unless you're able to put out something like Innervate and then put out pressure early. So this slow start from Thijs is a little scary for any of his fans watching, but at the same time, it's not game-ending by any means.
Well, this turn is pretty meek, but then again, from turn 4, he will be able to just play cards consistently. Sanjin followed by Druid of the Claw, followed by Kern, and then he should be able to draw something for turn 7, and then Kel'Thuzad. So if Hyped is able to consistently kill all the cards Thijs is playing, then he will get an edge. But all those cards are pretty healthy with a lot of health and hard to remove, especially Kern.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. It's still far from being decided whatsoever. The fact is, if Warrior can kind of efficiently remove this with Execute, if he picks up another way, ooh, Shield Slam. Shield Block, Shield Slam is an option here.
Oh yeah, certainly that's a pretty nice play, but basically Hyped's hand is also pretty nice with Sylvanas, Faceless, Ragnaros, and obviously that Black Knight. Well, now if he plays Shield Block, Shield Slam, he removes this Senjin, and then Thijs will have to play Druid of the Claw as a taunt, and Hyped has a Black Knight for that. So that might be the point where Hyped actually just swings the game to his favor.
Well, does he have to play it on? What if he plays in a charge and just kills off the Acolyte so he can't proc 2 draws?
That's also an option, yeah.
And you also do play around Black Knight, but then you're vulnerable to something like Fiery War Axe. So it is a little bit of give or take. Which are you going to play around? Which is more common? And it is Fiery War Axe as the more common card. Not as easy as a choice as you might think to avoid Black Knight.
Well, the thing is, like, you're facing 4 points of mana. So are you really thinking about Black Knight here?
True. The coin Black Knight, you'll never suspect it, and this is one of the best targets other than Ancient of War. But the problem is that Ancient of War doesn't come out for a couple more turns, and so holding Black Knight is a little bit of a greedier play. He does have an alternative though. He did draw another quality min to contest this Druid of the Claw. Then how much are you afraid of his Black Knight and Grieving Advantage? So I think it's too much to pass up.
It's just too good. Deal 6 points of damage and put a 4/5 minion into play. Come on. And this is the way how the Black Knight can actually snowball the game. In some cases, it's just a defensive card, but here, just removing that threat, the 4/6 Druid. Well, for Thijs, good news is that the Black Knight is out of the way, so now he can play all his taunts to his card's content, but still, he will be taking some damage. Turn is nice, but then again, Hyped his Faceless.
Oh man. Right, Faceless is an opportunity to just put more pressure back. Could also stall it by playing some Taunter, so that way Kieran can't get a maximum value and he can kind of dictate the trades. Not to mention that Sylvanas played after Karin is also powerful. Granted that your death rattle will trigger after Bane gets summoned, so you're guaranteed to steal it if he goes for some kind of trade.
It's funny how Hype is in a situation where he can actually push with damage, where Warrior is mostly about board control and trying to get remove stuff. But now with 6 points of damage and being able to play faces into Karin, he's developing a really board that's hard to remove for Druid. Like, even if Druid starts swiping everything, then you're just drawing cards, getting armor. You're still comfy on 29 points plus 6 armor, so you can just start dealing damage. If he attacks here for 6, then he gets rid to 20. There is only a single Kern. He has his own Kern as well. Druid will never brawl, so you put yourself in a situation where, hey, I'm just an aggressor here. I can just deal damage and win this, especially with all the taunts in his hand as well, because he will be able to stop everything that's happening after that. And he takes that decision. He goes for face.
I like it. It's an opportunity to recognize your position. Ooh, Keeper of the Grove, though, to silence some of these minions is an important draw.
But then your mana curve is funny, because if you play Keeper, you're left with 3, so you can only Wrath something.
I mean, so then Faceless and Wrath, so you have 3 Cairns on the field?
The Cairn Wars. Garrus is not fit to rule
4 or 5 battles.
Wait, did I say Cairn? It's Cairn.
Close enough. People know English isn't your first. I think you're doing fine, man. Don't worry about him.
It's Cairn. I'm just kidding, because like a lot of people actually mispronounce Cairn and Blade Fury.
You're talking about one specific person, but I know what you mean.
It's because I'm staring at Sylvanas. This reminds me.
This is because, again, he doesn't feel like there's a big threat to potentially die. I don't think that Tice is afraid of just getting bursted here, because it is going to be turn 7. And I think the Cairn getting value, or sorry, the Faceless getting value on the Cairn also allows it to fight back against the board, make you more resilient to execute and shield slams as well. Because from this position, Warrior can be very powerful because you utilize your removal very effectively while pushing for damage.
I'm staring at that Kel'Thuzad. I'm staring at that Kel'Thuzad, and if both of those currents are not removed, then Kel'Thuzad will have so much value. Oh my god.
It'll be 4 Cairns on Tice's side.
Yeah, so this was pretty well played by Tice, setting up this Kel'Thuzad play next turn. Even if Kel'Thuzad is not an option because the board is removed, he still has like double swipe, and Keeper. So if he wins right now with the board presence, if he drops the number that's not really threatening for him, he will be able to regain the board from turn 8. And it's so funny because it's so late. Like previously in the previous metagame, when we were talking about turn 8, turn 9, that was just end of the game. And here, the game will start on turn 8.
Yeah, this is where the real chess match begins, with terms of like trying to get yourself in a position where the other control deck can't bounce back unless they have the exact removal they need. Like, there's going to be a point where if you utilize Kel'Thuzad, they have to have Brawl. But even then, I read something on the forums, I think yesterday, that says Kel'Thuzad survives Brawl no matter what. Is that true?
I think there is a bug. I didn't read into that much. And obviously, if you Brawl and Kel'Thuzad survives, everything else that is a friendly minion returns to play. But apparently, there is a bug that Kel'Thuzad actually survives the Brawl.
That's kind of weird. So hopefully that's not really the case in this scenario.
Well, there's no Brawl in hype deck, so...
Oh, that's true. Forgot about that.
But still, do you play Kel'Thuzad in here? Now this Sylvanas actually makes it all weird.
Yeah, you gotta silence that. It's a high priority.
Thing is, like, you only have 15 points of health. So you need to silence it and clear, possibly.
Yeah, most likely some combination of swipe and being able to remove. Have to be mindful of the incoming turns with Gromosh or even Ragnaros.
Turn 8, Ragnaros might be disastrous. So yeah, certainly you have to use Keeper of the Grove to silence. Probably use swipe. Then turn 9 is also not bad for you because you still have like Sludge Belcher and swipe to remove stuff and be able to taunt up to be able to survive.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Sylvanas is just too much of a threat. Oh wow, is he gonna really risk it though? He needs to kind of act fast though. Tyson's running out of time. He's gonna allow him. He's gonna give up the Keeper of the Grove. Oh no! He ran out of time, and the Bane was not able to attack into Sylvanas.
Roped? Oh my god! It actually happened.
Uh-oh. Tice taking his time and ends up biting him in the back. This is really bad situation now.
My greetings.
It's disastrous. Right now, Hype can actually... Can he remove the Keeper of the Grove and get a healthy Bane? Also, the question is... okay, the Curtain was played first. So, if Curtain was played first, then he will get a Bane token. And Sylvanas will be able to steal one of the healthy Bane. So right now, it's if he attacks with Sylvanas into Kern, he will have a 66% chance to get a 4/5.
I mean, you can also just pick up value with Sylvanas. It still seems like as long as Cairn survives, you can just use Sylvanas to attack into Keeper of the Grove. And I even like the Unstable Goal to kind of pressure it, so that way if he gets a little too careless, Sylvanas can just be activated anyways. I like this play the most as well.
Also because you know that one of the Keeper of the Groves was used to silence Kern. So right now we are in a situation where you take a gamble that the second Keeper is not there.
You're right.
Ty's concerned. Also, when you actually get roped, so when you are not able to finish your action before the rope goes off, it's kind of like a mental blow. And you feel, hey, I messed up. What do I do now? Like, I had a good plan, and now it backfired because I was too slow. I'm in a bad position. But I feel like Thijs is actually over the rope situation. He's focused on his turn now.
Thijs is thinking about going for Kel'Thuzad, but he wants to activate the Death Rattle first so he doesn't take damage on Kel'Thuzad unnecessarily. As long as you play the Kel'Thuzad sometime during the turn, it doesn't need to be live before the minions die. But this is a smart sequencing on his half. If he chooses to go for it, of course, you're always just afraid of Sylvanas taking everything. And that's why Sylvanas need to be dealt with, and we even recommended silencing it in the first place.
Oh, he decides not to play Kel'Thuzad.
Oh man, Tice is going down to the rope every single time, and it's getting very close. He's also afraid of something like Romach's Whirlwind to just kill him, so he's playing around that.
Is anybody still playing Whirlwind, by the way? I haven't seen Whirlwind in a long time. Seems like everybody's playing only Deathspite, and they did have to cut Whirlwind.
Well, I mean, we only seen Hyped and Trump this tournament playing that kind of warrior deck. Maybe other people aren't necessarily giving up Whirlwind as freely and easily. It's still a very versatile card. But when you don't have to, and you're allowed to play greedy, and you have so many big threats, you can squeeze in pretty much every single legendary you'd hope for.
Right now it looks so weird for Daesh. It's Hype will get he will get his 5/5. He will play something. He has 9 points of mana. So the next thing Daesh can do is just play double Sludge Belcher. But those guys will just die.
Do you think it's a Ragnaros turn? I feel like it is.
Oh yeah, certainly. You just attack into a 4/4, get the 5/5, play Ragnaros, attack for 4. So deal 12 points of damage.
Wow. Being super duper safe. Well, he's gonna play it. He's gonna play it very value intensive, trying to make sure to optimize his lower minions, get armor as much as he can, and then like force a bunch of removal out of his opponent. Like Druid still has a really difficult time dealing with this much health on the board.
It's still fine. It seems like you have all the time in the world. You have a big board. You have the taunters. You have a lot of armor, so you don't have to rush it. And Ragnaros was kind of risky because there's also always a chance for a second Faceless and Big Game Hunter. Especially because this Druid is playing those kinds of combination of cards. But then being Taish, you are in a really bad spot. You lose next turn.
Yeah, you're staring at
14.
You've got 14 damage alone, and if you just kind of pair together Death Spite or something, you're done. The Ragnaros has to hit something really important, like this Ancient of Lower Bane. Either one of these targets would
Armor
be
Smith.
optimal.
Oh
no! It hits one of the weakest targets.
It's so
and
much
also gives him
armor.
a insane amount of armor. I feel like Hype is gonna be really happy he picks up Execute, but keep in mind he has Ragnaros as a potential finish here. In fact, you can set it up for the 50-50.
I bet that Taishi is actually thinking about the second deck that he's going to bring. Because
Quite
this
possibly.
situation is helpless.
I think you go for the 50-50 coin flip to win the game, and Ragnaros either lives or dies, but either way, you're in position to be very successful. And looks like Hyped will go for the Rag finally.
A good call. It's a 50-50 win or win more.
Well, you know, Type survives, but really much how long are you going to survive
Speaking
for?
Hunter top deck. Sick.
Wow. That
Well,
top deck.
He gets satisfaction at least. But actually, it's I'm not sure if it's better not to play it and just hide information for the future rounds.
Well, the games were played a few days ago, so I don't think the players are able to utilize that information unless something like you know, someone is watching Tice's play directly over his shoulder and then reporting it. Who knows? Either way, Hyped has won this game, and he will go out to a 1-0 lead. He defeats the Ramp Druid, and now Tice will have to turn to something else in order to come back in the series.
Well played by both players, and it was what I expected it to be. We've seen so many legendary cards. We've seen 3 Cairns at the same time on board. Sylvanas. I'm kind of sad that we didn't see Kel'Thuzad, but Hype just grasped the opportunity to be aggressive, and he was pushing with damage, just denying Tice any chance to stabilize with a big minion board. Also, Tice actually missed the Wild Growths as mentioned, so he wasn't able to play those cards earlier. And this is how this matchup goes. And right now, he's going for the Warrior Mirror match, where it will be a very interesting matchup.
Well, we'll talk about that in a quick second. I just want to kind of break down a few of those key turns what we just watched. I think Tice taking the risk on silencing the Cairn instead of the Sylvanas ended up not biting him in the butt, especially since he ran out of time and was not able to kill Sylvanas, and Sylvanas ended up getting something like Ancient of Lore, which put out a lot of damage right back at him. So a few of those key moments ended up allowing him to lose way too much HP, and Hype setting up a really good pressure amount. And it's like you said, you don't really expect the Control Warrior to be able to pressure that quickly, but when you have so much big swing turns like Black Knight on the Druid of the Claw, and then you know, grabbing like 2 Cairns really early on with Faceless Manipulator, like those kinds of situations are really strong for the Warrior to continue to utilize their easy removal with 1 mana cost cards versus Druid, which doesn't have easy mass removal options.
I certainly agree. Like those were the key turns. And here, Warrior versus Warrior, decks are pretty similar. There's Brawl on Tice's side, and well, basically this matchup is about armoring up as much as possible, trying to exhaust removal, trying to force your opponent to use their executes on your Sludge Butchers or Cairns or Sylvanas, so that you can actually win endgame with cards like Ragnaros, Kel'Thuzad, Alexstrasza, and Ysera. So basically, we'll see both players trying to push with depending on their hands, they will either armor up a lot, or they will try to push with some early pressure with the cards that they get. And I feel like this game will actually decided a pretty late game, similar to the Druid game.
I think so too. Game 2 is about to begin, so let's jump to the board and find out what happens between Tice and Hyped. You kind of mentioned about the late game prowess of Warrior vs. Warrior and how it starts really late. But more importantly, I think it's also about how you use these smaller cards, like how does Fiery War Axe and then something like Cruel Taskmaster able to take out a legitimate threat. So if Tice can get really good value off of these smaller cards, which seems to be slipped in, while Hyped has cut those cards for, you know, more powerful late game, that's an opportunity for Tice to pressure his opponent. There's 2 ways to kind of play the control mirror as well with Warrior. KitKat is very insistent that he likes to play aggressive, and that's why he really liked cards like Kor'kron Elite, not just for hunters, but also winning the Warrior mirror. But now that meta has slowed down a considerable amount and Kor'kron Elites are no longer common, it seems like Warrior has a lot less tools and options to be able to pressure their opponents.
What do you think about Tash's hand? I'd say it's well played.
It's a lot of yellow, and there's a coin. So it seems like he's very well prepared for any kind of late game scenario.
It's funny how they didn't get armor smiths. Yeah, right now it will be mostly about armoring up, just maybe playing the unstable ghoul.
Well, even then, you know you don't want to play unstable ghouls, so you just dice with Fire War Axe because these are your whirlwinds effectively. And unstable ghoul can sneak and damage. I guess you'll make him play a little bit off mana curve, but it's still one of these situations where do I allow my opponent to get early value off of cards, and then, or do I just play really passive? Like, what kind of game are you trying to set up here with the cards?
I think
you
it's
have in
like
hand?
if you play unstable ghoul, like Hype was also thinking about it. Do I play it and try to get out of some of the armor, like force my opponent to play a card that will answer unstable ghoul, and if he doesn't, I will be able to attack a couple of times, just get some points of armor out of Taish. But armoring up is also a very good decision here. As you said, it's unstable ghoul can be used later as a card that does the whirlwind, and also blocks attacks. Like,
Yep.
if you're able to play it after removing Alexstrasza and prevent yourself from dying to Grommash, it's a pretty good card.
All right. Well, Hyped also picks up 3 weapons, which makes his hand pretty clunky, but at least it gives him some ability to kind of utilize some of this armor early. And health also matters to a certain point in this matchup. As much as you might have like 50 health versus like 35 health, it really does matter about board control up to a certain point, because things like Alexstrasza, and you can also exhaust their amount of removal with shield slams, only matters to the point where you have a really big development on the board, so that way you can push for damage. So as much as maybe Tice goes up to 50 health and Hype stays around here in the mid 30s, it's still kind of like an even game. Don't be deceived by those health counts as a lead.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Even though Hype has 3 weapons, which might seem clunky, he has 2 key cards, which are Alexstrasza and Grommash. So if he is able to clear the board and be able to play that Alexstrasza, just deal 15 points of damage, might be able to push and actually win. But on the other hand, Taish has a lot of legendary cards as well, which are pretty important. And he has a very good curve with turn 5 Sludge Belcher, turn 6 Sylvanas, or Lotheb. And then turn 7, he can play a lot of cards in turn 7 as well. And turn 8 Kel'Thuzad. If he will be able to develop his board and then play Kel'Thuzad with at least 1 minion, that might be devastating. Especially because Ragnaros will be following up after Kel'Thuzad if possible. Will be another minion that has to be removed. Basically play as many threats as possible.
Oh yeah, there's so many threats. It's like there's just not enough removal in the world to kill off everything that a control warrior has. But the way to kind of make it difficult is warrior doesn't have enough mana, obviously, to play all these things very quickly. So you have to kind of take a proactive stance. I like the idea of saving Lotheb for a turn where you really want to secure your board, so that way they can't easily go for like an execute and play their own threat. So I feel like saving it in hand and playing Sludge Belcher makes total sense here. As much as you're, again, a little bit sad to lose your Sludge Belcher to something like Fire War Axe and Undead Ghoul attacking into it.
By the way, I really like the warrior mechanics. It feels like you're playing a warrior because you get a lot of armor, you apply big threats. So as compared, as opposed to like other classes which are really theme oriented, warrior, it really feels like you're playing this armored guy that's kind of slow but still pretty hard to kill, and playing those all the big things that accompany him.
Well, it's funny because people really didn't know if Control Warrior was really a thing until a few months into the beta. Everyone was playing Warrior with like weapons and, you know, mortal strikes to go to the face, and they thought Warrior was kind of a useless class. And then all of a sudden, you know, players like Kit Kats and Backspace were innovating the deck a lot in order to kind of show people that it can be played control style. And even you, Nimps, you were playing as OTK style with Nyx. You were playing like Alexstrasza with charge for 0 mana, and then you had Gorehowl.
Oh yeah, I did, but
yeah,
mostly because I really like big packets of damage, and OTK warrior, you know, was killing in one turn.
Yeah, with Molten Giants and Pandas or Alexstrasza charges. Those were the good old days.
Yeah, pretty sick combos. But you know, pretty uninteractive as well. Here we see a lot of interaction. Our players just they play minions. They try to think what is your opponent going to play next. And with the OTK builds that got nerfed, you were just ignoring the board. You were just defending all the time. It didn't matter what your opponent was playing. You had an answer for everything. And then at some point you were just winning in one turn. Just playing Gorhold and Alexstrasza, and that's it. Here we can see a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, you know, this is interesting that Tice is playing Sylvanas here. I mean, he didn't really have that big an alternative, really. He had Faceless and nothing else worth the Faceless thing. So, and again, he wants to save Lotheb for an important turn to make sure to deny ability to use removal easy like Brawl. But Sylvanas is also not only a way to kind of get the board clear, but also a way to answer bigger threats. And it's one of those MVP cards in the control mirror, so it's kind of painful to toss it out this early and potentially pick up no value in return.
Do you play Lotheb, then Shield Slam your attack with Sylvanas face, and then Shield Slam with Sylvanas, so that you actually gain the board? You have a 5/5, you have a 4/5. You dealt 5 points of damage. I'm not sure about this.
Sylvanas is kind of like another form of removal in the control mirrors, though. So you are kind of giving up another form of removal to kind of kill it off. I do like the idea of facelessing your Sylvanas, though, so that way you can at least continue to get a little bit of traction. But again, Fiery War Axe gonna pull in a lot of value.
That he didn't attack with it. Another option was to actually like shield slam the 4/5, but
yeah. But this is where like I think Hype can really start pulling ahead. As again, he's still at a life total where it's much lower than his opponent. Actually, I thought Tice was in the 40s, but I guess he's in the mid-30s. But still, the fact is he's getting so much run. Like, Sylvanas and Faces has been killed, and he still has some of the best cards waiting. Now, Tice still has big threats on the path, right? He's got Kel'Thuzad, he's got Ragnaros. But if Hype can continue to utilize this ability to remove very effectively with just smaller amount of cards and minions, by the time his threats come out, it's going to be really difficult for Tice to deal with.
Well, right now Tice just developed his board for a sweet Kel'Thuzad turn, and he removed all the armor from Hype. So even if Hype would get like a shield slam, it wouldn't work. And now after Lotheb, he has to play a minion. But what do you even play? Playing Alexstrasza here doesn't do that much. Or maybe it is an Alexstrasza turn, because you just deal 15 points of damage, and then you can follow up with the Fear War Axe to get rid of an armor. Your opponent will have to remove Alexstrasza, because your opponent has 9 points of damage, so he can get you to 11.
Yeah, I like Alexstrasza for a couple reasons as well. The first is that the removal that's being used on Ragnaros is about the same as Alexstrasza anyways, and Alexstrasza's effect is guaranteed. Also, if Ragnaros hits the face, it's kind of redundant with Alexstrasza anyways, because Alexstrasza is going to be cutting in that 4 damage multiple times over with setting it to 15. And also it uses your mana curve a little bit more effectively, so you get the little nice insurance that you're playing as optimally as possible. The downside is there any way for you to die? Because his opponent does have 9 damage on the field, but unless he has Gromach Inner Rage, there's no way for him, or Leroy Faceless, which isn't likely at all. There's no way for him to die.
Oh my god. This is a nice top deck.
Oh, you're right, because now with Kel'Thuzad plus Execute, sick life.
This is a pretty sick play. Tice has Brawl. Hype doesn't have Brawl.
Yeah, Hype doesn't have a way to answer a mass board of legendaries.
What do you think about cutting Brawl, by the way? He did cut Brawl because he has a greedy warrior.
Like, I mean, it really does matter with things like how you ban and how you're bringing. Like, what are you expecting if you ban Hunter? Are you expecting Miracle? Is a Brawl cut so that way you can address the Miracle matchup? I don't know. It's something that I'll probably ask Hyped and report on. Maybe even ask him tonight after the matches.
Well, Kel'Thuzad is now in play, and it will be super hard to remove this board.
He
Hype
needs
has
Ragnaros to
Grommash
hit
combo.
kill Facade. This is what he needs. Or he has to use Cruel Taskmaster and Grommash to remove. But either one is still not preferable.
Fun fact, he can actually go yellow mode. You'll have to make an assumption, hey, there is no way I'm going to die next turn. So play to win. How is he going to play to win? If he goes... Can he go Ragnaros? Like, if he goes Grommash, Cruel Taskmaster, that's 12 plus 3. That's 15 points of damage. So he will leave his opponent at 5 points of damage. And 5, like... Yeah, 5 health in total. So Thijs will have to armor up, and he will have 7. And can you kill Thijs after that? It will be probably hard.
It sounds really hard, but the Grommash is probably the best way to kind of deal with this at the moment. Kill Facade is just too much of a threat. And not to mention that your opponent has, well, he had 15 points of damage on board, and it was very easy to piece together a little bit more. So now Thijs, he picks up one of his smaller minions. He's starting to run a little bit lower on the threats, but now he still has a way to kind of put pressure on if he just goes for Ragnaros and execute.
Well, Thijs has all the tools he wants. He can clear the board and play Ragnaros if he wants to.
That's one of the best cards to see your opponent use as removal, because now Grommash isn't a finisher. So now he doesn't have, he can play a little bit more greedy with his life. He doesn't have to worry about being at 10 to 12 anymore, because now he has the option to ignore a finisher. Granted, he doesn't play his own Grommash and it gets faceless.
Well, he still has 21 points of health with counting that 6 armor.
Right.
So he's pretty safe with what's happening here.
And Hyped is looking like he's in trouble.
Oh, he is in trouble. He is dying here.
Oh,
being purged
gosh.
by fire.
Well, Armor Smith doesn't fix his problems immediately. I think Ragnaros on Hype's end is the only thing that he can get him out of the situation.
The question is, how can you commit Sudoku being hyped?
Well, I mean,
Because
it's not over yet, because if he Ragnaroses and then armors up, he's at 7 life and Thijs has 6 damage on board.
You mean that he will have to hit Ragnaros with Ragnaros?
Yes. That is his only out at the moment.
And then attack face with the weapon. Be able to play Death's Bite next turn.
Also true. In fact, you're right, and if the opponent can't kill it and Death's Bite and Ragnaros hits, that's 12 damage, 15 from the Fiery War Axe. Still a little bit short. Hype is 3 turns away at least from winning.
He's dead anyway. Like, if Hype plays Ragnaros in here, he has still 5 points of health. So if he armors up, that's 7.
Yeah, he'll be 1 out of range.
1 out of range if he hits Ragnaros.
Yeah, that's a big if. 25% chance. I think he's got to go for it, because every other option seems like delaying the inevitable. Shield block can't lead into anything that'll completely save him. So Hype's going to go for the YOLO rag, but it's come down to this.
If he plays Armor Smith, he's dead.
No, Armor Smith. No. You have to armor up. You have to armor up. Okay.
Attack with a weapon as well.
Well, he didn't get to attack. Oh, and it hits the face. Now, Ragnaros can still miss. If it hits Hype's Ragnaros. If it hits Hype's Ragnaros, then Hype still lives. Or if Thijs feels like man enough to brawl so that his Ragnaros wins and then goes for the win. But absolutely no need to do that.
What can Hype actually draw to be able to win this game? He used Alexstrasza, he used Grommash, he used Ragnaros. Maybe if he gets a Sludge Belcher and somehow... Okay.
I think Sludge Belcher would be one of those cards, because you can shield block Armor Smith and Sludge Belcher and gain some life. Ragnaros hits the Ragnaros. Allows you to live for 1 more turn. But Thijs, looking like he wants to end it right here, and it's going to come down to a 50-50. Okay, so Hype still lives to tell the tale.
Sick.
Oh, and he gets a Faceless Manipulator.
Wait. Oh, okay. I think there's no way still.
Oh my goodness.
If he attacks into a ghoul.
Can't even attack into the ghoul with the weapon.
You have to armor up first.
All right, well, shield block to see what you get off the draw, because most likely Faceless is coming down. Sarah. In fact, you could Faceless attack and use the Armor Smith and then gain 2 armor from the Whirlwind. Then you're giving your opponent armor as well. Undead Ghoul is putting such a threat or dent into the plans of Hyped.
Wait, if you armor up, yeah, you give your opponent armor. So, oh my god, this Ghoul.
In fact, you probably have to play Armor Smith, so that way it's another target for Ragnaros. All right, another big moment. So Hyped is going to be at 6 health, 7 health. He needs to hit Ragnaros again, because then he's going to survive barely. Oh, okay, well, at least Lotheb is a nice way to remove some of the guaranteed damage.
It's not bad, by the way. He's somehow hanging there. Faceless was the card he needed.
And if Ragnaros hits the Armor Smith, Hyped is still... I don't even know how this keeps happening. Ragnaros RNG always makes for an exciting game, but it's going so long. Usually when you allow your opponent to get 4 or 5 Ragnaros shots, that's game ending. But it's still in it for Hyped.
This Ragnaros.
1 in 3 chance to win the game. Can Tice end it here? Or will this game continue?
If it hits Armor Smith, that's huge. Okay. That's it.
All right, well, Hyped couldn't continue the dream, and Tice finally gets closure on this Warrior Mirror match.
From Tice.
Well, hey, you know what, Nipsh? This game didn't go to Fatigue. I thought it would. Or I thought it had a high chance to get to Fatigue, but it ended up ending in the mid-game. They still had like 15, 16 cards each.
Well, I feel maybe the matchup has changed a bit with all the mid-game creatures that are powerful, like Sludge Belchers and you know, current Sylvanas. Like before, it was more about getting to those end-game guys, Kel'Thuzad and Ragnaros. But right now, you have some good 5-drops as well. Instead of Azure Drakes, which are pretty meat, you have the Lotheb and the Belchers and Faceless. So maybe the mid-game is the game. And now Hyped will have to get his Control Mage. What do you think about this matchup, by the way? Like historically, we were always saying Mage is in a bad position against Warrior.
Yeah, but the win condition of this Mage has changed pretty significantly. It's no longer about the burn with Alex Straza and spell damage. In fact, the only spells that do damage is Frostbolt. Well, I guess direct damage to the face. You have Blizzard and Flame Strike, of course, for the AoE clear, but you can't really burn your opponent to death. So all of a sudden, your quote-unquote burn, and I put that in quotation marks because it's not really, is the minions that get repetitive damage over time. And if you kind of exhaust the removal and you surprise your opponent with Molten Giants, I mean, you could do a lot of work. Not to mention, Twilight Drake is still one of Warrior's most mortal enemies, right? Handlock it's one of the biggest threats that they don't have to execute. And if you get Twilight Drakes out early against this Giants, or sorry, against this Warrior, and then you have Giants to back it up after you exhaust removal, might go really well for Hyped.
And you can certainly exhaust removal with cards like Duplicate. So this Mage deck is pretty much different than the standard Control Mage or other Mage decks. And well, have you said that Tice was playing it before, or Tides was playing it?
Tides of Time. Sorry.
Okay.
It's a little easy to mix up those names, but his teammate Tides of Time was playing this Mage deck, I believe, last week in the HyperX Invitational.
Sure. Tides of Time, Taj of NL. So it's cool.
All right. Well, game number 3 is about to begin. Let's find out if Tice can continue this Warrior dominance of the series, or will Hype finally be able to sneak in and win with his very unusual Mage deck?
Okay.
People haven't played around Cone of Cold, but that might come into relevance eventually.
That's a good card, by the way. And people will have to play around it. Hyped is playing one, so... Hello. Is Tice playing Spectral Knights? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know if Spectral Knights work as well in Control Warrior, unless you're really trying to pressure Miracle Rogues. Like, as a ladder deck, it felt like it made sense, because Spectral Knights can't be removed easily by most classes, and Rogue is so spell-intensive that Spectral Knights was able to do so much. But in tournaments, I haven't seen Spectral Knights and Warrior in a while.
By the way, right now, Hype actually got all the draw cards he needed. Against Amaz, he just didn't get those Arcane Intellects, so he ran out of cards at some point. And here, he will be drawing a lot of cards, so he might fill his hand with all the cards he needs.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Mage's draw mechanics are really heavily dependent on these kinds of things, especially if you're not running like 2 copies of Acolyte of Pain or something. And Duplicate is also an important way to continue your draws too.
There is an Acolyte of Pain from Ty's side, and I guess Hype will have to remove it as soon as possible to deny as much draw as possible. Do you even play Doomsayer here to remove this 1-free?
I mean, I think you're not really afraid of this Acolyte. I think you're more of like want to draw into Twilight Drake for the next turn.
Yeah, I agree. It's without Whirlwind, it's not that easy to actually like get value from Acolyte of Pain. So being Mage, you can certainly just leave it be for a turn or two.
Let the pain speak to me.
Yeah, I think this Mage deck is also a little bit less preoccupied with their opponent's cards versus setting up threats on the board. So I think this is a better rearrangement of priorities here.
What do you think about Doomsayer here with Duplicate? So you're getting a lot more Doomsayers.
2 Doomsayers.
Well, you just clear the board and then you get 2 more Doomsayers, especially against Warrior, when there will be a lot of cards you want to remove. But on the other hand, Doomsayer for Warrior.
He got Cairn next turn. So like that's a card that if it gets duplicated would be absolutely nasty. 2 Cairns, because then you have turn
Warrior.
6. Yeah. It's like super Twilight Drake.
Yeah, Cairn is the best way to actually utilize Duplicate.
Oh man, it's gonna be so nasty. Not to mention that Tice doesn't have direct removal, so even if the Cairn gets plopped down and Tice can't immediately remove it, he has to fight minion on minion.
Tice is also not doing any pressure at all.
He's afraid of Mirror Entity. He doesn't want to give him a Sludge Belcher.
Oh my god, is he not going to play it? Is he going to play Deathbite?
He needs to play Sludge Belcher so that way he has an answer to Cairn and can get ahead of it. But he's afraid of getting a copy to the Mage deck.
But it's a reasonable play, because what else are you going to do? Like, are you not going to play your Cairn on turn 6? You have to play Sludge Belcher and try to see if this is the Mirror Entity. Because if you don't play it, then you're stuck. And you won't be able to play any minion.
Okay, well, this gives Hype the opportunity to play Cairn finally. He picks up Frost Nova, a great card to synergize with Doomsayer. And now Tice is almost certain that this is Duplicate. You see 2 secrets, none of them popped on Mirror Entity. Maybe one of them can be Counterspell and Ice Block, but chances are it's most likely Duplicate with this kind of deck.
On the other hand, he will be able to draw 2 cards at least. So it's not that bad. And he can ignore Cairn as well. Like, there's no need to kill Cairn right now. Might be thinking, hey, if he has the Faceless Manipulator, what happens? But if you actually assume that it is a Duplicate, you're fine with a Belcher, because... Well, the thing about Mage is that even if Hyped attacks into Belcher, he will be able to kill Cairn with the hero power. But Tice can ignore it, and he's going to kill it.
He wants to set up for Deathbite the following turn, looks like.
I know he's going for face. This is a correct decision here. The thing about Hearthstone and other card games is if there is a card that you don't have a good answer to, you just try to play around it and ignore it.
Wow. Speaking of not ignoring threats, Polymorph is one of the best ways to deal with Cairn and be able to get immediate value off of pressuring and be able to make a very small board from the Warrior. Things are looking, again, pretty good for Hyped, and he has Ice Block up, by the way, so Molten Giant turns can be extremely devastating with Frost Nova and setting up a really powerful swing turn.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous for Taish, because can he expect those Molten Giants, by the way? Would you expect Molten Giants? Right now
if you
you
see 2 secrets not proccing, I don't know, probably not. Probably you should expect Ice Block, and if so, then you have to expect Molten Giants. But if he's doing this, he's definitely not playing around it, and that's going to set up 1 mana cost Molten Giants.
Yeah, that's a sick play. But on the other hand, Hype will have to be wary about the possible brawl. So you might not want to just overextend and play double Molten and Sludge Belcher or
Sure.
Twilight Drake and double Molten. You might play Twilight Drake, one Molten, and
What to do?
maybe Hero Power. Like, being hyped in here, you have to think about how am I going to win this game? Like, what's my game plan? Doesn't have any taunts, like Taunt Giver. He has the Sludge Belcher, obviously, but he's not running Defender Vargas and Sunfield Protector. So those Molten Giants are his way to win the game. Like, he wants to play them and push, but if there's a brawl, it's a gamble.
I like Frost Nova coming out here though, because then he's afraid of Gromosh being able to end the game, and that's still only 10 damage before or not ending the game, but popping out his Ice Block. So if you play like Twilight Drake and Frost Nova, your opponent has to have no. Excuse me, I forgot about the weapon attack.
Yeah,
this is actually really tricky. How do you do this then? You need a Sludge Belcher then to protect you?
Well, I think like you just go yellow. Double Molten Sludge Belcher.
All right. Well, I mean, that was the play we originally thought was the best here in order to kind of keep himself alive. But he's got to go for it. But I mean, he's already kind of committed to it. He's running out of time, too.
You can play Twilight Drake and spam. Mistakes were made. Oh, he's going with your play.
Okay. Well, this makes sense because you have an ability to kind of frost. So even if Gromosh comes out, he still has to find a way to piece together damage to follow up the Ice Block. Gromosh is going to come out here.
Yes. He is getting that Ice Block out.
Yep. And he's going to also draw 2 cards, which could be critical. Depends on what he draws next.
Double Cairn.
Wow. That's an awesome hand. But how much damage does Hype have? He's got 20 damage right here. And he can also freeze his opponent Frost Nova off the top.
Frost Nova is pretty important.
Dude, that is insane. Now you can put up another Taunter so that way he can't just like Gore Howl you to death if he's running it. Oh my goodness, that Frost Nova was such an important draw here for Hyped.
Well, he still had Blizzard, so it's not, you know.
True, but in case his opponent has something like Gore Howl, he couldn't die to it.
Yeah, certainly. Like, Sludge Belcher and Frost Nova was the best possible option here. And Warrior, oh, there is a Brawl, but wait. Brawl is a card that might actually help him win in here.
Yeah,
also, I like Faceless.
Brawl is an important draw too.
Well, with Faceless, and after Blizzard, that Faceless was just killing Hyped.
This is really intense. Hype needs one of his Giants to survive, and it looks like it does.
Wait, is that it?
Oh man, that's really bad news for Tice.
Okay, that's not it yet. He needs to draw cards. Didn't draw cards? I guess he drew cards.
Right. Ragnaros. Not enough to kind of push through at the moment. Not enough mana, that is.
I guess he just killed a 3/5, attack for 1, and play Cairn.
Yeah, there's a case for Water Elemental to keep him frozen too. Either one is okay. They're about similar in stats and power. And you know, the nice thing too is that you get to use the Hero Power. Hero Power is actually a very relevant thing. The 1 damage to tickle them, so that way Ragnaros becomes a potential finish if you can Hero Power Ragnaros with an extra damage. So I actually like the Water Elemental here for those reasons.
I think like Thais will have to armor up a lot. Definitely
is there a way for him to wiggle out of here, by the way? Like, is Alex Straussing yourself the only way to survive?
No, I mean, he can play Sludge Belcher and Armor
Smith.
Yeah, or like Faceless Sludge Belcher. That's not bad at all. Because your opponent will have to deal with both Sludge Belchers, and then you still have the 1/2 tokens.
Man, it's been a pretty long series. These guys are going down to the rope every single time. Hyped, stopping for a water break. Gotta stay hydrated.
Well, the thing is, like, you have so many decisions, and they are so important. Like, one mistake can lose you the game.
And Tice cannot afford to make a mistake here, but it seems pretty clear cut. You gotta set up the biggest wall you can. So I feel like the Faceless comes out here, but it looks like he might favor another play instead.
Armorsmith Fireworks is also okay, because with Faceless into a 3-5, you're kind of playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Sure.
Oh, he did armor up. That's also fine. Utilizing your hero power.
Okay, is
Ice
there
block.
a way for Hype to kind of end this here?
Well, he got an ice block, so he has more turns anyway. Whatever Tice actually does, Hype will not die this turn if he plays the ice block. But can he win this turn? That's the question.
Now, I'm trying to count through, but it seems like there's too much life gain through the Armor Smith.
Yeah, certainly Armorsmith is so annoying. So if you are not able to win, you just extend your lead. I will play Ice Block just to make sure that I'm not dead to random Ragnaros. And, you know, play Kern. It's fine.
Certainly, I think that's a very smart line because you want to deny the opportunity for your opponent to get some kind of weird surprise win that you're not expecting. And the fact is, he still has a really difficult time dealing with some of these minions. All right, it's on Tice's turn. He's only got Armor Smith.
You can get Black Knight value.
Black Knight value, Armor Smith into the Giant. Not bad.
Thick.
In fact, you know, with Slam Draw, he can also remove something like the Water Elemental.
Yeah, it's like Slam Water Elemental, play Fiery Warax, Black Knight value, attack into 8-1, kill Water Elemental, and then you still have...
Yeah, you still have Alex Straza if he doesn't have Burn, and you can put yourself back up to 15. But we know that Ragnaros will end the game from Hype's perspective, so if he chooses to go for something like this, he's making himself wide open for a game-ending move. All right, well, Faceless goes on down to Karen, and the Fiery War Axe is going to try to remove. But I think this is going to set up a 50-50 situation for Hype just to win the game here.
Certainly, you want to take a 50-50, especially because you're still having that Ice Block active. So he can take his chances here. But maybe, instead of just taking a 50-50, is there a better play? To just, again,
the freeze?
Well, I mean, if you can take a 50-50, that's if you actually lose the 50% and you hit Kern, you might put yourself in a weird position. And the alternative would be to just not take a 50-50 this turn, but to make sure that you are going to win next turn. Then it's a better choice.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, if you hit Cairn and you lose the 50-50 on the Ragnaros, and then say he has his own Rag, and he puts that at range, and then he pops your Ice Block, maybe there's room for some kind of weird wiggles, but I like this play to just gotta go for it anyways. You gotta just find a way to win. But Ragnaros just refuses to end games early. He keeps dragging this out. He wants to make the process as long as possible.
He wants to be in the spotlight, come on.
That's true.
Or he just enjoys killing cows.
Execute.
Wait, this is the wiggle you were speaking about.
But it's a little annoying because he's frozen. The fact that Wild Elemental came out is really starting to pay off for Hyped, by the way, because he can't use that axe.
I guess you slam first, see what you get.
Yep.
Or
as much as he can put out this... Well, no, I think he's going to put Alex Strauss on himself, so he can't slam.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait. Okay.
There you go. So now Tice is still alive, but barely.
He is hanging there.
Does this mean you Alex Straza yourself? That way you're not in threat lethal? I don't know. At this stage, Hype feels so far ahead.
Yeah, but still, he took the 50% and he actually lost the 50%. But now, Tice is just frozen.
Yeah, there's really nothing that I think that can come to mind. Everything else is really passive. He could slam and draw, but he's already used Execute. He's still looking at lethal damage the following turn. And this game has dragged on for a while, but it seems like the end is near, and Hyped will take a series lead, barring any kind of insane top deck from Tice.
Even a Shield Slam is not cutting it. He would need like a Flare and Silence to flare the Secret, silence Alexstrasza, and then win. But obviously Flare is not in Warrior, so...
That would be pretty sick. Tice is gonna just Shield Slam his own Armor Smith, but the inevitable is about to occur. Hyped has managed to take a win with his cool Mage deck. That's pretty unique. People haven't really seen much of it. Doesn't run Fireballs, but it's got enough damage anyways.
It worked pretty well. He was able to establish board control and board position against Warrior, which is not that easy, with a lot of removal from Warrior's side. And I felt like Tice actually had all the cards he needed. He also had the Acolyte, so he had the possibility to draw cards. But instead, he just went for face. And Molten Giants did their work. So this was a pretty interesting game. And we didn't go to fatigue again. Both players had a lot of decisions to make. And they did make good decisions. And yeah, definitely a cool matchup.
All right, well now Tice will turn to his Handlock, which is a deck that can give a lot of control decks a hard time, but specifically against Mage, well, this Mage is a little weirder because normally against Mage you have a lot of freezes to stall their big boards, and then you have direct damage against a class that ends up killing their own life anyways through life tapping. So sometimes, there is a dynamic of Mage being able to have the burn to go through Handlock and kill them. But in this scenario, it's a little less defined. Like Polymorph, of course, is a great way to kill off these threats, but you only have one, and there's still so many threats that come out of a Handlock.
Yeah, certainly I agree. It's pretty tough to say who has an edge here. Normally, Fireballs and Pyroblast creates a situation where Mage is just using the direct damage to go above the taunts. But here, both players will just fight for the board presence, and I feel like Warlock's hero power might be the key, and Tice will just have better cards, better draws because of the hero power, and Hype won't be able to capitalize on that on the low health, because even if Tice goes to 10 points of health, then there's no way for Hype to just kill him in one turn. He will still have to fight for the board position and board presence to be able to push with damage. But then, obviously, the Molten Giants go on both sides. And so I will have to give an edge to Tice in this situation. But Hyped proved many times that he is a great player and he's able to squeeze in those victories. And this deck is pretty weird by itself. So Tice might not have experience in this particular matchup against those specific cards. So we'll definitely see how it goes.
All right, let's go to game 4 and find out what happens between Tice and Hyped. In this pivotal game, Hyped is one game away from securing the series and jumping back in the standings 1-1. But keep in mind, if he loses this series, it's a high likelihood, overwhelming percentage that shows that he's out of this tournament.
Gets Arcane Intellect, which is pretty important. Without the card draw, he will be in a very bad situation. Right now, he at least has a chance draw into important cards that he will be able to use against this Handlock.
How Hype is making really good reads. He's kept Black Knight against Tice's Druid, and he's keeping Arcane Intellect against a Warlock deck, which he doesn't have guarantee if it's Zoo or if it's Handlock. It could go pretty poorly if it didn't swing his way. Like say this, not double one drop, then Hype's in big trouble.
Oh yeah, if it would be a think himself, oh my god. But if it would be a Zulok, Hype will be in a lot of trouble. But Hype told me before the tournament that he's really expecting only the control decks from those specific players. Tice, Amaz, and even Hiara. Those guys they just love control. So that's why he's just going forward with his strategy and just keeping true to himself, and it pays off.
Well, it's also a testament to how much research he does. I mean, Tice is a guy who plays hand.
So many
Very well, which is an interesting take because this is not. I mean, it's kind of his freeze mage, but not really because there's not a lot of burn to follow up the frosts. And the opening hand from Tice is a little bit clunky. He doesn't have any of his 4 drops that he likes. He's kind of has to... Whoa. Soulfire directly to the face. That is man mode. So that way he doesn't overdraw when he life taps.
That is a pretty interesting play.
Wow.
Have you seen something like that before? Next level.
No, I haven't. I've seen people give up the coin. Like they life tap and then they just coin for no reason. So that way they don't overdraw, but he does have double 5 drops, so keeping the coin is preferable.
Do you think he could actually like Soulfire his own face to get to Molten Giant range earlier?
No way. There are times to do that. Like Shrevko told me about some of those plays where you Soulfire things so that we have Molten Giant in better range, and then like heal yourself. And I always tell him that I'll let you make those plays and I'll let me get excited about it. But I don't want to be on the receiving end of bad RNG with Soulfire and discarding one of your important cards.
By the way, he finally gets a Mountain Giant, and just in time because he exactly has 5 mana for it. But do you play Mountain Giant here, or do you go with the Sludge Belcher?
I think Giants is pretty good. It kind of just outperforms the Sludge Belcher in every way. You're not really that concerned with how much health you have, just because you do have Molten Giants, but you don't have Taunters, so I guess you are a little bit more paranoid.
But on the other hand, you have the Shadow Flame, so even if you go to 10 points of health, you can just clear the board. On the other hand, Tice doesn't know if there are fireballs or not. He didn't see them, but playing against a mage, you just assume that there are fireballs. You even assume that there is a Pyroblast, because you have to. At some point, you have to play around those cards.
What to do?
Yeah, Tice didn't see it last turn, but it's still not indicative. Maybe Hype just got bad draws and he didn't have Fireball or didn't have a place to utilize it. So these are always things in the back of the mind. It seems like Hype really utilized common cards in the metagame that's expected. Brawl and Warrior, Fireball and Mage. And allowed it to squeeze in more effective cards. Who knows? Maybe the Frost Novas or the Cone of Cold was able to squeeze in based off the expectation that Fireball's in it. And as a result, you can gain a lot of tempo through threatening one while having the other.
And it's a fantastic strategy for this kind of tournament where information is key. And if you cut Fireballs, you're basically playing with 32 cards in your deck. Because your opponent will always assume that you have those Fireballs. If you play Brawl, it's like 31 cards because you play something else. With the Brawl, it's actually pretty tricky because we've seen it not working that well a couple of times for him.
Right, to a point it works, but it can backfire for sure.
Certainly. But on the other hand, it's really something innovative and a ballsy move that he made to give himself an advantage. And this makes him a dangerous opponent because you will never expect what's actually missing from his deck and what he did add to make his deck more stable and to surprise you.
Yeah, it's another dimension of deck building. It's not about what secret tech is he including, like is he playing Harrison or Black Note or BGH, but it's like excuse me, sneezed. It's about what cards that he probably even excluded, such as this. Tice in a tough situation. He does have the ability to use Ironbeak Owl to silence his own minions that get frozen in the future. So that might be one of his ways he pushes for damage. In the meantime, just build it up against Mage. But Hype's got freezes for days. He's got Cone of Cold, he's got Frost Nova and Blizzard, and even a Doomsayer to kind of seal the deal here.
Kind of sad because he is in a position where probably love to use Cone of Cold and a Doomsayer. But then the Iron Beak will just be able to kill, like, you can just unfreeze the Mountain Giant and kill the Doomsayer. So it puts Hype in a difficult situation where the board is bigger and bigger, and he just used his removal, which is the Doomsayer.
Yeah, but he has continual freezes, and he's not afraid of Leroy combo just yet. So still decent. The only problem is, these reachers. If his opponent puts Molten Giants down and Taunters, his minions can't be the one pushing in damage. It's going to be a little bit tricky for Hype to finish the game. He can set it up so that way he's in a good position to. But if his opponent has double Molten Argus, well, it's going to be a little bit harder to get past that wall.
Right now it's a Molten plus Iron Beak, I guess. I wonder if he will silence the Giant or the Doomsayer. I think Giant is better.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, just get rid of the Doomsayer. In case of a possible duplicate, just getting 2 Doomsayers back. And now Hype is staring at a very formidable board. Yes, the freeze still. Hey. Is he able to actually finish the game after that?
He doesn't have direct damage. This is it's tricky. You know, the Water Elemental's done so much work, but he's also kind of getting lucky that there isn't Sun Fury protectors yet in the hand of Tice. And Tice is also in the back of mind, so afraid of a Fireball finish, by the way. That might affect his play if he plays something like Siphon Soul instead of dropping down Taunters.
I was thinking if Taish would actually overextend, but it seems like he's fine with that. Played the Molten Giant and Siphon Soul, the Elemental. I like this play. He's not afraid of a second Doomsayer or anything that will clear his board. He's getting to a safe 15 points of health range.
Flame Strike. Wow, it's another way to set up after Blizzard comes down. Hyped also mulling over the opportunity to play maybe duplicate or even set up his hero power so that way Flame Strike's even better next turn.
I think that duplicate was better. He has 26 points of health and having a ton on board, I wouldn't be afraid. Unless you want to set up Alexstrasza next turn, but Alexstrasza is not needed. Your opponent has 20 points of health. You should be able to use Flame Strike.
Yeah, Flame Strike needs to reach a little bit deeper so that way it can kill some of these minions, but it seems... Oh man, the wall just keep piling up. It seems like Hype still has need of reach damage. He's got Frostbolt, but still needs something else.
It's his burst card. It's his only direct damage card. But what does it even mean? What do you do here? You can use Flame Strike and you can use Pink on one target, which is probably the 8/5 Mountain Giant. How do you win being hyped? Dice is like having a clear path to victory. But hyped is in a situation where he wants to win, but
yeah, we've been asking this question for quite some time. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well,
I'm trying to figure out if he lets this live, he's gonna die too potentially because he can't kill off all these giants.
The thing about his deck is that you have only this one strategy of trying to win the board control and board presence battle, but this time he certainly lost it. He's really behind. He will need to survive and get another Flame Strike or Blizzard, but I think he's only playing one. Is he out of his freezes, by the way? Like, did he actually use every card that's controlling the board?
Quite possibly. He used 2 Frost Novas and Blizzard and even Kona Cold. A big Taunter is also possible with Defender Vargas. In fact, he's got 20 damage right now. Still a lot. By the way, Tice also knows that this is duplicate now instead of Ice Block. So he can expect more Taunters, but now this gives him an opportunity, a small window, where perhaps he can push in as much damage as possible.
And he got a Ton Giver as well.
Hype is down to 10 health.
Yeah. Do you do Ice Block?
Well, yeah, you have to. You have to, otherwise you're in potential dying. He's going to play his Sludge Belcher and try to stall. But I think with this Farseer draw, that guarantees him to be able to proc this, right?
How much damage is this? You attack into a 3/5. Then you play Farseer, you heal your H2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually proc it.
Or you can even, you know, Defender Vargas push through as well. You'd be a little bit short though. Either way, there's an opportunity for Tice to pop if this is Ice Block. I don't think you're even concerned if it's duplicate again, whatsoever.
Do you feel like you're pressured, by the way? Because maybe a better way would be just to play Defender Vargas and Farseer and heal yourself to put yourself out of any possible damage combination.
True.
Clear the board and just attack with whatever you have.
Yeah, you have to kind of respect the Mage's Fireball. We've been kind of ignoring that fact, because Tyson's been sitting at 12 health for a few turns now, and we know Hype doesn't have direct damage. And it seems like he is going to go for that play instead. He's going to barely leave up his opponent at enough health to survive one more turn. The dream is still alive for Hype.
Doomsayer is a cool draw, but he doesn't have a way to actually freeze the board. He used all the cards. Blizzard, Flame Strike, double Frost Nova.
Well, above everything else, Hellfire, like if he does anything minion-wise, Hellfire also pops Ice Block.
If he plays Alexstrasza into himself, does it help?
Not really. The Giants just kill. And you pop it anyways.
Yeah, Dice can pop it anyway. I guess Sludge Belcher, duplicate Doomsayer. Because then the Sludge Belcher will have to die first. You will get double Sludge Belcher to your hand. And the Doomsayer will still have to die, so there's a slight possibility that maybe the Ice Block will not get popped. And if
no, actually, I think you're right.
I think that's the most decent play possible.
It's a really defensive play. It still brings up the question how Hype wins from this position, and he is running out of time.
If the Ice Block is being popped and the Doomsayer triggers, after that, Hype can actually play Alexstrasza. You know, if you clear the board with Doomsayer and then you Alexstrasza yourself, then you have a good chance to actually win. Looking at the Tyson's hand.
Well, now he has the opportunity to use these minions' potential as trade, because Ice Block will get popped, and then he'll have Doomsayer, Sludge Belcher the following turn anyways.
But he's dead to Hellfire, so he will have to play Alexstrasza.
That's true.
That's the problem. Like, Hype will have to assume that he's dead to Hellfire, Soulfire, like anything with direct damage.
Yeah. And now he's going to try to see if he can force removal a little bit, but Tice also has Shadow Flame. So now he can go for the full removal.
Another option for Hype is to get another Ice Block and then play... It does look good. It does look good.
Yeah. Molten Giant coming a little bit too late. But even so, it probably would have gotten cleared by something like Shadow Flame. It looks like no matter what Hype does, it's his last turn here.
That there's no possible combination of cards right now that saves him from the Hellfire.
And I think this is kind of one of those situations where you're just kind of a victim of how the matchup goes. Because there's going to be a very tangible point where the Handlock's drawn enough of his deck where it just keeps setting up taunts and big minions, and you only have so much AoE freeze and removal before he starts to overwhelm you, and you don't have Reachers to end the game. You have two Frost Bolts. That's all's in Hype's deck.
This Shadow Flame is so handy, by the way.
Miracle Rogue. He has to play his Miracle Rogue in order to win this series.
I'm sure he's not sad about that. He is a Miracle Rogue master, one of many. And the deck that can win a 3-0 without any problems. And he only has to win two more games. Tice, Sigh of Relief again. He was so tense, but he knows that this is not an Ice Block.
That's right, it's Duplicate, and Game 4 is overhyped. We'll turn to his Miracle Rogue to try to end the series. Once again, going to Game 5. It's been tightly contested. And Miracle Rogue does struggle against Handlock. You're saying that maybe Hype can win it because of his comfort level, but sometimes it doesn't matter how chummy you get. The fact is, it's really difficult to win against something like Twilight Drake and Mountain Giants early on if you have like Conceal and Cold Bloods and nothing else.
Interesting. So Hype actually has to win this. This is match point for both of players, and Miracle Rogue is one of the decks that's really flexible, but historically it was a bad matchup for Miracle Rogue. Like Handlock was in a good position. If he gets a decent start, he's just putting those big minions that are hard to remove, and Miracle Rogue struggles. But if you really know how to play this matchup, and if you know that you're playing versus Handlock, it gives you a lot of information, and you are able to turn things around. Also, I like Cold Blood in this particular matchup, so it might be good for Hype. It really depends on how the cards flow, but I'm sure that both players are really familiar with this particular set of decks.
Yep, this is the one that's kind of been tried and true and played out several times over the past couple of months. No more hesitation. Let's go to Game 5 and find out if Thijs can complete this series comeback after the Hype start off with a 1-0 lead, or will Hyped be the one that be able to win here or go home. We'll find out with his Miracle deck. He's going to be off the coin once again, a little bit unlucky for him, as every time he's played Miracle Rogue, it seems like he doesn't get the coin. But at least he's been getting his gadget stands, and he has preparation.
What do you think about the theory that if you're not getting a coin, it seems like you have a coin every other turn?
Yeah, we talked about this last time we casted, I believe, together. And I like it in the control matchups a lot. You just play your threats before your opponent. The only turns you're kind of afraid is that if they're able to squeeze out something a little bit earlier, say, you know, like they're able to put out like a turn 6 threat and they coin it out. Or even if you play a threat, they have an opportunity to faceless it if they're 1 mana behind. So with this in mind, I generally think control decks, you really care about having going first. In aggro decks, it makes total sense to have the coin, though, so you can put out double 1-drops and whatnot. Yeah,
and put more pressure on a certain key turn. By the way, a pretty nice hand from both players. Hyped has the Gadgetsun Conceal combo, and Thijs actually has the Mountain Giant, which is super important. He has a coin, so he was able to play Farseer without delaying the Mountain Giant, which will be played next turn. He also has Lothep, which is a pretty important card, because after Gadgetsun Conceal, if Thijs plays Lothep, he is just sealing that Gadgetsun for that super important turn. And then he will be able to kill it next turn if possible. Right now, how do you deal with this Molten Giant? How do you deal with this Mountain Giant being hyped?
You gotta sap it. But I don't think he has the opportunity to. He probably wants to conceal and utilize that. Second preparation would be absolutely amazing here for Hype.
Well, he can still get it. One more draw.
The Eviscerate allows him to actually kill off this Giant too, and he can start off draws with other cards, save the sap for a more important target.
Oh, he takes the gamble. Because he is staring at the 5 points of mana, but still his opponent will be able to coin Siphon Soul. He will be able to... Oh, he's using Shadow Step, right? Yeah, that's pretty nice. He just went through many cards through his deck, and he makes his hand much more stable. And with Gadgetsun for 3 mana, he will be able to still cast spells. He'll still be able to conceal it next turn if he wants to. So he is making his hand pretty stable and like trying to stabilize the situation. You really need to kill that first Mountain Giant that's being dropped, and it works. It worked for him here.
Yeah, because Thijs doesn't have a follow-up play that easily other than Lotheb itself. And then Hype can play around it in a sense by just playing his own minions and trying to answer card for card. The fact is, though, he has to be careful because if his opponent has burst like Leroy and Power Overwhelming, Soulfire, any kind of combination, he's looking at death in a couple of turns as well.
Well, right now, Thijs can actually buff Lotheb if he wants to, or just attack and play Sludge Belcher. Sludge Belcher is also pretty good in this matchup, by the way. It's another taunt that you have to somehow deal with and sap it or kill it with a big Blade Flurry. So he has a lot of options.
It's a little tricky because how much do you want to press with what you have? You're still sitting at a very comfortable life total. And he also just used Shadow Step, so he's a little bit out of burst. So do you think pressing for damage you can afford to do that? Or do you feel like this is a big enough threat of a Lotheb that you want to just shut it down as fast as possible?
I would be fine with Lotheb. Being Handlock here, you're an aggressor. You're the beatdown. You just want to deal as much damage as possible. Because Miracle Rogue won't have any taunts, and he won't have also any healing possibilities. So he's going for the trade anyway, but going for face was also a very valid play.
Alright, well that's going to give an opportunity for Hype to be able to draw some more cards. Still looking for preparation number 2.
Yeah, I guess he has to shiv in here and just draw 2 cards. Preparation number 2 would be pretty good. Oh, he gets
a
it.
little bit late though, because now he can't really utilize preparation any other way other than I guess it's cold blood.
Well, he can play just cold blood without preparation, so I guess he might also enter in here and assume that there is no way to clear the Gadgetzan.
Yeah, because then you hope that your opponent doesn't have like Shadow Flame. Even then, he needs a little bit more. I mean, you can just cycle preparation as well if you feel like it. Ooh.
Well, possibly. Do you sap? Just cycling a card. You still have a.
It is a
sap.
taunt target too. Band of Knives. The ordering of these cards are a little bit more painful for Hyped. Tyson, in the meantime, is also just kind of getting bored and drowsy. There's just so many cards being drawn this turn. It's taking the entire turn.
Yeah, Miracle Rogue is a really interesting deck to play, and a lot of players struggle. The sequencing, the cards, the guesses, because you have to make an educated guess that after preparation, you want to draw a specific card. So you have to know the odds and the number of cards you have in your deck, and what are the chances that you will draw the card that you actually need, and which card do you actually need. So in the beginning, when you start playing Miracle Rogue, you kind of struggle because you don't exactly know the number of cards you have in your deck, and it's hard to count and to make those educated guesses. But players like Hyped, who play tons of games with this specific deck, they are mostly making good decisions and good gambles. Like, even if it seems that he made a wrong decision because he didn't get the card he needed, he might get just a bad RNG at some point, and still the decision was good, but he just didn't get the card with the better odds he calculated.
A little painful for Tice, by the way, that he didn't draw any way to activate the Shadow Flame with Ancient Watch or whatnot. So this Gadgetzan still sits here with 8 damage possibility. Tice hovering over his Iron Peak Owl. Does he want to Mortal Coil it or something? I'm not sure. No, it's just weird.
Well, he has the beatdown, I guess, so he has to attack and just hope. But it's so painful if Gadgetzan actually stays on board if you have no way to answer it. He's now Hyped can do everything he wants.
Yeah, it's a big shift in plans for Tice, because in the past he was playing more control on the board, like his Lotheb attacking the other opponent's Lotheb. But now he's going for the aggressive play because that's all he can do, saving his Sun-Free Protector in case he picks up Molten Giant. That's what makes the most sense here.
What do you think about sapping the Sludge Belcher first? Potentially you will have...
When you have Eviscerate, I don't think you need to do that.
Sure.
Because then you have Eviscerate and SI7 agent.
Yeah, that's fine as well.
You're also still a few mana away from Leroy double power overwhelming, or sorry, double faceless, whatever combination.
You really want to play that Van Cleef, right? But you can't. You have to deal with the 8 if the 1/2. If the 1/2 actually would tank the 8/4 Gadgetzan, it would be so painful.
3 cards left for Hyped, by the way. One of them is Shadow Step, so that's a way for him to draw into damage ending, the damage to end the game here. Tice picks up Twilight Drake, which is a card he can taunt up, but we know that this is why Hyped kept sapped, and he needs to also kill off this threat as soon as possible.
Well, he can play Drake and Shadow Flame.
Yeah, you know, he's got multiple ways to deal with it. He can taunt up Soulfire, Siphon Soul, Soulfire, play something.
You draw a card. Draw a card, then play Drake, taunt it up, then Soulfire.
It's a little bit. I think it's a little bit too risky to lower yourself this amount of health. I mean, your opponent still has a lot of cards in his hand. He's almost through his deck entirely. I think you're kind of at the mercy of what Miracle can do, and this is like the entire point of what Miracle is capable of doing if Handlock doesn't draw its early threats with Twilight Drake and Mountain Giant.
Doesn't get the Shadow Step. This might be important because he's not able to finish it this turn. He has to deal some points of damage and just build the board, and he will just get the Shadow Step and win. I think it's like Tice doesn't have very exciting cards in his hand. Playing Black Knight and toning it up is not something you want to do.
And, you know, Hyped has to actually be a little careful here because now it's coming up on the mana where his opponent can also Leroy Power Overwhelming Faceless. So if he takes his time, I'm just gonna try and play some minions here and there. His opponent might draw into a way to end the game. So Farseer seems to be like a little bit of a priority, just to kind of put things slightly more out of range if he has Leroy.
Yeah, certainly that's a good play. He just develops his board with two minions that needs to be removed. Still has the Deadly Poison on the weapon, so that's 3 points of damage. Even if he doesn't get the Shadow Step is the last card. How much damage is it, by the way? It's only one Shadow Step, so right now Leroy is only 6 points of damage, and
yeah, he's got, let's see, he's got 12 on board plus Leroy, so that's 18. And you can squeeze out a little bit more with Blade Flurry if you have Blood Mage. So he's got about 19 damage. Tice is gonna be in a little bit tough spot though, because it looks like he's gonna play removal turn, but then he really hopes his Soulfire doesn't discard something like his Faceless Manipulator. That might be his only way to win the game at this point.
oh my god, dropping low.
Gonna be back at 19, which is gonna be a little bit outside the range right now of Hyped if he even has Shadow Step.
Oh my god, he lost the Protector. That's tough. It's not the Shadow Step. Shadow Step is the last card.
Oh man, so Hyped has to just win this with minions, but then Tice also has Shadow Flame. So even if he sets up minions, which some of them, by the way, are accelerating his fatigue, like Azure Drake draws in his last card, he's actually gonna start taking fatigue damage, and then if Tice draws Leroy, then Faceless Leroy might just end the game.
I'm thinking if there's any way to actually win this turn, but not really. If he plays Numbish Inventor, gets that Shadow Step, he still has 6, so he will be able to deal 15.
So many options.
So it's not this turn yet, and he should be afraid of another taunt.
Yeah, but his opponent just lost Sun Fury Protector.
Also playing Gadget-san.
And he also has Sap.
Tough. Yeah, he has a Sap.
Gadget-san is too much of a liability. It's the same thing as playing Azure Drake effectively.
Well, at least it doesn't draw you the card at the same turn.
True, but most likely you're going to be playing spells anyways. Because Shadow Step is one of them. He's going to put as much power as he can on board. And Hyped is officially out of cards in his deck. Needs to go as much as he can with as many minions as possible. He will be taking a couple of damage next turn. Tice draws Mountain Giant. So he can go for Shadow Flame play and make Hype draw into 3 damage of fatigue.
Yeah, that's a very strong play, by the way. But maybe do use Mortal Coil first, to just use your Mortal Coil to just cycle it.
Right, yeah, I think so, because you want to push for Leroy as hard as you can. This is starting to get a little crazy. I can't believe how many cards are left in Tice's deck compared to Hyped. Just looking visually.
Trying to count if Hype actually has enough damage. He has 12 points of damage with Leroy, 3 more with the weapon, that's 15. And then 16 with Blade Flurry.
So he's going to be a little bit short.
Yeah, he doesn't have lethal next turn.
Insane Sun Fury Protector. So he's got ways to follow up his big taunters.
If he gets some Molten Giants. Oh my god, this game this is anybody's game still.
It's still pretty tight. Oh, he's going to go with Faceless though. He's going to save Black Knight?
I think it's fine. Just Faceless the Twilight. It's the same effect, kind of.
Well, what I like the Faceless does is it gives you flexibility for Leroy, even taunting your own giant. Or sorry, making a copy of the taunted giant. Like,
Maybe
Black
he wants
Knight's
to
not going to be any more useful compared to the coin. Is the coin going to be more... I guess because you... Oh, I know. The coin gives you flexibility, right? Next turn you can play Mountain Giant and Sun Fury Protector. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So now being
Man,
hyped,
that sucks.
Are you 1 damage of lethal or like 2 damage of lethal? That's 12, 15, 16. You're 1 damage of lethal. That sucks. So what do you do if you're 1 damage of lethal? You just type Bible Thump.
No, you play your minions and you cross your... I mean, he did just use Faceless, though, which is kind of nice. And you still have Sap. How much fatigue damage can you even take, by the way? Next turn, you're taking 3. You use... If you play, like, Gnomish Inventor, then you're taking 4. Oh, he's going to go for Leroy play? He's just going to go for it and Sap an attack to the face?
This is interesting.
Wow, he's just going to go for it. It's a ballsy play, but you know what? It might pay off for him because Hype realizes it's his best chance, his opportunity. He still has Sap to potentially go for it. Tice is at 1 HP. He can't even tap for an answer.
Sick.
He needs Molten Giant or something.
Gets the Leroy.
Oh, his own Leroy.
But it doesn't matter. Would it matter if you would get the faces though? Still, not enough.
No, his opponent, he Hype would have lost 3 from fatigue. So he would have been at 12 health.
He's dead. Like, there's no way. Hype actually exiting. Like, he can't watch this so much.
No, he's just it's the moment of truth. He doesn't want to know this. He's worked so hard, and this is his tournament life on the line. But I don't see a way to Tice out of this situation.
This is match point, and Tice can't do anything. I mean, he can play Mountain Giant, but Tice knows that there is a second Sap. Everybody's playing double Sap, and Hype just got all the cards he needed.
Oh
Tice
man,
is
he can't even
agonizing.
remove because there's nothing else there. He's just gonna have to hope that there is no second Sap. And Hyped is gonna win this series by the skin of his teeth and stays in the tournament while Tice drops his first series. Well played is a good summary of how everything was panned out. Hype puts his headphones back and he's like, all right, we're still in it.
Sick. This is a very nice finish. Well played by Hyped. He took the risk and it paid off. He mapped it out perfectly. We've seen some fatigue damage finally, and yeah, that's really nice played by both players. I really enjoyed this match. Sick, really sick.
Theirs was over an hour long just in the gameplay itself. Very indicative of how close and evenly matched these guys are in skill. Tice drops narrowly 2-3. And just look again, the game scores have been very indicative of how tightly contested this group is. So we're just going to take a second to reset here. The next series is Tice versus Amaz. Tice is going to try to climb back here, and he needs to by defeating Amaz. But, man, after a series like that, you need a few minutes, don't you?
Yeah, certainly. It's really tough. You feel like you're winning. You're in a good spot, and then suddenly, even though your opponent has only 3 cards left, he is on fatigue damage. You lose by the skin of your opponent's teeth. It's just amazing, and it's really a soul-crushing experience. So now he has to reset himself. He needs to forget about that match, and he needs to face Amaz as a new man and being prepared, using his Ramp Druid. So I'm certainly hyped for the next match as well. I really hope that Tice will be able to utilize his Ramp Druid, because it kind of died really fast because he didn't get those Wygroves, and I want to see him play this deck. I want to see some more Kel'Thuzad action, and maybe we'll be able to see it next match.
Me too, me too. I also want to see you guys continue to sign up for your chance to win the Zeus Mini PC. If you look at the link at the bottom where it says VGVN.OneNationsOfGamers.com, you can find out more information about the organization and how to enter for your chance to win this PC that's given at the end of the tournament series. VGVN it's free to sign up. It only takes a minute of your time, and you just find out more about how this organization fights for the rights of gamers across the countries and make sure to combat harmful legislation that's trying to unfairly peg video games and media as a very violent force or whatnot. There's all kinds of slanderous material out there, and they want to make sure to let the people know what's right there for you guys to vote for. So make sure to check that out. and enter for your chance to win by typing giveaway in the chat. We're going to take a few minutes to reset, but when we come back, we're going to have more action at the VGVN Next Randomness Release Tournament number 2 with Tice versus Amaz. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the VGVN number 2. We're getting ready for our next series, which is Tice versus Amaz, and that'll finish up the group in terms of the play with the 3 players who have been invited. Hiara is the open qualified player, and he'll finish out the rest of the day with his 3 series against the rest of these guys. A very vital series for Tice, because if he wins, and if he wins 3-2, we're all of a sudden in the 3-way tie, and Hiara is the big wild card to figure out how the rest of this series or group plays out. I'm here alongside of casting me with the action is Marcin Nims Filipovic. How you been doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. We've seen some cool control matchups, a lot of good games, a lot of good decisions for those top players, and I'm definitely hyped for a 3-way tie and a Hiara being the wild card, because this is a very cool format, the round robin. It's all the players, they have the chance till the last match. Sometimes their place is not even decided by their actions, but mostly by the actions of other players. So instead of just, losing one game and dropping out of the tournament, or losing 2 matches and dropping out, they still have a chance. They still play all those games, and we are able to watch them and cast them, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be okay. So there is a possible 3-way tie, and people might be confused about how it works in round robin. Say Tice 3-2's Amaz here, and all of a sudden everyone's 5-5 score with 1-1. And then Hiara comes and completely destroys everybody 3-0 all the way across. Then we have Hiara in first place, and the rest of the guys unanimously are tied at 5 games and 8 losses. Then we'll have like a tiebreaker series to kind of determine everything. But that's only in the scenario where it's tied. And most likely the game score will be the ones that shows who's going to be in second place if this is the case. So it's an important series for Tice to win. For that very reason, you want to stay relevant and in the tournament. Let's go into the ban screens and find out what these guys have prepared for the series. Most likely it's going to be Hunter bans, which has been very popular since, since Nax Rams has been full out. And it is. Amaz is going to take away Tice's Warrior, and Amaz won't be allowed to be played Warrior himself. The series is going to start off with Warrior versus Priest, a matchup that Amaz has told me that he likes a lot, but the more I play it, the more I feel like Warrior still feels in the dominant position, unless there's like major thought steals that goes Amaz's way.
Yeah, I agree with that statement as well. It seems like Warrior has a lot of tools, and till now, Amaz was being able to win this matchup because of thought steal. Like a lucky thought steal, getting key cards and being able to turn around the situation. But looking at that Warrior with Kern being the first card I actually look at, and a lot of good cards like Kel'Thuzad and the mid game cards, he should be able to squeeze in all the like early damage and then be able to stabilize around turn 5 and 6. And on the other hand, Amaz has actually Harrison Jones, which is a pretty important card. If he's able to hit that Death's Bite and trigger Whirlwind on his terms, draw a card out of it, that might be a key card. He also has a lot of mid-game cards which are important. If you are able to snowball with Lothep and actually deny a brawl from your opponent, you might win the game next turn. So definitely hyped to see the game and how it will unfold.
All right.
Wait,
well, game number 1.
There's no Ragnaros. Oh my god.
Oh, in the Priest deck.
Yes.
Huh. Maybe the deck just got cut off, and we don't know. How can Amaz play Priest without Ragnaros? That just sounds like, I don't know. That's he just probably have a disagreement, an argument, and maybe they're just not talking to each other. Who knows? Game number 1's about to begin, by the way. So let's jump into the board and find out if Amaz can do this against the Warrior. Can he do it without his trusty man Ragnaros? I don't understand why he would take it out, considering how well it was performed in the past, but maybe he finally understands Ragnaros can't always be relied upon.
Certainly, and he starts with a coin. He's adjusting options. Is he going to change the card back? No, he saved the card back. He has a Naxxramas Heroic card back, by the way, for a prize for defeating all the Naxxramas bosses on Heroic mode. Opening hand is pretty cool. He has the coin, he has Injured Blade Master, he has Circle of Healing. So a pretty nice start. He actually mulliganed Injured Blade Master, even though he has only 1. So I guess this is not the card he won against Warrior, which can be easily executed. On the other hand, the Tice, well, he has the Belcher, he has the Senjin, he doesn't have Armsmith or the early drops. So he will be starting his game from turn 4. Double execute. That might be helpful.
That'll be very helpful, especially if Injured Blade Master or something like that comes out. It's one of your answers to these early game threats. Now, one of the problems, though, with Execute is you need a way to actually use it with another damage-dealing minion or spell. So Tice is still kind of sitting duck here. And this Death Lord will do damage unless he picks up something like Slam or Whirlwind.
That Death Lord, by the way, is so dangerous. I'm surprised that Amaz actually mulligan injured Blade Master and prioritized Death Lord, because playing it against the warrior, I would be really scared.
He's not. He's just not afraid because he has removal options for late games minions. But then, you know, if you drag out Ragnaros and then you're just taking damage and you don't have Shadow Word Death, well, you know what? He's got Shadow Word Death, so I think he's okay with anything getting dragged out now.
Well, what if you get an Isera being a priest? Isera to 4 is pretty good.
You're right.
And now with double Death Lord. The thing is also that Thijs actually got 2 of his big minions, Alexstrasza and Grommash.
Check out the Thought Steal, by the way. He got Shield Slam and Fiery War Axe. Those are 2 of the most useless cards to him in the grand scheme of things.
Well, Fire War Axe, he can actually use it, but Shield Slam is kind of useless unless he uses another Thought Steal and gets the shield block.
Yeah,
that would be so funny,
Cabal
right?
Shadow Priest on the Armor Smith allows you to get some armor as well.
True. And we know that Amaz is actually able to utilize all those weird cards in the Priest deck. He casted a lot of Thought Steals in his life, so he knows how to use the cards of other classes as well. Do you double execute in here? That would be so funny. Well,
It's so tempting, but the only way you can double execute is actually to utilize another removal spell.
Well, first
but like you said,
once,
if you summon Ysera and you summon like Kael'Thuzad, gosh.
Or Cairn, or even a Sludge Butcher. The problem is that you have those Armor Smiths and Unstable Ghouls in your deck. Goes for the
So
execute.
tempting.
Lucky Draw. Oh my god,
Alright.
this didn't work.
Not so bad for Amaz.
So are you going for the second one? I guess.
Alright, well, it still has very good potential, but he's exhausting all his removal, and this is like the plan that
A Sludge Butcher is pretty cool.
yeah, that the Amaz wanted to kind of like exhaust out all the removal so that way his other minions can be powerful.
Well, it worked, but on the other hand, being Thijs here, you use your removal. That's true, but you remove the board, and you can get insane value out. You can get really. There was a slight chance that he will really get like double Armor Smith or like Armor Smith and a Ghoul. There was a good chance that he will get something solid like the Sludge Butcher, and there was a slight chance that he will get something really amazing. So I feel like his gamble was actually justified.
Yeah, and he also has Circle of Healing combos with Akanai, which, by the way, he wants to bait and set up for the next turn as well with the hero power. So he has these combos, so he can kind of go for the board clear if it doesn't go out in his way anyways.
This is such a smart play, by the way. You play Akanai Soul Priest, and you don't play Circle of Healing. So you're giving an information like, hey, I actually don't have Circle of Healing. I'm sorry, my hand is bad. I had to play this. So instead of, you know, just you kind of like camouflage the fact that you have a second Akanai Soul Priest with the Circle of Healing, waiting for an occasion for your opponent to actually overextend. So being Thijs, what do you read here? Do you think that he is actually having a bad hand and he had to play it with no Circle of Healing? Or do you think like, hey, he's actually up to something?
Most likely up to something. I mean, Amaz is clever enough to realize that if you can't get value, then you're just going to be holding. And the way Amaz plays Priest for a while also has been very patient, right? He's willing to kind of sit on these combos a lot longer than the Priest so that he can get full value. Ooh, Cabal Shadow Priest. That gives him a small window where he can utilize Shield Slam.
Sick.
Let me change your mind.
Well, that's a cool play because you get a lot of value instead of just well, playing Akanai with Circle of Healing wouldn't make any sense in here. So he's playing a strong minion. He's getting one more minion out of it. He's like destroying an Armor Smith and creating an Armor Smith for himself, which is a pretty nice play. And he still has 29 points of health. So instead of just looking at the board and how much damage it can deal, it's all about the current board state and winning it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like a way he can kind of clear if his Sylvana drops it. It seems like all you have to do is Shield Slam and just go for the normal Circle of Healing combo.
I have no time for games.
but you might be a little bit short. Oh, wow, this Armor Smith doing work, taking up 6 damage, giving 2 armor. And Amaz can also now use Shield Slam. He also draws Wild Pyro, which allows him to do some cool combos.
Interesting. This is really interesting. He will be able to play this. But what's the best play being Amaz? He has so many cards and has so many decisions at the same time.
Mm-hmm. So you can Wild Pyro and Shield Slam combination to kill off everything while trading in your Cabal Shadow Priest, and then Fiery War Axe. Or you can go for the less complicated play. Go for this Holy Nova. Makes total sense as well. You don't want to kind of give a creature unnecessarily also to Sylvanas, because if you play the Pyromancer, you risk giving him a good creature.
I think if you wanted to use Shield Slam, you should use it now. There's really a slight option that you will have some more armor. Oh, he's actually going for a heal.
Yeah, but it is also like a 1 mana. You can see it as like a whirlwind with Pyromancer.
True.
Like, Shield Slam won't actually do damage to anything, but it still acts as a 1 damage sweep. So maybe if it acts sort of like a whirlwind mechanism, Pyromancer has an opportunity. Whoa, killed us off the top, and that's going to allow Sylvanas to regenerate after suiciding.
That's a sick play.
Oh my god.
But Amaz has Shadow Word Death, so he will be able to get rid of the Kel'Thuzad at this spot. But still, this Kel'Thuzad is bringing so much value.
Still pretty awesome.
I guess you have to use Shadow Word Death on Kel'Thuzad and then maybe play Lothab. To force the trade.
Yeah, I guess you just gotta deal with this Sylvanas as much as possible. And like the reason why this is such a big deal is because this mid game for the priest is where it's supposed to show most of its strength. Because the late game, Tice scales way better. Just look at some of the best cards yet to come out, the Alexstrasza and Grommash combination. He needs as much an opportunity as possible to get good value, because how is he supposed to kill the warrior? He's supposed to utilize these mid-range minions to peck away at the armor, but Amaz is just playing really defensive. Harrison and Lothab are much weaker than Alexstrasza and Grommash, plus whatever legendary that Tice draws.
That's true. He's also running out of removal. He only has the Okanai Circle of Healing. This Alexstrasza is a tough dragon to kill. Can he even kill it? Now he has a Thought Steal, so maybe he can get something.
Ragnaros. Well, maybe that's probably why he didn't need Ragnaros in his deck, because he's just gonna Thought Steal from other people.
That makes a lot of sense. That's an Amaz play, by the way.
But Amaz is dead next turn because he can't deal with this Alexstrasza. There's 18 points of damage coming in his way.
If he plays Lothab,
he has to shield block in order to survive.
That makes sense as well.
Right. Well,
now he's out of range.
Yeah, but now like Black Knight is still really threatening.
Wait, is that it? No, okay, he's
at 20 damage now.
That's so close though.
But be patient, I feel like. He just showed that he couldn't deal with Alexstrasza, so tossing out Black Knight makes sense. Even if you're afraid of Sludge Belcher, you can kind of push through. The 4/5, which is giving Priest a hard time. Tice is still in an excellent spot.
Yeah, just get him low. Like, Alexstrasza will certainly attack this turn. You can do whatever you want. In case of mind control, you just win.
Amaz needs double circle of healing here. He gets Sylvanas. Can't utilize that right now.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do.
It's a Ragnaros turn, and he needs it. This is Alexstrasza. Actually, regardless of the outcome, the cool Taskmaster on the Grommash will end the game. So it looks like Amaz's game 1 has been cut short, and at least Ragnaros hits a decent target. But this game is over, and Tice takes it game number 1.
It makes a lot of sense. Amaz was able to play Ragnaros, so it worked. But yeah, exceptional play from Tice. And those Death Lords, I don't think they really worked. I'm also not very happy about mulliganing Injured Blade Master.
Yeah, you know, mulliganing Injured Blade Master is one of those cards where if you don't get the cards that synergize with it, like Circle of Healing and, you know, even Northshire Cleric, and it dies to something like Fiery War Axe, Well, it just feels like you don't get anything done whatsoever. Versus Death Lord gives Warrior a hard time unless they have executes. And in this scenario, Tice had both executes for Amaz's Death Lord, so it's just kind of one of those fringe cases where he had the exact cards he needed to remove everything.
In general, it felt like Amaz is too passive. He's just playing not to die, and so he didn't have a window of opportunity to actually like take the pace of the game and get advantage. So like Tice was advantage from the very beginning, and he just kept pummeling Amaz with a lot of minions and like damage to win the game. And right now Amaz is left with his Shaman and Paladin. He picks his Shaman, his trusty Shaman that he was able to win 3 games in a row with it the last match. And it's a pretty nice deck, by the way. It still has Harrison Jones. Amaz is playing Harrison Jones in every deck he plays. Maybe he doesn't have it in the Hunter, but we don't know because the Hunter is always banned. Other than that, Shaman is a pretty nice deck. There is a lot of removal cards, but the thing is, like, is there enough removal to be able to win versus Warrior? And depending on the cards Amaz actually gets, he might be very aggressive from the beginning and try to rush, or he might just relax and try to choke cards, taunt minions up, and just counter cards from Tice with his hexes and other removal cards.
Yeah, you know, the Warrior deck struggled a little bit. Last time we saw it versus Shaman from Amaz, Hype didn't have Brawl. He didn't have a lot of AoE clears. And even if you have Brawl in the deck, sometimes you don't draw to the bottom. So it still gives Warrior traditionally a tough time. But maybe Tice can be able to weather the storm and be able to pull out a 2-0 lead. Let's jump into the game and find out if Tice can continue it, or will Amaz fall down 0-2 and have to rely on his third deck here in order to pull him out.
Alright, so Tice is on a coin, and he has an Armor Smith and an Acolyte of Pain. That's a pretty nice start. He also gets Sylvanas, which might be important. On the other hand, Amaz is thinking about mulliganing Rogue Barrier and Flame Tongue, so he's searching for Haunted Creeper and all the small minions like Harvest Golem as well. He gets the Harvest Golem. There are no 2-drops, but he will be able to tot him up on turn 2, so it's not that bad. Also, turn 4, he gets a Squire. That's
great
a
start.
Pretty nice job.
He only has one Argent Squire in the deck, I believe, so this is probably the best opening he can ask for with Harvest Golem.
If he draws it every time, why do you need 2? 1 is fine.
I guess so, right? Because late game, these Argent Squires do lose potency. I think there's also something to be said for Argent Squire versus Undertaker, especially with the nature of death rattles and how people are favoring Harvest Golem over Unbound Elemental. Just the more I play with Undertaker, the more I'm always constantly surprised by it and how it always ends up soaking up removal that people don't want to use, right? Like Wrath on a 1-mana creature is nothing you want to use, or you know, all these other cards that people end up exposing. So Argent Squire is cool, but I'm often like, man, I just wish that was an Undertaker.
I certainly agree. It's Undertaker is similar to Mana Worm. It's just a card. Like even maybe playing Undertaker, even if you don't have the Death Rattle cards, might be cool in an aggro deck because people will always try to remove it. So it's a good lightning rod to just exhaust your opponent's removal. And here Amaz is a pretty explosive start with even gets the 1/1 totem that's able to deal damage. I mean, maybe Taunt Totem will be better, but he is able to deal some damage, and Tice will have to get rid of this board as soon as possible.
Certainly. One thing that the Argent Squire does excel at, though, compared to the Undertaker, is withstanding things like weapon attacks, and the fact that you can also get repetitive damage with high attack multiple times over, like a Cold Blood, or, well, in this case scenario, it's usually Flame Tongue Totem. Double Armor Smith can also get way out of control for the Warrior, so you kind of want to not let them maximize as much as they possible, especially if things like Sludge Belchers come up. So I do agree that taking out one of them is of utmost importance.
Yeah, that's a good play, and Double Armor Smith is just so annoying to have. Imagine if you wouldn't kill Armor Smith and then Tice would play like an unstable ghoul. What happens then? You just get so much armor. Well, Amaz has double for a spirit, by the way. It's really interesting. He will be able to play those spirits in consecutive turns. And Harrison Jones makes an appearance. The weapon is down, but Tice still, he has a lot of weapons in his deck, so maybe Harrison will get some value here.
You know, now that he has spell power, I mean, he thought about for a second, is it worth playing something else to kind of make sure that this Acolyte of Pain can't draw 2 cards? But I think, you know, the Spirit Wolves are a little bit too hard to pass up because of how much it boosts your board. Not to mention that having 2 is good, but you want to keep 1 for the after brawl and 1 for before brawl to kind of bait it out, and then still have a strong board afterwards.
True, true. It's pretty cool if you actually get the brawl out if you still have a Feral Spirit in your hand, because after the brawl you'll be able to Feral Spirit plus play Totem. So you're kind of back to square one with
yeah, exactly.
all of the minions.
All right, Tyson's going to use this opportunity to attack as much as he can and fill up the board. And you might feel like Execute's a little wasteful against Shaman, but keep in mind that they thrive off these early game minion builds, or minion boards, with a lot of small annoyances. And then when things like Fire Elemental come in, you can't get through it in time. So he's taking it as a high priority to remove it, which is good play.
Yeah, it's all about the board presence and board control. It's not about dealing damage in the beginning. You just need to get rid of everything Shaman plays, and he rolls low on this engine.
Yeah, Amaz needed a high roll here to kind of trade in the Argent Squire, but now he's used Rock Biter.
Not about the board. He decides to save his minion, and he is gladly paying 3 points of health to actually kill this engine. There's still no brawl, mind you.
Still no brawl, but still not a threatening board enough to warrant a brawl at the moment.
I wonder if this is the game where Amaz will be afraid of the Phantom Brawl, or if he's going all yellow mode that actually worked for him in the first match we've seen. By the way, I like how he got the second Rock Biter with the Alak here. This is a nice burst potential for the future that he might need to finish the game.
Yeah, imagine if he had double Rock Biter and didn't need to use it. I mean, I guess you could make a case where this Argent Squire would be dead, so he wouldn't be able to trickle in damage. But still, I think having the double Rock Biter as a utility and versatility, excuse me, is still preferable. Fiery Wax able to kind of get some value, but that might give Amaz an opportunity to draw something with Harrison Jones here.
Yeah, that's a perfect moment for Harrison Jones, because if Amaz wants to play Alakir, that will be next turn. So now he can just draw a card from Harrison, and his board is getting bigger.
Ooh, not the Taunt Totem either. Amaz is a little unhappy with how things have been going his way this turn, or this game, excuse me.
He's kind of sad. Look at Amaz, he's like sad, looking at those totems.
Well, you know, it's when it doesn't go your way, it's a little frustrating just because. Well, okay, let's kind of back up here. Shaman is a class that is dependent a lot on its RNGs like Lightning Storm and totems. Not to mention the usual with card draws. So it's a little frustrating sometimes because the class just doesn't give it to you that way. But you know, you take the good with the bad, because sometimes Shaman gives you the exact totems that you need all the time. Like whenever I play against Shaman and I'm playing like a like a mid-range Druid deck with aggressive, it seems like they always get taunt totems no matter what I do.
By the way, we have an interesting board situation here that Airshock might be so good at the Acolyte of Pain, because Thais is down to 2 cards in his hand, and we are still fighting for board presence and board control. So Amaz obviously doesn't have to play Alakir in here. He can just use Airshock and overextend with even like with playing Feral Spirit. I think it's fine. If you play Hunted Creeper to be able to have something which is anti-brawl. On the other hand, he will have to kill the Unstable Ghoul somehow. Maybe even use the Rock Biter, actually.
Alright, well, he rolls a Taunt Totem.
So Airshock, the Acolyte of Pain. Then,
you want to save... I think Defender of Argus is also a viable play here.
Certainly, Defender of Argus. Then you have two points of mana, so you might actually use Rogue Biter. Or not even. You don't even have to use it. Play Hunted Creeper for sure. Yeah, I like it.
How does Tice kind of respond? Just like you mentioned, the card draw for Warrior are few and far between, because you rely on things like Acolyte to get draws, and they got nothing for you.
Kaltuzad looks like a great card, but not really, because Lothep, there is no way for Lothep to die, and so he won't give him any value.
Well, I mean, it's still a 6/8 minion, like a slightly stronger Bola Fist or whatever, I guess. Maz has some big problems sitting in his way, but he does have ways to remove it.
Really. Can easily clear the board with Alakir, Rockbiter. He can attack into Grommash and kill Grommash with the defender, and then he can actually attack into Lothab as well.
This gives Thijs the opportunity to faceless his Grommash too, though. Then how much are you playing the Lightning Storm?
Not feeling it. That's why I liked Alakir play. But on the other hand, it's mostly playing to win here and using Alakir as a burst card, which is 12 points of damage.
All right, well, Thijs draws into Cairn. I think faceless on the Grommash is a little bit too hard to pass up. It shows that he didn't use Hex or anything to immediately address it. So what makes you think that he can deal with 2 10-8s?
Well, one of those 10-8s will actually go through. The thing is, like, how much damage is there? If you kill both Feral Spirits, then there is 7 points of damage. That's 15. So this looks really dangerous.
Yeah.
If
Are you afraid
Thijs...
of Lightning Storm, though? Like, how much spell power is out? That's 4 to 5 damage each, right? Do you feel like you have to kill off an Azure Drake here?
I think you have to.
Lightning Storm's way too much. You could lose everything. Ah, that's
a good call.
Ooh, Defender of Argus still throwing up walls in the way.
And now he can't play Alakir with Rockbiter, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you can still use Rockbiter to trade, have some minions, set up walls, so it's a little bit difficult.
Can he, like... Problem is he won't be able to play both double Grommash. If he plays Fire Elemental, then he kills one Grommash, and then with Rockbiter he won't be able to kill the second one.
I think he's okay taking a little bit of damage here. Because in the big picture, Shaman still has a very intimidating board. His opponent brawls, it gives up the opportunity for his Grommash, and also this is the burst damage from the warrior deck.
Black Knight is a blank. And Kel'Thuzad is pretty nice because he will get the...
Kel'Thuzad brings him back as a 4/9, right? So then he's going to be at full health again. Oh gosh. That is 3 Grommashes in Thijs' deck this game.
And now you have to deal with both of them at the same time. Kill Kel'Thuzad and then kill Grommash.
Well, you can with Alakir Rockbiter. You can spread out the damage and kill everything.
And with lightning bolts. That
gives you exact ways to kill it for now, right now.
True.
That's his only course of action because Kel'Thuzad obviously is too much of a threat.
Can you ignore Grom and just go for face? I guess no. It's the 3rd Grom.
Yeah, especially because Black Knight's waiting to go, and if he reads into something like Black Knight or easy removal, he's in trouble.
I know Alakir is still alive, which is pretty important.
The threats just never end with his warrior deck. He picks up Alex Straza.
Getting only legendary cards.
Imagine that, if half your deck is legendaries, eventually you'll draw them.
Oh, a Doomhammer is pretty interesting, and he has exactly the mana to play it and play Defender of Argus.
Guide me. Elements guide me.
Man.
He's taking so much damage to deal with it.
But he's taking every threat seriously. Plus, Alex Strauss is in the deck anyways, which most likely will be going to the face. So Amaz realizing there's no point trying to keep your health that high. But he's out of cards, and Shaman is really difficult to bounce back from this position.
Kill Slam is a nice card as well. He will be able to kill something if he wants to. And now Amaz really needs to top deck a Hex. And a back-to-back Hex, because then Kern is coming.
Or Taunt Totems.
Spectral Knight is not a card. Yeah. And he doesn't get a Taunt Totem.
Well,
looks bad for Amaz.
He's also out of Rockbiter, so it's not like Doomhammer can burst him through the game. But at the same time, Thijs he's kind of getting out-counted by the minions. Still going to be a couple turns before you can finally get that advantage. And
It's
then
a brawl.
brawl. Okay.
Well, you don't want to brawl right now, and I feel like you can actually go for face. The advantage is just too big. Air shock.
Shock. He needs taunt totem here.
Notes on totem is.
Oh, man.
Doesn't get it.
Is there a way for him to
Well,
squeeze out of here now?
Well, he can kill Alexstrasza, so it's fine. But then Kern will just attack face. Is still alive, that's for sure. He's not dead yet. And it's a shaman deck. So
well, any way for Tice to get any damage from weapons will end the game. Fire War Axe or Deathspite or Ragnaros.
I guess he killed the 1-1.
Sounds good to me.
Kill the 1-1, take 50-50. Oh, he's going for his full damage. Sure.
Doesn't matter. Oh man, Ragnaros again teasing everybody constantly.
He's faceless. Oh, it's not a faceless.
Still need a taunt totem.
And he doesn't get it again.
Yeah, Amaz has not been getting these RNG with rolls on his hero power. And now, once again, Tice in a position just to end the game.
Do you think he actually got an argument with Ragnaros? Ragnaros was like...
There was probably a misunderstanding. Top deck Deathspite, this game is over.
That's it.
Tice is going to start out to a 2-0 lead to this series. And Amaz is going to have to fight back in 3-0 with another deck.
Wait, what's up? What's happening? Okay. I felt like he's going to attack into the totem and getting a 50-50 again.
Nah, he's too good for that. I could go for the maximum BM then, just allow Ragnaros to finish the game.
Sick. Nice game.
Alright, well, Paladin it is for Amaz. Paladin against Warrior is pretty decent, but how is Paladin versus everything of what Tice has?
Well, there's not much to say. The Paladin is a pretty standard build that Amaz was playing a lot. A lot of staple cards, good mid game, good end game. I think like instead of really discussing it in detail, we can actually jump into the game and see how the hands draw and how the players play.
Yeah, all right. So let's go into game 3 here, and Amaz needs to win here, or else, well, his record gets tarnished, and Tice is back in the running for even first place in the group because he can win decisively 3-0.
Aggressive mulligan from Amaz. He still gets a coin. Gets all the legendary cards. I mean, not all of them, but he gets Sylvanas and Black Knight, which is pretty cool.
I feel like Paladin is still decent against Tice's decks. You know, the Paladin is one of the king of controls because of equality and the ability to kind of sweep the board no matter how big it is. So things like Warrior can't keep up with its hero power. Druid sometimes has a hard time establishing a big board against Paladin as well. And then the handlock can easily get their giants destroyed by a lot of the tools that Paladin has to, you know, Peacekeeper and Humility and Equality and all these kinds of combos. So I feel like Amaz still has a good chance to 3-2 reverse sweep here like he did in the first series.
I certainly agree, and we've seen Paladin 3-0 before in Hands of Reals. So this is definitely a deck that's also pretty stable, and if you make good decisions, if you know your matchups, you should be able to win with a clean sweep. But it's tough. You're facing Tyson, one of the ladder beasts from Europe and a King of the Hill master who is really studying his opponents, and he knows those matchups as well. So how is he actually going to play against it? He has Fireworks and a Slam, which is pretty good. He is able to remove that Senjin and draw a card from his Acolyte. And the control matchups are mostly about the card draw. Like, you want to get as many cards as possible to be able to overwhelm your opponent with your own removal and your own minions. If you're not drawing cards and you just run out of steam, you're dead, because they will always have answers for whatever you play.
Yep, precisely. And I think this is also a good demonstration of why the next few turns, going first past the coin is also a big deal, because of the way you can kind of set up the threat first of Sludge Belchers and Black Knights, and your opponent's always responding to what you have. And then Warrior has this ability to kind of sneak in early, easy removals if he has Execute while still playing threats. And then Paladin has to kind of respond to it. But the card that we always kind of circle back to is something like Equality. No matter how intimidating a board can kind of be built up by the Warrior, there's always Equality and tokens to kind of ruin the day.
Yeah, and Equality with Wildfire Monster is such a good board clear. So yeah, being Tyson here, you have a lot of options. You can still play Sludge Vulture. You can play the Black Knight. I mean, the Black Knight is just too good. There is no point in keeping Black Knight. If you're sure that Sunwalker is coming next turn, maybe. But you just get immediate value. And your board is pretty good. You kill the token with a Sludge Vulture. So whatever happens, you have 2 strong minions, almost full health, good board, and your opponents will have to play something to get rid of your board and stabilize. Well, there is a Black Knight, but still, it's an even trade. Those poor Sludge Vultures just being slaughtered.
Well, it's an even trade, but even though they play the same cards, Tice has a pretty noticeable advantage that he's able to kill off this minion while being able to play something on the board and continue to build it. And this is, again, where going first and getting that extra mana is pretty important.
You think he will follow up with Acolyte of Pain? I feel like it's yeah, it's certainly a good card. He's able to get rid of it and get some damage in. Yes, he's draw card.
Yeah, this is where something like Kodo you're a little afraid of, but still have some ways to draw, even if Acolyte just dies to a Kodo.
Funny how Harrison Jones is not a good card right now. It's like you play it, but they draw a card.
Yeah, he draws a card. Destroy your opponent's weapon, deal damage to every creature, and you and your opponent draw a card.
Yeah. He will be easily killed. And there is a dude! Shout out to Crip.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at this stage, he recognizes Warrior will draw a lot of cards anyway. Tyson's also counting to make sure he doesn't overdraw. But if he's going to be playing a card or two, like Karen and Armor Smith, I don't see why there would be. Also, if he's going to play Armor Smith, he should have played it before he played his... I guess if you wanted to go draw with the Acolyte. But it seems like he's going to armor up instead. Don't overextend into the board. Play really safe.
I think Thais really has an advantage because of 2 reasons. One is, as you said, he is going first, so he's playing his threats first. And the other one is he got a lot of good value from those Acolytes of Pain, drawing, what, like 5 cards out of them in total?
At least, it feels like. And he's able to kind of fish through his deck a lot quicker and get to these legendary threats.
And right now, the Sylvanas will work and will take Bane.
Yep. And Tice is okay with that because he's got plenty of other ways to kind of continue to back it up. He can remove it and still play his own threat like a Sludge Belcher.
What do you think about the Defralo change, by the way? That now Sylvanas is taking Bane.
Oh, it makes so much sense now. Before, it just didn't make sense. Like, why would that... It's just an exception. Like, oh, well, Death Rattles kind of trigger, except... when Sylvanas is like in play and doesn't steal minions. I just like that it's more consistent now, so people can figure out things instead of just memorizing random rules.
Certainly it will be still helpful to actually get a rule book.
I think so too. Makes sense.
So here, Sunwalker, a pretty nice card. There's no Black Knight, so right now both players can play their cards without fear. Kel'Thuzad.
Kel'Thuzad to get 2 Sludge Belchers.
Can you easily remove the Sunwalker?
No, it doesn't look like an easy removal. But Kel'Thuzad kind of forces out Equality out of your opponents.
Kel'Thuzad and... Yeah, because like if you don't think about Equality, Kel'Thuzad and Armor Smith is such a tasty play. You have a lot of options to just win from here. But if there is an Equality... Pyromancer or Equality Consecration, then you just lose the board and lose all the advantage. And you still, if there is like Equality Consecration, you don't only lose your board, your opponent's board actually stays there.
Yeah, but I think Kel'Thuzad is like, you don't expect him to live. He's just like one of those situations where if he lives, you actually win the game. It feels very similar to cards like Ragnaros, for example. So you're tossing him out You're getting immediate value, more creatures, and you know, some armor too with Armor Smith. This is gonna prompt Amaz certainly to use something like Equality here. You need to deal with that Kel'Thuzad as fast as you can.
Well, he has to. He has to kill Kel'Thuzad this turn. There is no way, and he needs to prioritize killing Kel'Thuzad. He can't just clear the board without killing Kel'Thuzad because everything will return. And Kel'Thuzad has such a nice design as a card. A 6/8, being like, you know, before I would think like Naxxramas won't be able to bring any good big cards because we had problems with those cards like Ragnaros. There were just too many. And now Kel'Thuzad is another 8 drop or like a high drop that's actually viable, and it's a cool card with a cool design that works in this meta game.
I think so. But now Amaz is going to be removing it. I think if he wants to go for Equality Consecration, you Equality first, attack into the Sludge Belcher, and then do it. But it seems like instead he's going to try and be as resourceful as possible. Wait, if he goes for Equality Consecration...
Equality Consecration makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pyromancer
Pyro Equality. Okay. So he's going to save Consecration first.
A slight reaction from Thais. Did expect it, but it's still painful.
I guess it makes sense, granted that Pyromancer is a little bit less flexible than Consecration is. Considering that the 1 damage often does help Warrior with Armor Smiths and Acolytes and stuff.
Yeah, I think I will also use Consecration in that spot, but still, I think it's like with those card combos, Equality Consecration or Equality Pyromancer. Those are 2-card combos where Warrior is just playing 1 card at a time as a removal. Like you play 1 Brawl and you get immediate card advantage because you destroy 2 to 3 cards from your opponent. And with Equality Pyromancer, use 2 cards, destroy 2 or 3 cards. So the advantage you get is not that big. What I mean is like if this game continues like this, Paladin will at some point just run out of answers, and Warrior playing thread after thread. Like even if Thais runs out of cards, he has so many legendary cards that he would just continue drawing into them and playing them on the board.
Yeah, yes and no, because at the same time, Paladin always has that reset button. The first Equality has been used, but you've also got ways to stall out the game, like Peacekeepers and Humility and even Kodo. So I don't know if necessarily Amaz... I think it really does depend on how the cards line up for the last few parts of the game. Amaz has ways to kind of deal with these mid-range threats for a good amount of time with True Silver Champion. And it seems like there's really nothing Thais can do to just present a threat other than Ragnaros. I guess Sylvanas could, but then you don't want to play on an empty board either.
Well, he still has a weapon. So he can actually play Ragnaros.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh, and Alexstrasza comes.
Alexstrasza is not bad. Yeah, Alexstrasza is a cool card. He can attack into a 4/3, kill the 1/1, and then play one of his bigger threats. And Alexstrasza seems like a card.
Yeah, Amaz definitely needs to draw into his Peacekeepers or something in here now. It'll be a high priority for him because he can even drop Peacekeeper and Guardian of Kings.
That's why Spellbreaker, by the way, is a really tricky card. With 3 health only, it's dying to almost everything.
Yeah, that's why I saw some people, like, at first, try to combine these weaker 4-drops that have a low amount of health with, like, Dark Cultists when Priest first came out. Like, we saw, like a Cult Master or Spellbreaker, like, cards that have low health, but they have kind of cool impacts, and then Dark Cultist trades in, and then those creatures become 4/5s and 4/6s.
This is interesting.
But alas, it's too optimistic.
He has double Cruel Taskmaster. He can get Alexstrasza back to 5 attack if he wants to. Not enough to kill the 5/6. Maybe it's the Ragnaros turn. Attack into 1/1 and play Ragnaros.
Yeah, I think Ragnaros is a way for you to really seize the board, force out Equality number 2, and then whatever comes out afterwards is needs to be dealt with pretty honestly by the Paladin. What I don't like about Sylvanas is that you have no opportunity to really steal a minion. He can just pretty much go for trades in. Okay, a big moment once again. If Ragnaros hits the Garden of Kings, it'll be very important. Tice misses.
Thijs is fine as well. Because Thijs has a lot of health. He has 32 health total. So even with Equality Consecration, he will still like get 3 points of armor. And that Guardian is not that good.
That's true. Cruel Taskmaster allows him to deal with it pretty easily.
So Cruel Taskmaster and then Sylvanas with empty board is pretty nice. And Paladin should be able to struggle with Sylvanas. The best way to remove Sylvanas is with a True Silver. But right now he only has 2 cards in hand. This is what we talked about, and he has 14 points of health.
Yeah, lay on hands would be kind of what Maz needs at this point. You're right up his alley.
I have no time for games.
Right now it looks pretty good for Thijs.
Alright, Peacekeeper comes though, so they
Not a
can
bad
give him some
card.
ability to stall, so that Sylvanas can't really proc immediately. Give him some time to figure out an answer.
This is
Maybe
a
even
moment
steal
where,
some 1/1s.
you really think about you can execute your own Sylvanas.
Ha! Nah, but you can faceless it.
You can also Cruel Taskmaster it and
Oh, that's
steal
true.
the free. Like Cruel Taskmaster, then maybe Faceless, attack into a 3/3. Then your board is kind of good.
Then
It's
you know
tricky.
but then you lose your Cruel Taskmaster to proc Grommash, right? And there's a rage.
True.
So I think you want to save Cruel Task. As much as it's tempting to kind of go for immediate board, I think you have to still play to your win conditions. Tess only has 5 cards left, but I'm sure that there's some of the best cards. Does he play your Sarah, or is that hyped?
Just give me a second, I can quickly check it.
Because he's got only a few cards left, but I feel like the density of his draws are very high. He's got both executes. I think he used both shield slams.
Yes, Kern still.
Okay. So he's got great threats here still for against the Maz.
Doesn't have Viscera, unfortunately, so mostly Kern. Kern is pretty nice. Also, using Faceless is kind of risky. If there is Tyrion. Well, if there is a Tyrion, you can probably try to steal it. And he has his Grommash as well. He hasn't used his Grommash, right?
Ah. Amaz is gonna use consecration here and just try to hero power as often as you can. I like the idea of utilizing your hero power as much as possible for the same reason as using totems to kind of annoy the warrior. So it's what he needs to do. Brawl off the top is not exactly helpful,
Let
and
none
if
survive.
Amaz deals with Karin very effectively, because he still has things like Tyrion and Lay on hands, Tice might just run out of ways to kill him if he doesn't get something like Grommash to end the game.
Well, he's thinking about attacking into face because he will then get into a Grommash range next turn. Like if Sylvanas lives and Amaz doesn't heal, and there is a Grommash top deck, then Tice just wins the game right there.
That is true. It's 1 out of 3 chances, is it now? So there's a 33% chance Tice can just win the game next turn.
So this is funny. Attacking into Sylvanas now.
Let me.
Yeah, not to mention that you know, the fact that Sylvanas might steal some damage here. Yeah, it takes the 1/1. I think Amaz could have also hero powered preemptively here.
Grommash
So
top
that
deck.
way there's a I think he should have hero power so that we could have preemptively given him a 1/1 higher
Grommash top
chance
deck
there.
ends the game. Oh, so disappointing. What do you think about?
That's-
Do you
that's-
Do you even brawl?
If you brawl, you would execute first, wouldn't you? I don't know. I think brawl is still like your last option of removal too.
Yeah, I don't like brawl as well. It's kind
Yeah.
of weird. And I don't want to use this master here, so I guess yeah, attack face play, Senjin and armor up, and it should be good. But you can, yeah, you want to attack face to get him in range. You don't care that much about the 3/1s and a 1/1.
Yeah, you're at
You're-
32 health.
But this is tricky because you're making an educated guess in here. You have to weigh your chances. Like, what are the chances of getting Grommash as the next card? And what are the chances that Amaz will actually not play anything that will heal him or be a Tyrion?
Yeah, Sunwalker even. Like taunts that are really annoying that you can't just execute and play Grommash and enrage him.
Oh,
Tyrion
yes,
off the
Tyrion.
top for Amaz. That is a game changer. This
Sick.
late into the game, and that's a snap call. Very easy to make.
Well, there is still this brawl that will be pretty useful.
Yeah, but if Tyrion survives the brawl,
What do you think? Is he going to draw Grommash right now? Just brawl him?
I think Grommash is very likely. Shield block is not it though. He might shield block just to draw through.
You might shield block to get like a small minion. And then stable
Wow.
goal if it's still there. There are two
This
cards,
50-50 totally stinks, by the way. You kill off Tyrion, he gets a 5/3 weapon. You kill off Tyrion survives. You also have the worst outcome because Bane ends up coming out, so you kind of heal
Yeah.
Cairn in a way.
The worst possible scenario. Well, you can execute
That's true. Execute
Cairn
brawl.
and then brawl.
Huh?
Oh, not
Well,
bad.
Grommash is the last card in Tice's deck.
Well, Amaz is still in range.
This brawl is so key.
All upon us.
If Tyrion survives, then I don't know if Tice can actually break him reliably. He has to
Yeah,
use
if-
something like a Cruel Taskmaster and Shield Slam.
If Tyrion dies, Tice is in such a good shape because he will just shield slam the Bane token. And right now,
Oh,
Tyrion
Tyrion
survives.
survives! That is bad news for
Poor
a player from
Tice.
Holland. Oh man, that is so bad for him. And a second taunt giver. Or sorry, not the taunt giver, but a taunter. And now the pain will start continuing. Paladin has finally outlasted Warrior.
I have to give it to Amaz. The patience. He was really patient and knew what to do. And right now,
Oh.
what are you even going to do? The Troll Grommash, last card.
Grommash can't wait any longer, but you know what? I think he might not have enough time. Okay, let's see how Tice can do this. He can shield slam and kind of remove Tyrion.
There are two taunts. There is no way to push through with the 4 cards he has.
And even if he plays Grommash to kind of use his removal, Amaz has Peacekeeper.
Yeah.
He
Well,
has to
even
use
with-
Cruel Task and Shield Slam here, but he has to play Grommash as well. He can't do everything. It's a really passive turn. Not to mention, that Amaz also gets a 5/3 weapon, so that way he can start removing as well.
That's pretty useful.
Yep. Not bad. 15 damage comes in the hand. Lay on hands. Oh, Holy Light. I mean,
This is
it's
it.
not as good as Lay on Hands, but in this case, Lay on Hands fatigues you a little bit more. Holy Light's just as good.
Well, being Tice, if you're staring at the at the 4 attack Grommash, you have no way to actually activate. That Holy Light is game over.
Yep. Because now Grommash, no matter what, will be dealt with. Warrior will be officially out of damage. The only hope that he has is if Grommash can do damage back to the Ashbringer, or he doesn't have enough damage to kill at the moment. But Peacekeeper and Kodo, Amaz has officially taken all the threats out of this Control Warrior deck, and this is kind of why the Control Paladin is the king of the
There
late
is still
game.
one execute. There is still one execute. Maybe
Just has to execute the face.
execute face. That's the option.
I mean, at this stage, you just execute your own face and just concede. A few cards left, and I don't
Fatigue
think he
War.
can outlast Amaz in the Fatigue War. He's already taken 2 damage. And it looks like Amaz will be able to climb back and win 1 game, sending it to game 4.
That was a sick game. Tice
Yeah,
got
pretty intense.
unlucky in the end, but Amaz played it really well with the removal cards, and he's really patient with all the cards he has.
When it's this late into the game, it's not really top decking Tyrion, it's bottom decking. If you counted for Amaz. Amaz would have loved Tyrion a lot earlier to kind of disrupt the plans, but he just barely survived and held off, and Tice can't close the series. he will have to go to his one of his other decks, whether it's his Handlock or his Druid.
And now the situation is actually swapped because Thais was on a roll. He was winning the games. Amaz was the loser. And right now, that loss was so painful for Thais. He was so close. He wanted this game to end for him to win the match so that he can just release all the tension. And now he just has to keep on playing. And he just got a really painful loss, and kind of like an RNG loss from his perspective. And Amaz is back in the driver's seat. He's a winner now. And he knows this Paladin deck. He can just try to ride this Paladin for the next win. And he will be playing versus Thais Druid, which is the ramp control Druid. And this is the matchup I really hope to see. It will be pretty interesting to see all those big minions. It's a legendary card fight. Cairn on Cairn and Sylvanas, all the faceless manipulators. So I'm really hyped to see how it will turn out. And there is a Kel'Thuzad again. One of my new favorite cards, by the way.
Yeah, it's about time. It took me a little bit of time to convince Admirable that Kel'Thuzad is a beast, but I think he's finally converted as well. I like Ramp Druid just because of how fun it is to play, but in terms of how it matches up against Paladin, I feel like it's just like a smaller version of their Control Warrior in a sense. Control Warrior can kind of outscale it late game with a lot bigger threats. Although one thing that Thais does have is one copy of the combo, so maybe he can actually use that as an opportunity to finish the game if Paladin's just playing Keep Away and then he's too low of a health. Also, Innervate allows Druid to be playing a little unfair sometimes. You can put out a big threat early on and then just completely take over the game, like take Terraform Care or something like that.
One of the most unfair cards is Ancient of Lore, I think. Because if you're going into a top decking game, then Druid usually plays Ancient of Lore, and it's not only a big threat, but also he refills his hand.
Also true. It's going to be really important for Paladin to get ahead of Druid in the hero power war. So let's see if Amaz can kind of stabilize once again in game 4, or will Thais close it out and get a much needed win to stay relevant in this group. Harrison Jones, by the way, is still been kind of like a hit or miss. It seems like everybody's kind of recognizing the power of Harrison Jones and adapting to it. And there's not many moments that we've seen from Amaz's point of view that Harrison Jones has been a big MVP, compared to something like 6/3 where it was non-stop Harrison Jones the entire series.
What do you think about double Innervate in coin? It looks pretty sick. If he gets a 4-drop. He didn't get a Wild Growth though, like Thais didn't get a Wild Growth, which is pretty important. Wild Growth is so important in this matchup. And Amaz actually has a pretty good hand with the curve, with Tyrion.
Yeah, he has an opportunity to play turn 2 Ancient of Lore.
Do you do it?
But then your turn 3 seems pretty weak. I feel like you can save coin.
Oh, it still is your cards.
All right, go for
Going
it.
for it. Okay, this is a sick play. Because being Paladin.
But then if he like peacekeepers you, because he most likely has it, then what did you accomplish? You're still doing nothing for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, personally, I didn't like this play, and Strifecrow would say that it was a bad play as well. Because Innervate is really helpful to just fix your curve, being a Druid. Well, Druid is a really honest deck. You just play the cards on curve mostly.
It's an honest deck, and it just played Ancient of Lore on turn 2.
Okay, that was kind of like a cheat, but other than that, you have mostly cards for the mana cost. It's like turn 4 you play Yeti, turn 5 you play Druid and stuff. And Innervate, if you get a bad hand, is able to help you with your curve. And now he doesn't have the Innervate, so he's turn 4 will be pretty clunky, and turn 5, well, on turn 5 he starts being in the game again, but this Ancient of Lore was kind of weird. And we know that there are no Innervates now in his deck, so no more shenanigans.
And he's also passing turns 4. Like, this is a little bit unfortunate for Thais, as he's not able to smooth out the curve like you said. Let's say if he held his turn 2, turn 3 he could still do the same thing. And then turn 4, if he had a 5-drop, which he did pick it up, he could have coined it out, and then would have been able to use Faceless or whatever he picks up to kind of continue to press advantage. He drops BGH, which makes sense. There's not many targets that have above 7 or above 6 attack, rather. In fact,
Well,
I
he's
can't think of one.
seen mostly all of the cards from Paladin. He knows that Paladin, this version is definitely not the giant version. So VGH is a card that was able to deal 2 points of damage. So it's something instead of just hero powering on turn 4. That wasn't a bad card to play.
Where shall I start?
All right, makes sense to me. Amaz doesn't have Black Knight, but he has Sylvanas, and he has Cairn. 2 very powerful cards that have seen a lot more play in the recent meta, which was cool. Because a couple of months ago when Miracle and Token Druid were ruling it, people said Cairn and Sylvanas were too slow to play, but because Death Rattles have been introduced in the meta, they're great cards again.
I feel like Sludge Belcher is the culprit here. Like, Sludge Belcher is the card that really makes the meta game slow, because drop it on turn 4 with the coin, or turn 5. And this guy, and also Unstable Ghoul, is like, when you're playing aggro, there are so many taunts you have to face. So with the Sludge Belcher being almost in every deck right now,
None.
you can play cards like Sylvanas and Kern. They fit the curve perfectly after the Sludge Belcher. There is a Black
totally
Knight.
agree with that.
Let none survive.
All right, well, Sylvanas starting to do work. And now it's basically Sylvanas is a board clear in a sense, because now Tice feels like he has to kind of suicide it, unless he draws Keeper of the Grove. Nope.
Well, so he will have to attack with a 4/5 into the 5/1, and then he can play Ancient of War, or he can copy Karen if he wants to.
What to do?
That's also a viable option.
You know your opponent kind of runs one Spellbreaker, so you're a little bit mindful of that. And also, you know your opponent runs Black Knight, so I would feel a little uncomfortable just dropping Ancient of War. I feel like something more neutral is Faceless on the Cairn, so that way you're not getting blown out. Sylvanas also makes sense too, considering that you can take Bane if your opponent gets a little too frisky.
I have no
But this is
time.
where Amaz is allowed to kind of use the silence.
And this is a great target for the silence. You can even play Aldor Peacekeeper, like silence Aldor and push with damage, and then you have a full board. And the thing about Druid is that there's not much AoE removal. Like, there is a swipe, but swipe is kind of like single target. There's nothing like equality or brawl. So if you build a really big board, it will be super hard for Druid to actually remove it.
Yeah, no one's playing Poison Seeds, so it's really hard and difficult to go for mass removal for Druid, that's for sure.
Well, but even with Poison Seeds, if you I always feel when I'm playing versus Druid, I can overextend. If I have an opportunity, I can overextend, because even if there is Poison Seeds,
What to do?
I will get so many two tokens that it still doesn't matter. And you're playing the Feral minions, so if you have, for example, like 5 minions on the board, they do Poison Seeds, and you get 5 2/2 tokens and a Kern and a Bane token, it's like, hey, my board is so great. What's up? Just continue pushing here, being a mouse. Just continue building the board, removing what your opponent is playing, and overextending as well. I think like Tyrion next turn is also a valid play with humility into something.
Yep, Tice is going to try to recover the board a little bit with his own Cairn off the Faceless Manipulator. But I think, Maz can continue to build it just like you mentioned and make it really difficult. Tyrion is also a huge heavy lifter, because you realize that your opponent probably want to silence something like Cairn as well. Unless you're afraid of Black Knight, but even then you're still getting the 5-attack weapon.
Tice, by the way, recognizes problem here with too many minions, so he's using that Savage Roar to be able to clear a bit, like getting rid of the Kern, facing Bane. So right now, being Amaz, you can just drop Tyrion, YOLO, and Humility Kern, and go for phase with everything.
I like it. Yeah, there's 11 damage. You're going to be putting him at 10. You're representing lethal with what he has. And if he doesn't have, even if he Black Knights you, you still have 15 damage in a weapon He has to have. You can't even Black Knight and Harrison Jones in the same turn.
Thijs is angry, by the way. Have you seen that? He slammed the table.
He is not happy. Salty NL.
He was so close to winning, and this game is lost to him. And then we'll go to match point, and maybe his last deck is actually not good versus his Paladin.
Yeah, you know, Kill the Zod would love to come on a board like this if he had full health or anywhere close to it, because then he can get all of these things back. But it's introducing a big problem of, well, what do I do to survive?
Well, what options do you have?
Well, Lotheb and Sludge Belcher or Ancient of War. It's one or the other. Otherwise, he's just going to die to the straight-up damage that's being presented here.
Sludge Belcher and Swipe doesn't actually work.
The eyes of the earth are upon us.
Sludge Belcher, I want to say, also doesn't matter because of the double consecrations. Oh,
Yeah,
just
obviously,
kidding. The
but-
Lotheb actually denies that play. Ah, he's going to go for Swipe instead.
Well, he didn't have mana for Lotheb. He had mana
Oh, he's
only
at
for
9
one of
mana,
them.
you're right. I was miscounting.
Well, this is it. This is
Yep, that
exact-
should be 10 if
exactly
you just
so.
push through the Black Knight. Absolutely. Amaz is going to tie up the series once again, the comeback king. Amaz is able to tie it up and send it into overtime and see who's going to be able to advance. You know, if Amaz wins this, he's going to be firmly favored to be in first place in the group unless Hype is able to sweep the series against Hybara.
This is experience talking, by the way, for Amaz. He played in so many tournaments. He had so many comebacks. A lot of players, when they are 0-2 in a best of 5 series, they play much worse the next match and the next game because they feel like, hey, I lost this. I'm 0-2. I'm like eliminated. I lose one more and I'm out. So instead of just grabbing the chance to win, they you know, just play cards fast. They don't think about stuff. They make rush decisions. And Amaz, he lost 2 games and he's doing his best. Like, he's not making any mistakes. He's playing the A game and I love it. And he's really doing well with this Paladin. And right now he got himself to a match point, which is even more important because Thijs is facing elimination and Amaz is just on a roll with 2 straight wins. So what is Thijs left with? It's a handlock. What do you think about this matchup?
It's hard for handlock sometimes because of how many answers that Paladin has to the Giants. Even Twilight Drakes. Even the fact that Spellbreaker kind of exists, and you can Spellbreaker as Twilight Drake and then use a token to trade in. So it seems like you've got lots of answers from the Peacekeeper Humility and the Equalities.
Yeah, so right now Amaz has an advantage in this particular matchup. So maybe let's jump into the game and see how the mulligan will unfold for both players.
Sounds good to me. The winner, like if Amaz wins this again, most likely going to be advancing first place in this group, or at least guaranteeing top 2. Thijs would be out unless his opponents also falter and get similar records. Opening hand for Amaz.
It's okay.
I think he wants
like
to kind of hold on to. You want to hold on to Harrison Jones?
Harrison Jones, do you really need it? Like, you're playing versus handlock, so you can mulligan it.
No way.
Senjin and Sludge Belcher are pretty cool. Depends, like, what do you really want to have? What? Is he mulliganing everything? What is he searching for? Is he searching for equality, maybe? To be able to remove, like, Aldor Peacekeeper? Oh,
Yep.
yeah, definitely. Those are the cards you need.
Peacekeeper, even Spellbreaker would be nice, really, so that way you can answer a quick Twilight Drake.
Yeah, and the Mountain Giants as well. You need the answers for those cards. And being Thijs and L, you didn't get Mountain Giant, you didn't get a Twilight Drake. You will be live tapping, but still, it's nice to have gets Twilight Drake, which is cool for him.
That's one way to kind of start imposing. He needs to have these threats lined up, and he is going first, which is nice for the handlock, so that way you can play your threats early.
I actually like going second as a handlock. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I like playing the Farseer on turn 3 and then being able to play Mountain Giant on 4. And well, it's because I'm mostly getting Mountain Giant, but and I still have a coin for turn 5 to play like a Sam Walker or Sylvanas on turn 5 with a coin.
Alright, well, to each his own.
But I totally understand going first as well. Like, a lot of players actually prefer going first with handlock. And it looks nice for
Uh,
Amaz.
it looks nice, but I'm just looking at the hand quality of Tice, and it seems like he's got a lot of good tools to kind of continue to combat. As much as it stinks to have your Twilight Drake Peacekeeper, it's still going to be able to clean up the hero power, so you don't have to worry about it swarming you. And you still got things like Shadow Flame to kind of boot the board in case it gets too messy.
I just love the addition of Sludge Belcher to Handlock. It fits the curve so well. Like before I was running Sunwalker with Coin so that it fits the turn 5. But right now Sludge Belcher is just such a perfect card on curve and just stalling, giving you more time to draw cards and preventing life loss because it's just 2 taunts, so they will have to destroy them at some point. And it's just stalling the game. But on the other hand, with a control v-control matchup, how does it unfold? Is what are you going to do here?
You know, it's kind of hard to... You're kind of evaluating, by the way, what taunts he has. Is there a better target to Black Knight? You know, usually
Tyrion.
Black Knighting the 3/5 is great, but at the same time, Sludge Belcher has more than just that 5 health. Whatever the attack absorbs by the little sludge also continues to kind of compound it. So if you save something Black Knight for like Sunwalker, which you haven't seen, get better value, but I think the 4 or 5 body is hard to replace at the moment.
Yeah, Black Knight is just too good. When you can play it, just play it. Especially because, well, the 3/5 might not look that good, but still, you just denied 5 points of mana from your opponent. You just destroyed 5 points of mana he played, and you still get the 4/5. It's just too good to ignore, and there's no point in waiting with keeping Black Knight for something like Tyrion or... well, Sunwalker is not being played. Well, there is actually a Sunwalker, but still, I would not expect Sunwalker just after Sludge Belcher. Okay, and here he has the combo, by the way. He has Leroy, he has Power Overwhelming. I'm
Wow.
obviously he won't be playing this the combo this turn, but the combo is there and it's dangerous. It's actually 24 points of damage. So if he's able, oh my god, this is now
he's got
28
points of damage. Kind of crazy.
This is really crazy because right now he kind of has lethal if he stalls the game 3 more turns and gets rid of like all the taunt cards that Amaz is going to play.
I like how slow Tice is also thinking about everything, making sure to take his time and mull over the possibilities. I think he's also kind of wondering if maybe he should have taken out the Black Knight, the Aldor Peacekeeper with the Black Knight and kill off the token, so that way it's a little bit of a harder trade with True Silver Champion.
I want to see
But
that Leroy
either
combo, by the
way,
way.
I think either way everything is dying on the board. Black Knight's not surviving.
Even has the Shadow Flame. I think he will be forced to use a Shadow Flame and Power Overwhelming. Right now it seems like... Oh, Farseer. Farseer is pretty nice. You can Shadow Flame the 4/5 here. Or maybe just even... Siphon Soul the 3/5. There are so many options.
Siphon Souling is pretty short-sighted, because you still don't even have the combo next turn. If he plays a big taunt, you're still back at square one. Sun
like
Fury
the-
kind of improves it.
Playing a Giant is also good.
Yeah.
But then you can't Soul Fire. The other play would be to just Shadow Flame the 4/5 and finish Senjin with an attack. But on the other hand, if the Giant stays, you should be able to clear the board next turn to set up yourself for a kill on turn 10.
Again, the problem of like you don't want to use these cards unnecessarily. Plus, what kind of information does it sell? It's like, oh, I'm gonna Shadow Flame your Senjin. It's like, well, you're spending a lot of removal, so clearly you probably have a way to kill me the next couple turns.
Yeah. Also, what Tice really wants to do is he wants to deal at least 1 more damage so that he has a certain kill with 24 points of damage instead of just having a possibility of discarding second Soulfire with the first Soulfire and then losing.
That's right. Now Siphon Soul really might come into play here and actually be really difficult for Amaz to deal with because now there's a Giant and there's Siphon Soul, so he has to clear the board. and he has to kind of heal up, which I feel like he can't accomplish everything. He can taunt up though. He has enough for equality, consecration, and I think coin Senjin. That's gonna be his best move because I feel like Tice is gonna set up an opportunity to siphon soul and then put his opponent at 24 health.
It's an option for Tice. He can also use Power Overwhelming and do we even use Power Overwhelming
Nah,
here?
I feel
I'm
like
still thinking of Shadow
you
Flame.
set up for the win the next turn.
Yeah, just a good.
I
So Siphon
think
Soul into a 4-5, then attack into a 3-5 with the Molten Giant. Attack for 1
Push.
and play Farseer to heal yourself.
yeah,
Because
Farseer and heal up the giant, or you can even put Sun Fury Protector if you don't want to overextend, or Farseer on yourself if you feel like there's burst potential. Okay. Well, Defender of Argus implies he's going to keep Siphon Solar because he won't have the mana to do it.
well, you know, he might not be thinking about the combo, by the way. Oh, this is nice as well. Yeah, Shadow Flame was pretty cool.
There you go.
Now it's like 17.
Also a really
so-
good play too because it's going to bait out the same thing of quality and consecration. But now you have double Soulfire as a way to remove. And Tice can win this game right here if this double Soulfire is able to kind of get through this Senjin. Is he willing to risk it? Ooh, it's a little
Hellfire.
bit of a gamble, Nimsh. Oh wait, Hellfire.
So are you going to take a gamble? I think you actually can, because how much damage are you going to deal? This is 20. So
Yeah.
you... But... Wait, can you actually, like...
You can do two ways. You can do Leroy, Power Overwhelming, Faceless, and then Soulfires, or you can do Hellfires with Leroy, Power Overwhelming, Soulfire. But either way, you're still at risk discarding the other Soulfire.
True.
So no matter what, it's going to come down to...
But the odds are
He's
pretty
got
good.
8 cards, about 1 in 5 chance here to discard Soulfire.
If he actually discards the Soulfire, Tice will be the unluckiest player in this tournament. But he's going for it. Going for the...
1 in
fifth-
5 chance! Ah!
And...
No, he discards the Siphon
He makes
Soul.
it.
Tice fist pumps, and he's gonna win this series and close it out. And Amaz almost came back once again, down 0-2. Almost come back with a rally, but Tice will win this series, and he's alive in the tournament. And guess what, Nipsh? We have a 3-way tie right now for first place.
Terrible, terrible damage from Tice now. I totally approve of it. Where I'm sad for Amaz. I really like the explosion that the handlock can actually apply here with double Leroy and Soulfire. And he took his risk and it paid off. And we now have this 3-way tie. So are you hyped about Hiara, by the way? Hiara, an unknown player. I guess we can talk about him a bit, and or maybe we can actually introduce him after the break. So definitely, guys, stay tuned for Hiara. I will talk about him a bit. An interesting player, and an unknown factor. Is he going to flip this table with a 3-way tie and win 3-0?
Yep, Hiara is the mysterious figure right now. Is he good enough to kind of disrupt the group, or is he going to allow everybody to kind of walk over him, which I don't think it is. But either way, he is this guy's determining factor on how everything pans out, because we have a 3-way tie for first place. We're going to take a quick break. It's going to be about 15 minutes before our next series, so go ahead and wash up, take a shower even. I highly recommend that to most people. And you can get ready for our next series. But before we do that, we want to remind you about an opportunity to win a PC. If you go to vgvn.onenationsgamers.com or the bottom of the Twitch channel, you can find out more information all about who the sponsor is for this event. They're an organization that fights against harmful legislation that unfairly portrays media or video games in the media, that unfairly blames them for all kinds of stuff. Make sure to check out all the cool details while we get ready for our next series, which looks like it's going to be Tice versus Hiara. Will Tice be one of the first players through to the group? Or will Hiara have something to say about it? Find out after this.
Also, if you actually missed the games yesterday, just type I think YouTube. The comment is !YouTube, and then you will get a link for the VODs from yesterday's tournament. Today, after the tournament, the VODs will also be released. So if you want to just just get one of those moments that we've seen during all the tournaments, it's cool to go back and watch them. Right now we have 15 minutes, so if you want to see any specific moment, you can go to the YouTube and the YouTube channel and check those.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your brief break as we get ready for our next series, Hiara versus Tice. The second half of this group will be determined based on Hiara's performance. We have a three-way tie for first place between Amaz, Hyped, and Tice, and for good reason. These guys are three of the best players that you'll see in all of Hearthstone. Very evenly matched. Now, again, this big question mark is over the open bracket qualifier player, Hiara. And Nimsh, what else do you know about Hiara? Did you get a chance to talk to him or find out any facts?
I wasn't able to talk to him in person. Wait, actually, I talked to him on Skype, but basically he has no prior card game experience. So this is his first card game, and he's playing it. He's loving it, and he really hopes that he'll achieve something. And he did achieve qualifying for this tournament on the back of his warrior. His strategy coming into the open qualifier was pretty cool with his warrior deck and with his paladin deck. He's originally a control player, and he was playing Kalthuzad in his hunter deck as well, which was pretty cool. So certainly a player that is a mystery, and he knows strategy. He is a control player, but other than that, I really don't know what to expect. Obviously an anime fan, because Hiara is a character from Detective Conan, and that's all I know. What do you think we can say about that?
I think it's all we really need to say, because I think it's kind of cool to discover a new player and his styles, how he fits. In the previous tournament, it was 6-0 and Lucky. In this tournament, it's 6-0 again and Hiara. These guys who have gotten really far have shown that they do belong here to a certain degree, but sometimes nerves come into play. We've seen them sometimes bobble some plays that are normally kind of rudimentary. Maybe they mislead them once or twice. Also tends to happen to players who are a little bit unfamiliar, as there's tens of thousands of people watching. I hope this isn't the case with Hiara, but I think a lot of people are curious to see if this open bracket qualifier, who represents the people, like the community of Hearthstone that anybody can enter and win, is he able to kind of carry that torch over, or was he a guy that people can kind of point and say, well, he just got lucky through a single elimination bracket, someone had to win. We're about to find out all of these assumptions and judgments in just a second. Let's pull up the ban screen and see how these guys are going to match up. And I think a good first impression is if Hiara bans Hunter for me. And it looks like he is. All right, so he's off to a good start here, Nimsh.
Yeah, he knows how to ban classes.
There we go.
Certainly a strategy to ban Hunter and just win versus other classes that are there, instead of just like 6-0, not banning Hunter, banning the Zulok or whatever Warlock there is, and having all the classes that kind of counter the Hunter class. So here, a nice decision. So again, this match will be without a Hunter deck, and he opens up with his Paladin, which is an interesting deck. He's running Avenging Wrath. This is the first time we are seeing Avenging Wrath in those control Paladins lately. A double Spellbreaker is also important. So kind of like a
double Guardian of Kings. It's an interesting take. He's got Unstable Ghoul as well, which synergizes with things like Acolyte, but he doesn't have Acolyte in his deck. This is something that you told me about very early on in Nax Rambus, how Unstable Ghoul was decent in early game Paladin, but then people found out better ways to kind of use some of the other cards, and they kind of took it out. It seems like he's snuck it back in. What do you think?
Well, I like it. It's a card that should work. I mean, it works well, better with Acolyte of Pain, but still, if he feels that he wants to stop the onslaught of other decks with this Unstable Ghoul, it should work for him. And you know, Equality Unstable Ghoul is still an option. It's still a possibility to combine it. So he has a lot of cards that actually deal damage with double Pyromancer, one Avenging Graph, double Consecration, and Data Stable Ghoul. So I'm actually curious how it will work out for him. But on the other hand, Thijs is running his Trusted Warrior deck with one Unstable Ghoul as well. So it's funny how both players actually play only one copy of it.
All right. Well, we'll see if its impact is felt in this match in particular. Let's start game 1 and get this series underway. It's time to find out what Hiara has, if he can kind of keep up with the level of play that's been demonstrated today. We've been seeing lots of good Hearthstone. Loved Amaz series versus Thijs. I liked Hype series versus Thijs. It was a lot of fun. And, you know, Thijs has ended up winning one and losing the other, but let's see what he can do against the new guy, Hiara.
Certainly, and Thijs is starting with a coin and with Armsmith and Dala Stable Ghoul, which is a pretty good start for a warrior. He also has Kern, and on the other hand, Hiara did get his Harvest Golem, but other than that, he doesn't look that amazing. But I'm quite not sure what is he expecting to draw. I guess like something on turn 4, like Senjin would be nice. Getting some more removal maybe, but certainly some more minions that he can play, like Sludge Belcher. And right now he has this hand looks pretty weird. Like it will be reactive. Like I mean, Harvest Golem is nice. You will be able to play it, but other than that,
yeah,
it's kind of slow.
You want something like True Silver Champion early on. Oh, hey, look at that. True Silver Champion allows you to 2-for-1 cards really effectively while stabilizing the early game enough, and you get a little bit of healing out of it too. So it brings some utility in that department. And
also,
I think
Harrison Jones can actually make a good work here if this Hiara is the player who went first. So if Thijs is actually playing Deathspite on turn 4, then Harrison might find its way on turn 5 to be able to destroy the weapon and draw one more card.
Yeah. One thing I really like about a lot of the tempo and the card advantage that you can compile with Harrison and True Silver is that something like your hero power will. Oh, sorry, the silver hand recruits that you create with using your hero powers Paladin will end up giving you the extra pieces of damage that you really need against Warrior. So that way they can't effectively deal with it. That's why Deathspite's Death Rattle and as well as Unstable Ghoul is so key, because you need to keep clearing Paladin's board. Otherwise, they'll just keep stacking these hero powers and then effectively just keep removing you with very easy damage pieces until they get to the late stages of the game.
Do you like the coin weapon here? It's interesting because he will be playing around Harrison. But on the other hand, if there is nothing to destroy, he will probably keep the weapon because just attacking face doesn't make much sense. And there is a chance that Harrison is not even in a deck, not to mention that in your opponent's hand. Being Hiara here, it just I guess he played through silver.
Let me think.
I think there is a case to also hero power passing, because most likely he might not spend his weapon charge, and then you feel like if you miss your opportunity to drop Harrison, so in a way like allow your opponent to kind of get an extra armor, sure, but then you can disable the whirlwind ideally. It's a little bit of a tough exchange, you know. How do you set it up so that way you're not vulnerable to something like Harrison while you're trying to get an optimal value by taking away the Deathspite trigger?
Yeah, I agree. I think like hero power and attacking into Armorsmith is the best play in here. It's kind of counterintuitive and painful because being a card player, you want to play cards that have meaning every turn, and turn 4 just hero powering and passing is just such an unintuitive.
Yikes. Yeah, he's gonna go with the True Silver play, which makes sense, but at the same time, that Armorsmith has gotten a lot of value already.
It tanked so much damage and he got so much health out of it.
Certainly. And Unstable Ghoul looks immediately to be fished out of Thijs' hand as it plops onto the board and again contests the True Silver Champion, so Hiara can't build it. But now this is where something like Harrison Jones.
The second True Silver, so actually playing True Silver there paid off kind of, because you have a second weapon, so you'll be able to use both.
Yeah.
I guess you kill the Ghoul. And then
yeah, I'm certain Harrison Jones comes out here.
For justice.
Yeah, but the sequence of your plays is a question. I guess like it's obvious that you play Harrison after killing the Ghoul.
That belongs in a museum.
All right.
It will take 1 point of damage though.
It's okay as long as it's not Fari War Axe. And now Tice is still in a slightly uncomfortable spot where he can't just drop a minion and remove.
I guess you still, yeah, just shield slam it. You'll be able to play Karen on turn 6, so you're still fine. Forcing Lothab just to lose Lothab this turn makes no sense. So armor up, just shield slam, and you're good.
All right, Hiara's got his Cairn first, and that's, again, the advantage of being able to go out a little bit quicker than your opponent. And that'll give an opportunity for Hiara to respond, because he's got like a Humility and Sludge Belcher and Choose Over Champion to directly answer whatever Tice throws out.
So how do you think this game will unfold? Like, right now we have some Karen on Karen action, and there is a Guardian of Kings and Humility. I think like Humility and Sludge Belcher, but still, it will be mostly about board position. And Tice has this one Brawl somewhere in the deck. Hiara has a lot of removal. So if Hiara is able to get a good position here, like, and keep his Kern alive, it might give him a lot of advantage. Also, if he plays a Sludge Belcher, it's another minion with the Throttle.
Yeah, that is true. One thing I want to see Hiara do is something Amaz didn't get to do much because of how fast-paced the game opened up with a bunch of small minions on Warrior side, was to be able to kind of utilize his hero power. Because again, if you just have that token out, Choose Over can take out these 5 health minions in conjunction with it. And if you're able to kind of capitalize on this, then all of a sudden cards like Equality becomes super powerful because you don't have to use it until absolutely necessary. And as the game develops, you have something like Lay on Hands to refill as well. So I think Hiara is going to be sitting in a really good position until Tice starts dropping Legendary after Legendary. And even then, if the Paladin board is strong enough, it doesn't matter if you're dropping Alexstrasza into a board that you taunt up, heal, and kill off his board.
By the way, Hiara is actually vocalizing his thoughts. Like, he's talking to us, but we can't hear him. What do you think about it?
Like Strife Crow.
Yeah, like Strife Crow. It's sometimes better to just say something out loud, like, okay, he might have this, and I do that, so what happens? Because then you have a better understanding of the situation.
Some people are able to think out loud better than that. Strife Crow is one of those players. You know, what's his name? Gosh, his name is slipping me immediately. The guy, we saw him all the time at Fight Night talking to himself as well. Reels likes talking to himself too.
Really?
It's just a temporary brain slip because I remember seeing him in my picture. I was like, God, who is it? I didn't forget who Reels was.
Blizzard Reels?
I'm not BMing Reels passively.
Yeah, I will trust you on this. So for Tice, because that's what's interesting, really. For Tice, what's your strategy? You know that Paladin can actually remove your board with removal. Do you really just fight for board presence here? Try to use those executes to your advantage?
Wow, Hiara's very happy he got Tyrion. Like someone told him a fart joke too. It's like, no way. It's just an innocent giggle. I like it a lot.
He's smiling all the time. I guess
Yeah,
he's
he
happy
seems like
that
a very
he's in
cheery
the
guy, like a fun guy to talk to about Hearthstone. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just funny to see his reaction. I don't know why.
On the other hand, look at Tice. The poker face.
Tyrion seems really tempting here because your opponent can't really challenge it easily. The Divine Shield is still going to do a lot of work. And even if you brawl, you set it up so that way your future, like, you can take out Lothab easily if it survives or something with the brawl.
This board is as anti-brawl as possible. Like, you brawl in here, and your opponent gets everything. A weapon, 4/5 Bane, and a 1/2 Slime. And if you brawl and Tyrion survives. But there is obviously no brawl, so being a Tyson here... Ragnaros?
Rag doesn't feel good. But your alternatives are pretty weak. If you just build up the board in response, then you give Paladin an opportunity to sweep you, and then push for damage. And then all of a sudden you're in a spot where Paladin's pressing for the win. Ragnaros can go so badly.
You're in such a weird position because you're not able to clear Tyrion here.
Yeah. Well, at least not guarantee. You can guarantee it by using execute, but that's still very
Yeah,
ugly.
but it's so bad. Like attacking into Tyrion with a 5/5 Lothab
All upon us.
and then execute. Seriously, it might be
Yeah,
so
but
bad.
if Ragnaros hits face or hits the 1/2, that's gonna give Hiara a big opportunity to get some massive board presence with equality and consecration in combination. Actually,
that's-
either way, it doesn't really matter as much. Oh no, it hit to the face. That's bad news for our player from Holland.
Still better than Slime. It's 10, 11. Is he counting for lethal?
No, I mean he's counting to see if he doesn't even need to use equality here, which technically he doesn't. He can trade in everything. Like Tyrion's gonna be at 1 health anyways, and then most likely you're taking 4 damage on your Cairn. So then you just kind of attack it and consecrate. You don't need to use equality here. But what you do is you keep 6 damage on the board effectively.
True. He's getting so much advantage in here. Also like this Tyrion, a potential weapon, and a dude coming in, and Cairn. Like this board is so strong versus Warrior.
What's funny
now-
is like any minions that are damaged can't even get executed. Like say he put a few damage points on Tyrion. Like his removal cards are kind of useless right now.
Do you think that this matchup actually got better for Paladin because Warrior is not playing Whirlwind anymore? Like you're playing Unstable Ghoul and Depth Spite instead?
Yeah, you know, Tice even cut his second Unstable Ghoul, so he's got even less clears and more legendary late game.
Well, the
So
thing about
I
this
think
board is
it's a good observation.
even if you clear it, still it's like a Bane token and a weapon, so it's pretty dangerous.
I'm pretty sure this is lethal.
This
or
is
close
lethal,
to
yeah.
it.
This is
Yep.
lethal. Equality, you just clear it, kill the slime with a weapon, and then attack for 10.
There you go. Blue Silver Champion coming in here, and Hiara is going to take game number 1 in explosive fashion. The Paladin winning on turn 10. That's probably the fastest Paladin win I've seen. Other than
Yes,
Reels'
super aggro.
match versus Miracle Rogue.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. And by the way, look at Hiara. He was drinking water all the time. So it's also pretty good because it's important to stay hydrated during the tournaments and like the games where you have to think a lot. A lot of people ignore it. They don't drink water and then gets tired and don't even realize it, and then they make bad decisions because of that.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, this is a long tournament. You're playing several matches in a row. For guys like Tice, he's on like his 4th or 5th hour just playing these matches. So he's a little bit on the tired side. Versus Hiara is kind of fresh, so maybe he can come with that knowledge. But at the same time, he also went through a gauntlet of 256 players and finally emerged victorious as one of the qualified people. So I think Hiara feels probably excited, but also a little fatigued, a mixture of both. Let's talk about Paladin versus Druid really quickly, because it seems like Paladin has a decent advantage against the 3 classes that Tice has brought. But specifically against this kind of Druid with the cards that Hiara has, do you feel like it stacks better, worse, or about the same as Amaz's Paladin?
I think it's pretty similar. And Tice will definitely have to win in here because if he's left with his handlock, he will be in a bad position. I mean, he was able to win versus Amaz, but it was a very close game. So here, I feel Paladin is in a better situation. And again, for Tice, he really needs to get that wild growth, and he didn't get it in the last 2 matches. So maybe this will be the game when he actually gets wild growth and gets an advantage out of it. We'll actually see during the game.
All right, well, game number 2 is about to begin. You bring up a great point. I've never seen Tice even draw Wild Growth yet in his Druid deck, let alone have it for his opening hand.
Well, I have to confirm that it's actually not an overlay mistake. The wild growth is in fact in his deck.
That's right. Last previous Nax Ramus tournament for VGVN, we had a little scuffle where Wild Growth somehow found its way in every single deck on the overlay. Shaman, Zoo, you name it.
Okay, so Hiara is getting a coin. And we talked about it a lot, the control matchup. Do you want the coin or not? And here, you probably don't want to have a coin, but I guess it's cool to get another card, which increases the quality of your hand. On the other side, Thice is now having a wild growth.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but I think the cards in his hand are still pretty decent against the early game of Paladin, Keeper, and Swipe. And I think Tice is just kind of waiting for Hybara. Clearly, he's alt-tabbed and he's browsing something. Probably the subreddit. Okay, has anybody made fun of me yet? Nope, still good.
That would be a possibility. He's shaking his head. His head, by the way. And the
Hybara?
normal, yeah, Hybara. It's in the normal tournament when you face, because right now those players they can't see each other. But in an offline event, when you face your opponent, Hybara is giving so much information. By the way, just looking at him, you can probably guess 3 or 4 cards in his hand. Or
I don't know, man. I feel like Hybara he just seems like a happy guy no matter what happens, really. At least so far. I mean, when you're winning, everything feels like you're on top of the world.
Okay, I guess. We'll need to observe him more.
Yeah. But you know what? I guess Hybara is really into it, and it's good for him because he's kind of new to the scene, so I think he's setting a good impression. People definitely like his energy.
Oh yeah, certainly. The guy is very positive, that's for sure. And he has nice decks, and he played the Paladin versus Warrior game also pretty well. So I'm certainly interested to see how is he going to play those control matchups. And he is a control player. He is facing in his group one of the best control players in the world. So he certainly is going against very formidable opponents, and this will be the trial of blood for him.
Well, this is a really passive start for both players. Tice is wrapping one on the hero power just to draw and cycle through. This was effectively a shiv. And that's how desperate he is just to kind of get through his deck and get through bigger part. If he picked up Wild Growth off that rat, that would have been really excellent too.
Well, even though the start is slow for both players, the game starts around turn 5 and 6 when you play your first Sludge Belchers, follow up with Kern, and right now there is a Sludge Belcher on both sides. There is only one Kern, so it seems like Tice has a pretty good combination of cards where Hybara is missing his equality. He has Humility, he has Consecration, he has Avenging Graph, but with no equality, minions like Kern or even Engine of War might be troublesome.
Yeah, you know, Hybara seems a lot more pain now that's his turn. You know, it's funny because it seems like every single turn that there's like the 7 stages of grief that Hybara experiences. There's like the shock and denial. Oh my god, I top deck it. And then there's like the pain and guilt. Oh god, I have to play this card. And then there's like bargaining, right? He's talking through the plays. Like, what should I do? And finally there's acceptance. And he can finally move on and get hope. So he goes through the entire cycle of emotions every single time. I love it. That's why webcams are a great addition to this tournament.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love the art last tournament, but the webcams are so cool. On the other hand, Tice is really having a poker face, and you can't read anything. When I was playing versus Tice on DreamHack, it was also very hard to read emotions and whatever he's actually getting. And I think Tice is actually taking notes as well. Instead of just looking through the plays, he is noting everything. We can't see his notepad right now, but he was the one of the first players to ask the organizers if we can take notes, because it's something standard for a card game to note the cards that are being played, that you are going to play. It saves some memory when you're playing the game, and if you don't have to remember which card was there, you just look at the at your notes, and you instantly know.
Gosh, you know, this is really slow, and I think Hybara, he's taking his time really to make sure that he's not going to make any mistakes. I like Lothab as a way to answer Sludge Belcher because of the 5 attack and the 5 health. It answers perfectly to this card. Sludge Belcher feels a little on the weak side in case he has Black Knight himself. So I think this is a better play overall.
By the way, it's cool to see a webcam, because being Tice, you can't see a webcam and you might think, hey, this guy is actually stalling. He's taking so long to make a decision. He's probably doing it on purpose to irritate me. And we see Hybara actually agonizing over all those plays, so we know that he's not doing it on purpose. He's actually trying to read as far as possible to make the best play in a certain moment.
Who knows? He also streams, so maybe he was maybe he was streaming and he's explaining it. I mean, some players take that that route. they explain every single line of thought they possibly can, and be able to talk it out. He's really happy he just casted Humility, by the way, and looks like, oh, he catches the Cairn.
What is he even doing?
How
Like,
was
why,
that a mistake?
why is he gesturing so much?
I
What
have
is
no
going on?
idea.
He is confusing me, really.
The mind games is strong in this one.
Certainly
You know what?
happy.
He's taking away precious seconds to think about what the optimal play is, which seems to be some kind of ancient play here, unless Tice want to go for removal options.
Wait, is Ashen the best play? Well, I think Ancient of Lore. You mean Ancient of Lore, right? Just you even want to draw cards. There are so many cards you can do. Like first, I would think if I want to trade my 4/5 into 5/4, and if I want to do this, how do I kill the 1/2? Do I innervate Wrath or?
Well, count how many cards, by the way. Be at 9 cards. Okay.
Fine as well.
I think so. I'm sorry, man. I'm having so much fun watching Harbara, man.
Yeah,
He's,
I know.
I don't know. He's clearly he's very active. He's drinking water all the time. I'm trying to feel like I'm trying to read his lips at this stage to see what he's talking about. It's a little bit
I'm wondering
distracting, but
if
it's
this
humorous.
is. I'm wondering if this is actually water. Maybe. What if it's something
Maybe he's
stronger?
rolling. I don't know. That's a very suggestive, Nim. Okay, let's focus a little bit on the plays here. He's got a way to kind of answer the board immediately. And as Paladin, the most important thing is to be able to answer these threats efficiently. That's where cards like the Peacekeeper and True Silver really start pulling weight.
Yeah,
Cards
I
like
still find it funny that even though he's getting those small advantages, it's not about doing damage. It's all about just killing the minions, trying to get this board, this mystical board control and board presence. But those players will just go a couple of more turns. The Innervate is pretty nice, by the way. But still, those players will just trade minions till they run out of cards, and then one of them will have this advantage they are fighting for, and will be able to push. But for now, Dice has to focus. How do I get control over this board? How do I kill everything and have something on my side? Being passive is so bad. Like, if he just plays Ancient of War, it can be removed by something like Black Knight or Equality.
Yeah, Ancient of War is asking yourself to get blown out. I feel like even if you, by the way, like this Keeper in the hand, it might be tempting, so that way you can go for like a full board clear. It's also really important to have it for something like Tyrion as well, so I feel like that's almost off limits. In which case, you're going to use a 12 mana here to build something up, maybe like Sylvanas, so it can force like a board clear.
Yeah, I like Sylvanas as well. I think I will start with maybe Wrath into a 1/1. I'm not sure. Well, the problem with Sylvanas is that if creates a token, there is still a chance to
Double swipe.
get the
Okay.
token. Double swipe is fine. You clear the board.
Sure. I mean,
And
Paladin is often playing like one big threat and then like a little token anyways. So swipe won't be as useful anyways if you build up your own board.
Yeah, and hey, on the other hand, he just cleared the board and he still has his own minion. So Paladin, if Paladin just plays a minion and a token, it's what I talked about. It's a passive thing. It's a passive play. So then it gives Dice opportunity to react, and you want to be the one dictating the matchup here instead of just, you know, being passive. So do you play Tyrion here?
Let's see. Tyrion feels... Again, it feels really exposed. Your opponent hasn't shown any Keeper, and that's like the best answer Druid has to Tyrion. And Tyrion is the most top end of your deck too. It is often your trump card, and to lose it for just as a 6/6 minion, like nothing more than just a weak Boulder Fist Ogre, feels like you lose way too much on board. Especially if he plays the Keeper if he plays a Keeper, and then starts building up his own board after that. I don't know.
Yeah, but on the other hand, what are the other options? Would you play Harvest Golem and Harrison Jones? I don't feel it's that good.
Oh man, he could face. Can he faceless Keeper and Wrath with Innervates? Oh my god. That is disgusting.
Having Tyrion is a pretty nice thing to have. The Hiara
Oh no.
is dying over there.
Oh man, Hiara regretting his move.
He even cleared the Styrian.
Well, let's see. If he Black Knights Tyrion, I guess
Oh,
you're
wow.
okay with it. He
Throw them.
saves it.
Dice actually got his wild
Oh,
drop.
he drew he top deck Spellbreaker in response.
Sick.
All right, so no one's getting any Ashbringers. You know, but he kills Ashbringer, he has Harrison Jones.
Yeah, true.
So if he consecrates and then kills Tyrion, he Harrison Jones and draws 3 cards.
Oh, that's a sick play, actually. I love it. You think like silence is the thing you want to play, especially if you top deck it. You're like, and I like that how Hiara is actually thinking about stuff right now, because he could have this knee-jerk reaction like, oh my god, what do I do with Tyrion? A silence! So he plays, like, smashes the silence on the board, but he actually stopped himself from doing this, and now he's thinking about his options, and there is this thing you suggested. Consecration, get Ashbringer, Harrison Jones. It's still a pretty nice play. And Harrison Jones will be useless in this matchup, so you can actually use it here.
That is true. Harrison Jones is traditionally pretty useless against the Paladin, but the problem with his other play is that as much as he draws cards, he loses the board. Consecration actually accomplishes nothing. It doesn't kill off any minions, it just pops Divine Shield, and most likely you can pick up a better trade with Tyrion. You can kill off either one of these weaker creatures and get a little bit stronger value. So it's, as much as you're sad... Oh, he's gonna go 1 for 1 then. Okay.
That belongs in a museum.
Huh.
I love how Hiara is reacting when he ends turn. He's like, the pain is gone, and then he gets a couple steps forward.
Let's drink our pain away, boys. Bottoms up. And now he's like telling the story to his roommate. He's like, bro,
Bro,
I totally had that Harrison,
turn.
man.
I nailed it.
He's
Okay,
like,
me-
like
Now he's
Tyrion
sleeping.
totally failed me. He's like, text him, he'll understand. It's like, no.
Guy is so entertaining. Oh my god.
What is going on?
Big
One thing I
ties.
don't like is that with you know, the Tyrion, you could have collected value. He already used double swipe, so it's unlikely that he has easy removal access. And then now it seems like he can trade very evenly with you. Just drop a big minion, hero power, and then go for an effective trade.
Uproot.
What is this?
Sick. And
Oh
Wrath
my god, I
for free.
love the plays here from Thijs. Uprooted Ancient of War.
Is he going to use Innervate? No, there's no point, I guess.
This is
Sick.
awesome.
I love it. So, wait a
He
minute.
can clear it though with double consecration and pyromancer.
Yeah, now the Pyromancer is a pretty nice draw. You would be able to take a gamble with Avenging Graph, like Avenging Graph and then Consecration, but now he has a pretty sweet clear with Pyromancer and Consecration. But on the other hand, then if he gets Equality, well, he still has Avenging Graph, I guess. So he has so many cards that actually deal damage, and that work well with Equality. So
Thijs wants to play around Black Knight, and also I think the icing on the cake is if there's BGH, Ragnaros can come out here.
Yeah, it was a pretty good play from Thijs.
So it's a good bait, and of course the upside of it is, well, you have lethal in the best case scenario. So this is kind of a very clever move. The more I think about it.
Well, that's also a value of a player. If a player, instead of just blindly playing a 5-10 because everybody does it, you just realize why a 10-5 is good and go for it. I don't even think it's taking a risk, because if it's a 5-10 or is it a 10-5, equality still removes it the same way, so it doesn't matter. Obviously,
He's going for Avenging Wrath. All right, he needs to hit, but the chances
3
of
times.
killing is still decent, I think, because there's still 5 damage, 5 health on the board. But if this misses, it's gonna go all wrong.
It's hit.
Oh, the last proc of the Avenging Wrath ends up getting it.
It's actually 4, I
Oh.
think. 4 damage to the... Oh, wait. It's not possible. It's only 3, yeah.
So close.
Very close. Well, I guess you can play your Ragnaros now. Yellow.
Sure, he just showed that he has really poor forms of removal. I don't even mind innervating out something like Senjin.
Yeah, that's a sick turn. Well, he's actually drawing cards. Interesting.
Oh, that's right. He does have combo in this
Oh,
deck.
he can still innovate Senjin.
Really?
Aw.
Okay. Well, he now has Force of Nature, so that way he has a way to sneak in some extra damage.
It's all about overextending or not. With Ragnaros, he has to clear it. Just using Humility or Elder Peacekeeper doesn't cut it, so he has to use Equality. And if you play the card that has to bait Equality, then you don't want to overextend, because what's the reason? Like, you want to see Equality here. I mean, if you don't see Equality, it's even better because you have a very strong follow-up. But if you see Equality, you put yourself in a situation where your next turn is super strong, and it's after Equality turn.
Yeah, his best chance is just to load the board against Ragnaros since he doesn't have any form to remove it. The problem with Pyromancer is that it's easily taken out, and if Ragnaros can be guaranteed a shot to the face, you're looking at potential lethal.
Yeah, I guess he can only play the minions. Like, just using Lay on Hands in here doesn't make any sense. He won't have a follow-up.
Well, I mean, it does give him the opportunity to heal up, so that way Ragnaros has to do 2 shots. And he does pick up Equality and Guarded King, so he has a way to heal. But if Tice picks up combo, I believe this is going to be it.
Well, even without a combo, if Ty's just Facade, interesting.
Oh my man, Kel Vazad would put it the books away, but it doesn't really matter.
How
at
much
this
damage
stage.
is this with Force of Nature and Hero Power?
15
I guess-
damage if it goes straight to the face.
I guess he doesn't have to use the Force. Just Hero Power and play Such Belcher.
Yeah.
Senjin Such Belcher. Innovate Senjin after this, I guess.
Well, he just used Lay on Hands. He doesn't have Equality, clearly, so saving it is actually the best move in this situation. And Hiara now finally has a way to deal with Ragnaros, but this is why it's so smart to play something like Sludge Belcher, because even if he goes for the clear, you still have minions to start attacking.
There's so many cards, but on the other hand, Tice is so patient. Like, he's not giving an opportunity for Equality to actually overwhelm him. Equality here doesn't achieve that much, but he definitely has to play it.
Equality keeps him alive, but there's no alternative here. There's no easy way to remove Ragnaros. Most likely he'll have to play something really defensive, either Choose Over Champion or Ghoul plus Hero Power.
Slight reaction from Tice. So he's not happy about Equality. There was a chance that there would be no Equality, but there was one. But still, right now he will be able to deal 8 points of damage, so he's effectively 1 damage of lethal.
Yeah, there's definitely several draws in his deck that allows him to get it, whether it's Keeper of the Grove, Savage Roar, even Druid the Claw charge, right?
Yeah. He used both swipes, but he still has a lot of cards that actually deal damage. And he has cards to draw cards. If he gets a Wild Grove, he will be able to cycle it. Okay,
Oh,
now...
Well, now I forgot he gains a health from the Choose Over Champ, so Keeper of the Grove isn't lethal off the top.
Ancient of Lore, nice.
Yeah, why not? I mean, at this point, it's just continuing to play as effective as possible. And also, Tice is being very cautious because...
Gets the combo piece.
Keep in mind that he's also hiding information from Hiara for the future games. Like, you shouldn't have to show Kel'Thuzad if you don't need to. As much as it's a card that he can't answer.
Especially if you're winning.
Yep. You can hide that information for future games.
Well, he didn't hide any information that he's running Ancient of Lore.
Uh-oh. Land's been exposed.
Oh, damn. Yeah, but this is over. There is no way for Hiara to actually climb from him, from the situation. With the combo, there are 14 points of damage incoming. It's actually even 17 with the Ancient of Lore.
That's right. I mean, even hiding combo can be important too. What if it's one of those Ram Druids that doesn't have combo? But I think there's no other way to kill him this turn. And Tice will even out the series, and Hiara will drop his Paladin deck.
Hiara disappointed.
Yeah, he's kind of coming down here from wherever he was.
Shaking his head. Face bombing himself. Okay. So Haibara is taking his trusted warrior, a warrior that helped him to climb up to this tournament, so that he is able to face Thijs, ML from Holland, Netherlands. Haibara is,
Yeah, that's right. Haibara's warrior deck is really late game heavy too, with cards like Ysera, but it seems like he's missing a few of those other flavor cards like Kel'Thuzad that we were seeing in some warrior decks to scale at late game. Instead, he's got some mid-range creatures like Gnomish Inventor, cool Taskmaster to bolster the early ranks. So it seems like he's playing a little more honest with his warrior deck, and to compensate, he has late game cards like Ysera that still brings him that card advantage presence.
Other than that, the deck seems pretty standard. He's not playing Whirlwind as well, so double unstable goal. Who do you think has an advantage in here in this matchup? Again,
I
would
think
say,
warrior for sure.
What about the Wild Growth? The mysteries Wild Growth. Maybe it will come at some point.
That's true. Wild Growth and Innervate always allows Druid to be relevant in games and win matches they probably shouldn't because of what you're able to do early game. But I just feel like Warrior Skill is so good later on against almost all of these control decks that don't go as slow as they do. And how does Druid answer something like Ysera if it gets down to like the top deck wars? I don't know. Like he's got trump
really
cards.
Depends. Well, it really depends on the situation, because if Thijs will need that Wild Growth or a good Innervate. If he's able to Innervate like Senjin on turn 2, that might be really important for him. And even though he doesn't have a way to answer Ysera, he has a good way to answer both Ragnaros and like Straza with Big Game Hunter and Faceless. So he has his threats. He has good cards. He also has Lothep that might be important if he snowballs. Both players are running. Wait, there is no Black Knight on the warrior list. And this might be very dangerous because Thijs has a lot of taunts. And this might be a key card missing.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Druid can be free. But at the same time, Thijs will probably play around it to a certain extent until he'll realize, well, he probably would have used Black Knight on the previous taunt. So continue to impress people with his skills from the open bracket. And whether or not he's how he's doing emotionally, because it seemed like he was all over the place on the map.
I'm definitely hyped to
Maybe
see
he's
him
kind of
playing
centralized
warrior.
here.
Yeah, let's just jump to the game and see how Haibara will behave this time.
All right, Thijs still has yet to get that Dream Start like you mentioned with Wild Growths. It seems like every time he's been hero power passing for the turns 1 through 4. Which makes it also considering like, does Thijs not really expect something like Zoo? And if so, is he that dependent on his hand lock to stop the Zoo, even if it comes?
What do you think about keeping Ancient of Lore, by the way? He knows he's playing a control versus control matchup. So in some of the situations, you can actually keep Ancient of Lore because this card is so important to have it on turn 5 or turn 7, depends on the Innervate.
Yeah, you know, I like keeping Ancient of Lore a lot of times if you feel like, especially in the mirror, I feel like it's really important. But even in some other deck matchups where you feel like you might be running out of cards and you need kind of options for that mid to late game presence, Ancient of Lore is a good keep. But when you have something like Wild Growths and Innervates to kind of potentially get your start, I think Ancient of Lore takes a little bit of a backseat to that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like to keep it versus heavy control matchups if I have a coin. If I don't have a coin, depends on the other cards I keep. Did keep the Big Game Hunter, and he has the Big Game Hunter Faceless combo right now, and he will have a good turn 4 play, a good follow up, and basically some cool cards and an anti big guy combo, and Haibara pushing with his unstable goal, doing some damage here.
Yeah, you know, now Thijs has an interesting choice. I think Senjin makes the most sense.
Yeah.
I think you want to keep the silences or things like Acolyte, and there's no need to actually like unnecessarily use your battle cry here. But he has an interesting choice coming up on the next turn with Druid the Claw or Sludge Belcher. Do you have a certain way that you lean, or do you just generally like Sludge Belcher first because of the removal it takes, or do you feel like Druid the Claw is like a good vanilla tester as well?
I would certainly play Sludge Belcher because Druid of the Claw is just too flexible. You can keep you don't have to play Druid of the Claw on turn 6 as a follow-up. You can keep it, and then you can use it in a cut form to just reduce their armor and not be a passive card. So definitely Sludge Belcher is a better turn 5 play, but it will depend on the board. Right now, I think Hiara is still going to just play the weapon. You certainly don't want to use Execute on a 3/5 engine. So weapon does kill it. Unless he is fine with just, I don't know, playing Acolyte and coining out the Armor Smith. Does it even make sense? That might make sense and just pass after that. Because you get so much, you just stop this one, the 3/5 engine, and you get so much value out of the Whirlwind ability from the Rattle.
That's true, but you also have a Whirlwind ability off the Death Spite, so you can still draw cards with your Acolyte, even if you're not getting it this turn.
True, and you're
also
getting rid of
saving
this engine.
the coin. Your coin is so important in these control mirrors, so that way you can hit and slam a drop that's supposed to be a lot more aggressive than what your opponent's expecting. So I think utilizing the coin in that spot would have been a little wasteful.
Especially because you have so many high drops, right? So if you draw Alexstrasza, you'll be able to play it or on turn 8, or if you get a Grommash and Ragnaros, you'll be able to coin Ragnaros on turn 7.
Yeah,
Actually
definitely.
going for the Druid. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Sludge Belcher dies easily to Death Spite.
Oh yeah,
I think he doesn't want to take that chance. So Druid of the Claw does provide that flexibility. It's like you said, Druid of the Claw is good because you have a lot of places you can use it in different scenarios, whether you want to be defensive or aggressive with it.
Yeah, it's basically because of Death Spite. Normally you would play Sludge Belcher. And it's so annoying for Warrior as well, because Death Spite is 5 points of damage. So how do you deal that last point of damage? Do you use Taskmaster? Then does he have enough mana for everything he wants?
Well, you can draw off of the Acolyte first and see what you get. But I think doing the last point of damage with the Cool Taskmaster seems pretty appropriate. See what he draws off the Whirlwind effect. It is a Shield Slam, so a more important removal, because especially since he has Shield Block. So it seems like Hiara's drawn the better part of his deck. It's very uncommon to see in the first 5-6 turns that he doesn't have any legendaries, but it's good news, because then whatever Hiara drops, it's pretty much going to be a big threat on the board.
Yeah, right now the quality of his draws is insane. Like, he will be drawing into good cards only. He has all the removal he needs. And he has board presence as opposed to Thais, who will just have to play one minion and pass. So Thais is being passive, and Hiara has all the tools to actually counter the board and draw more cards and even get armor. Do you think about silencing the Acolyte, by the way?
He already drew one card. And he's already got so many cards. It feels like denying him one extra card at this stage feels a little wasteful. You still have silence for things like Sylvanas and Cairn, which is very common for Warriors to run. Or even in like really late game situations where if he's running Kael Thazad and you need to silence it, then you're able to kind of bring it back down in power level.
Yeah, there's just too many good targets that you want to use your silence, and you only run 2 Keeper of the Grove in your deck, so...
Yes.
You
All
have
right,
to be
Alex
efficient.
Straza and Grommash acquisitions. Very powerful indeed.
Well, here he can just draw a card, I guess. Wait, just Shield Slam and get a 1/2, then attack it with Acolyte, draw a card, see what you get, and then probably finish it off with a 2/2. Maybe even play play Armorsmith first and get some armor.
Yeah,
There's
I don't mind that, getting an extra card in. I mean, that 1 damage is not going to matter with Alex Straza, so drawing an extra card does. But, of course, you want to play the Armorsmith first so you gain an armor. Oh, really? Does that 1 damage really matter?
I would attack into it.
Yeah. I guess you're more resilient to swipe. But you never know if that extra card you draw might be the difference of making that turn or not. Because you still technically don't have a play next turn
Yeah, but
from
what's the point of keeping Acolyte of Pain? As swipe is still painful. You will draw one card from swipe. Your Acolyte
Right.
would survive as a 1/1. But it's not really that meaningful that you have Acolyte.
Yeah, I mean, say he draws like his second shield slammed, he still has no play next turn. Versus if he drew a couple more cards from the Acolyte, guaranteed, he might actually reach 2 cards deeper and get something like his Karen or Sylvanas.
Going to silence Acolyte in here.
Well, yeah, he missed his opportunity to draw a card, so Tice is gonna punish him for that. Make
Yeah,
him regret
pretty
his
nice.
choice.
Tice is patiently waiting for that Ragnaros. But lucky for Hiara that he actually didn't get it.
All right. Well, Sylvanas
Sylvanas
has
of the
dropped
top.
into the hand, and silence has just been used.
Perfect draw. You can also coin Grommash and attack into 2/4. Sick. Attack for 2.
That's really optimistic. If you want to use that, because you can't Alex Straza for 2 turns, so the damage is kind of negligible again.
But you're making a statement like, hey, I can do this. I have a powerful Grommash. But yeah, certainly that's Sylvanas. It's kind of playing Sylvanas on a almost empty board is so good because Sylvanas won't die to a 2/4. So Tice will have to do something to be able to kill her. So instead of playing cards, he'll have to kill Sylvanas. And if possibly he has no ways to kill Sylvanas, then he won't be able to play his big minions like Ancient of War or even Ancient of Lore as not the greatest card to be played after Sylvanas play. So certainly Sylvanas seems like a very good card here.
Yeah, I don't think this late in the game you want to give the Druid a 3-turn develop. Your hero power pass. Oh man, he is doing it. If you give your Druid an ability to develop their turn, you might end up regretting it. So,
Interesting.
Yes. Although I still think it's slightly better. I think Sylvanas is a way to influence the board, so that way everything has to trade in, and that way something more powerful can come up. Or obviously you want to seal a bigger minion, and in neither of these cases are the situation. So I feel like Sylvanas is pretty weak here. In fact,
You think?
yeah,
You just swipe and place engine?
Yeah, because then if he just removes it and shield slams Sylvanas, you steal like a 1/1 Acolyte that's silenced. And that really doesn't do much other than, because Sylvanas is capable of so much more if Alex Straza comes out or anything else. Which, by the way, he has arrived to the battlefield and does 11 damage.
Now there is a combo. So do you even combo?
Well, he doesn't have enough damage, but he can use BGH here reliably and start pressing for damage.
But then you're
Baiting out a brawl.
really open to brawl.
True, then you use Lotheb here.
Oh, this is sick.
Very smart.
This is a very nice play.
Can't coin brawl.
And he has the Savage Roar next turn, so he will be potentially able to deal a lot of damage. Now, being Hiara, you can play, well, only one of those cards. Which one do you pick?
Like, Sludge Belcher just gets completely pummeled by Lotheb. Like, Lotheb is probably the best answer to Sludge Belcher in almost every stage of the game.
Would you consider Grommash? I think Grommash doesn't make much sense in here. If you like play
Grommash
Grommash and
asking
attack
for it to get stolen, and then bad times happen.
Oh yeah, certainly. And also like you're out of the tools. So Slash Belcher is the most secure thing. Also, you are sitting on 33 points of health. 35 after armor up.
Well, what's important is that whatever creature came out, you have to be with it okay with being stolen. Because if Sylvanas was able to attack into Alex Straza, then Sylvanas would steal whatever minions existing, which ruled out almost every other creature possibility. In that case, Sludge Belcher is the most natural drop. But Tice has an interesting scenario where he can continue to compound the board, but he has to be careful not to overextend too much into Brawl.
Ancient of War seems like overextending to Brawl.
Yeah, then how do you do this without pushing too much?
Yeah, it looks just bad, and you have to kill you have to kill Alex Treza. You have to kill. I guess you play Ancient of War, and then you just attack with Lothar or with Sylvanas into a 3/5. You kill the token, and then attack with Lothar into Alex Treza. So you clear the board, and you still have 3 good minions. So you will have to force even if the brawl is being played in here, you might get the 5/10 after that. Well, he has to clear Alex Treza. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, I think leaving it up is like with how much is on the line with his health at 16 HP. If he had Gromage Whirlwind Execute, you actually die. So you can't actually leave that up. And you might say, well, no one's running at Whirlwind. In the off chance that they are, you just can't be too sure.
This is kind of sad for Hiara because just has to
Well,
he can only play brawl. Unless, wait, he can. There are other plays as well. If you, how much mana is this free? Yeah, he can play Sylvanas. He can execute the 2/2, execute Sylvanas. Well, before obviously, like start with executes. Then play Sylvanas, then shield slam your own Sylvanas, and you get a 5/10.
What now?
I think we actually lost Frodan right away. So certainly, here we are in a situation where Bro, oh, he's going for the execute play because brawl is really random. Like if you brawl and if you are left with a 5/10, that's pretty dangerous. So here he's going, even though he's exhausting all of his removal cards, he is left with a 5/10, which is pretty good. And it's if there is a Black Knight, he is in trouble. But if there is no Black Knight, this is not really easy to remove. Kel'Thuzad, interesting. Yeah, it's sad that BGH is actually not able to deal with this. But BGH is still a very good card. Ragnaros will come at some point, so BGH can be used. And there is a Ragnaros off the top. Oh my god. Dice will be sad that he had to use faces, but you have to do what you have to do. Like, there was no other way. I wonder if we'll actually see this Kel'Thuzad in action. That would be pretty cool. Right now, being Hiara, you have... What do you even do? Attack into 5/10 with your 5/10 and play Ragnaros and pray. I think it's still fine because, yeah, it's a fine play. It's a 50-50. It's if you kill the 5/10, you're in a very good position. If you hit face, you are still fine because your opponent has 8 left, and your opponent will be facing a 5/5 taunt and an 8/8 Ragnaros. Ragnaros is behind the taunt wall, which is pretty nice. The chance that your opponent has BGH is kind of low. Like, a lot of people stop playing BGH anyway. So now Hiara is praying to hit, and then he's praying that there is no BGH. And he missed. But it's not the end of the world. Kel'Thuzad. Can't play Kel'Thuzad here. Pretty sad. He has to play the BGH. BGH into Ragnaros. Then I guess trade. This is super awkward for him. What if he plays Kel'Thuzad and kills the 5/5? He will get a 5/10 after that.
Hey Nimsh, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh yo, a lot of things happen, but we were
well, it
focusing
looks like he used all of his removal to steal the Ancient of Lore.
Yeah, he did the Sylvanas play I suggested.
Well, it looks like he's gonna go for a kill. Oh, never mind. I thought he was gonna try to revive. But then you do open yourself up for Ragnaros to kind of get lucky here.
You have to use BGH. Like there's no way.
Yes. But then you open yourself up to a Gromosh finish. So Hiara can just get any damage off the top.
Blam finished
And
it.
he is really excited for it to end here. Is there an activator? Oh,
It's
nope,
Sarah.
it's just Sarah.
And there's,
But hey,
as
one
you
of those
mentioned,
cards that Druid can't deal with.
there's no way to deal with Sarah here.
And Nightmare plus Gromosh is very nice to deal. It was a really nice deal.
Yeah, that's wait. He has to play the taunt. And attack face. This is so sad for Thais. I guess Hiara is happy. What
Still
if
not
the,
over. Even if
yeah.
he plays Gromosh and Nightmare, he still doesn't have a way to win the game directly next turn.
That's 9 points of damage, and he will be 1 damage off lethal. But still, with a 5/10, tough. So this is Thais' stand. From here, he is going to attack. Is he going to win this game?
Fiery
Right
War
here.
Axe.
I guess you just play Karen. Like there's no need to push.
Yeah, you're at such a high health count. Ysera is clearly a really difficult wall to pass through.
Yeah, you're in a situation where you're fine. Wait, what if there is a combo? This is 9 plus 4, 13. So that's 27. So you're still good if there is a combo in hand. I guess you can just try to build up your board. Do you YOLO Brawl? That's
Why?
there's no.
You're
yeah,
not under
there's
a
no
big
point.
threat to die. I think I can understand completely to brawl next turn if he's at like 18 health and he's seeing combo and he's afraid of dying.
Yeah, I think you just play
But
Karen.
the opponent's limited. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Well, playing Gromash with Nightmare, killing the 5/10 and attacking with Ysera for 4. Not the best play as well. So yeah, just build up your board, and the chance that there is a combo is also pretty slim. And even if there is, you're still not dead to it.
Oh man, I wonder if Hiara believes in a higher power because I keep hearing him mutter stuff. All right, I says, "Oops!" If he picks up combo, he actually
Oh
wins.
my God,
Force
he
an
got
nature on top of
Awakening.
his game.
Wait, if he would get a combo, he would just win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Force Nature off the top would have been game over. By
I
the
think
way,
it was-
now he can kill Ysera and revive a 5/10.
Sick. Yeah, this is pretty good for Thais. And I feel
There
like
we go.
that was a misplay for Hiara.
Yeah. He didn't count for a Kel'Thuzad. He also put himself within combo range. Oh man,
Wait, it's a 5/5 no taunt.
It's a 5/5 no
It
taunt.
sucks.
Ah, that's so funny. You forget that there's no ability or battle cry that you can use. In fact, this is game right here.
That's 7, that's 12, that's exactly lethal. Hiara finds it. He's like, yes.
I mean, you have way more than you can just attack with weapon phase. You can also use Gromosh, Ysera Awakens, and Nightmare
Oh my
in
god,
tandem.
he's so happy that it's just a 5/5.
Oh man.
Oh, by the way, I love Gromash Ysera Awakening combo. This is so
Yep.
sick. That's why I love
It's-
Ysera.
It's 14 damage. Actually, a little bit more. Covers him completely. Thais is gonna drop his Druid deck, and Hiara is gonna come one game away from winning the series.
Is Thais going to ever draw into a Wild Growth? Maybe you should cut them from the deck. Like they're just not working. But now,
I don't know.
okay, so now Thais is left with his Handlock, and that's the last deck he has. And Handlock actually has a pretty good matchup versus Warrior, so maybe this will be the deck to win, and then he will be facing a Priest. But first, he has to get rid of all those weird sludge belchers and stuff. So I don't know if we have much to discuss in this matchup. It's basically about Thais getting the Giants and Drakes, and then Hiara getting Executes and Shield Slumps and being able to have some armor, and that's it. And we'll see if turn 4 or 5 what happens and which player is winning. And after that, it will be all about decisions and the moves.
Completely agree. Completely agree. So with that, let's just go to game 4 and find out if Tice is going to be able to drop or win this game here. If he drops, he's pretty much at the mercy of what happens with the rest of the group members. But if he wins, all of a sudden, Tice is in a spot where he might claim top 2 in a group guaranteed. A very critical game for him. And of course, important for Hiara. It is his first series, but it's not tournament defining just yet.
Hiara is okay. He's not on a coin, so I guess he's disappointed. But Acolyte of Pain is pretty nice. Death Bite is good. Crueltex Master is also fine. He doesn't know if he's facing a Zoo or a Handlock. I'm not sure how much research he did on Tice, but you never know. It's always a possibility that a Handlock player will actually bring Zoo, and we've seen RDU doing that many times. Like he was playing Handlock for 2 tournaments in a row, and then suddenly he's playing Zoo. So
I'm getting so much pleasure watching this
in the
Hiara talk over mulligans. It seems like he'd be a great guy to have a beer with, for sure.
When is the next tournament? Like the offline tournament. We need to bring him to the next tournament.
Because IEM Canada is happening right now. Hiara probably would have showed up there. His opening hand is pretty decent. It's a mixture of draws and removal, and he picked up Execute, which is extremely vital to being able to answer something like Twilight Drake early on.
Yeah, you need that Execute, and it's also good to get Shield Block and Shield Slam early on. On the other hand, Tice and L, he has 1 Drake, but he'd love to have a Mountain Giant as well.
Alright, well, Tice does have a Farseer to play on turn 3, so at least he's got something to do instead of having to just pass. And it also contests the Acolyte of Pain, which is a nice thing too.
Yeah, but there is a Death Spike. That's a great answer to a 3-3. And Hiara is pushing with damage. So now is the moment of truth. Is this a Mountain Giant? Hiara is looking at the board, just patiently waiting. No emotion this time, just blinking.
Either way, I think he's okay because he has Execute and he draws a card off of the Death Spite Death Rattle.
So many possibilities.
Is there a reason for Tice to not play the Twilight Drake?
I don't think so. It's the power turn that you're looking for. If anything, he's thinking about whether or not he wants to Soulfire. Alright, well, he is going to choose to go for it. And what does he lose?
Hellfire. That's fine.
Yep.
It's not a card versus Warrior. And it was a good move also to use Soulfire here, because with the Death's Bite, that Acolyte Pain would draw more than 1 card for sure.
Whiff of a draw though for Tice. And he picks up his Mountain Giant in the wrong order here.
Well,
so
but still, it
of
will be a very useful card, especially because Hiara doesn't have the Maverick Execute or Shield Slam. He has Sylvanas though, so it might get interesting there.
I feel like Tice has been getting a little unlucky this entire tournament so far with all these small little things. In the grand scheme of how his deck's been playing out, it feels like things have been ordered improperly, like every single time, just by a little bit.
Yeah, I certainly agree. It seems like he's not having those great draws, especially with those wild growths not coming, and the small things like a card getting too late, and especially the Grommash.
Yeah, the Grommash being the very last card of his deck. Alright, Hiara has a very clean turn here. He's a little afraid of like this giant potentially getting silenced, but owls have started being cut from handlock a little bit as well. I think you can take this opportunity to kind of continue to push and figure out what you can do to piece together this hand. Also, the good thing is that you have something like, you know, Ysera and Ragnaros, and these are the late game cards, and hopefully you can bait out Siphon Souls beforehand, so that way they're safer to drop on board.
Oh yeah, they're certainly good cards you can play on turn 8 and 9. And here, with the Mountain Giant, you can still do something with it. You can kill it with just attacking with a Fairy Works and Lothar. Then you have 5 mana to play something if you want to. Can you Well, you can also clear with minions if you really want to. Just Cruel Taskmaster and just trade your minions into it.
What now?
Yeah, Cool Taskmaster plus Fiery War Axe, and you can keep Lotheb pretty healthy. So that way it can pretty much fight and stay out of things like Shadow Flame range until, well, he buffs it up with Defender of Argus.
The end is close.
Okay. So
Thanks.
this.
Yeah, I mean, like playing Sylvanas here makes no sense, so I guess it's a fine play.
Yeah, the Cruel Taskmaster is a little bit more flexible, keeping your hand if you draw into Gromosh. Also,
Especially with no whirlwinds.
Yeah, good point.
Even
good
more
point.
important now.
All right, Tice life tapping because he can. He's still not under those danger turns. It's not like Gromosh off the top can kill him unless it has Inner Rage.
By the way, this is the moment where Warrior is actually getting advantage because he was able to deal with two big threats that Tice played, which was Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake. And now Tice is dropping low, but he will have to be wary about the Brawl. Like, he doesn't have any Molten Giants in his hand right now, but even if he would have Molten Giants, he might have been in trouble with regards to the incoming Brawl. So right now, Warrior is in a position where Warlock is actually getting pretty low, and you might be able to one-shot Warlock if you get a Grommash, and the Brawl comes, and Brawl might be actually pretty important in the next turns.
Yeah, especially if these get loaded up by Molten Giants, which Tice doesn't have. He's got so many of his support cards, but very little of his threats.
But the thing with the Brawl is now, if before getting the Brawl, you think, hey, if I actually attack into him and deal 6 points of damage, or even play Ragnaros and hit face, then those Molten Giants are being dropped, and I have a problem. But with the Brawl in my hand, I feel like, hey, I can drop Ragnaros or whatever. I can go face. I can drop him to like even 8 points of health. Then he will be forced to play Molten Giants, tone it up, and I have a Brawl next turn to devastate his board. So right now, Hiara has all the tools he needs. Like, he only has to figure out the sequence and the correct order of cards, and if he wants to play Ragnaros this turn or not.
You know, also he's kind of thinking over how the best way to deal with his Lotheb because he doesn't want to drop his opponent too low by doing this. The negative of attacking the Unstable Ghoul-Into is that you lose your ability to proc Gromosh on the next turn, so he's going to keep it just in case. And I think it's the smartest way. Hiara really hopes that this doesn't enable double Molten Giant and maybe Shadow Flame. And it hits the Ancient Watcher, so that's a good result for Hiara.
You think? I think face will be as good.
No, I think Ancient Watcher is excellent in that spot. You're not enabling double Molten very easily. He has to kind of tap and then dupe double Molten and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess it's still good. You bait out the Siphon Soul, so you'll be able to play Sarah without any problem.
My eyes are open.
Yeah. Well, Ty's rebounds all the way up to 20 health. We thought maybe he'd be in the single digits, but seems like now Ysera can pop down. And there's only Faceless and Ironbeak Owl to kind of combat it.
Well, that's actually a great answer. You get your own Ysera, and you silence your opponent's Ysera. So now you're getting the cards, and they have just a big minion, like a log. And he gets his first Molten Giant. It might be important.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like how you follow it up. Do you feel like you want to put up a taunt that's big enough so that Gromosh can't be an impact? But the problem is then you open yourself up to Black Knight. Hiara's like, oh my god, he had Faceless.
Please don't silence it. Can you read
Yeah.
his lips?
Yeah, he says, please no Ironbeak Owl.
Sick.
But unfortunately, I
stressed.
got bad news, Hiara. Ysera no longer can talk. Or at least
Aw.
can't use any of its powers. Dream is a card that gives
That's pretty
Tice
nice.
a little bit utility.
Faceless. So now we can have
Faceless.
even more Yseras, but I think this is the moment when you brawl. Do you brawl? Wait. Is there anything else you can do that's better? Those minions actually have like 1 health or something, so maybe you play double Taskmaster, Kill the 3-1 and a 2-1. Faceless your opponent's Isera. And maybe kill the 2-3.
You don't have you can't use everything though, because if you cruel Taskmaster and then Fiery War Axe, Nightmare, and kill his Ysera.
No, I don't mean Fire Warriors. I
can't
wanted
Faceless.
double Taskmaster and Faceless. Or maybe...
Yeah, but I'm saying if you could actually use Nightmare to kill everything, the problem is the fact that a Faceless Manipulator costs a little bit too much mana. Because ideally you Faceless here, and then you Nightmare and Cool Taskmaster and kill.
Oh, this is a cool play, but it won't die this turn.
It's a little risky. His
Especially
opponent has
because of a
Leroy
dream.
finish. Oh
Because
yeah,
it-
the dream.
The dream card. That's a passive play.
Pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I mean, dream is pretty nice in here.
So many.
So being ties, yeah, I guess.
possibilities.
Can you ignore the board like completely? And I mean, dream Sylvanas obviously because you have to, and play maybe Sludge Belcher. If you really want to, you can play Defender Vargas as well and just go face for 5. And then end of
I don't
turn,
like opening your own Ysera to Black Knight.
So many possibilities.
Because Warrior has shown that they don't have Execute, and they clearly don't have the mana to Shield Slam, or not the mana, the armor to Shield Slam. So removing this Ysera does become a part of a problem. You do want to play around the fact that he has Gromosh though.
So many.
Well, if you don't
possibilities.
taunt your Isera, then he has 9 points of damage. So if he has a Gromash, then you're dead.
That's also very true.
I think like taking your chances with a possible taunt a little better. The second Molten Giant, this might be very important. So he's just counting cards right now. It's Sludge Belcher is definitely a good card to play. He has to play it. Then the question is, do you trade your... I mean, do you attack with your Ysera into something? Or, yeah, okay, it's fine. Play it safe. You have time.
And Emerald Drake is a great target for Shadow Flame as well. So there's got lots of good synergies inside the hand of Taish. Abara picks up Sludge Belcher.
By the way, I'm looking at this Ysera art, and I really want an alternative art with in the human form instead of the ugly dragon.
Yeah, that's right. We were at the Taiwan BlizzCon qualifiers, and then me and Nimsh, and then I saw like Ysera in human form, but I didn't recognize her whatsoever. And Nimsh was like, "Oh look, it's Alex Straza. It's Ysera," and I'm like, "What?" I did not recognize it whatsoever.
What do you mean? It's just a girl. It's not a dragon. I'm like, dude, seriously.
Sorry, man. I didn't really come too much from a Warcraft background.
Well, we have Ysera's Awakening. Did you think it's a random chick like the card?
Oh, I had
Yeah.
no idea that Ysera's Awakening had a girl on it either. I wouldn't know because I never get it whenever I play Ysera.
Okay, I forgive you.
I'm always
But-
getting Laughing Sisters.
Are we going to see a third Ysera here?
He does. How does he kind of get himself out of here?
I love how he's agonizing about those things. Like, do I play it? No. Do I play it? No. What do I do? Like, okay.
I don't know. I feel like he probably has a flower off screen where he's like picking off the petals and deciding whether or not he should attack or not,
laughing
or play
sister.
this.
These reaction to Laughing Sister.
That's so bad.
Oh my god, he's
See.
so vulgar.
So
Hey,
now there's an
Taish.
opportunity for you to continue to press.
Wait,
Maybe even
that's
use Shadow
5.
Flame here.
That's 5, 7, 11. Oh my god, 2 damage off.
Hmm?
Do you? I think I would actually tap. Because he potentially has Argus plus Soulfire, it's 6 points of damage. So you have 11. So you need only 2 points of damage. If you get another Argus. Wait, another Argus.
You
is
still
only
need to
1
get
point of
past
damage.
the Sludge Belcher though.
Oh yeah, sick. Oh my god, I haven't seen the Belcher. I was just looking at his cards in his hand. So yeah,
Yeah.
that
The
doesn't
Black
matter.
Knight seems like it's logical, but you're still playing with the fear of the Gromosh. Then is it better to play a little bit defensive? Make a Shadow Flame play.
Yeah, Gromash threat is still real.
Yeah, so Shadow Flame seems to be it then.
Yeah, the Shadow Flame is pretty nice. 7 points of damage to the board. Just play safe. Like Warrior doesn't have that many cards that are good, and you've seen Hiara agonizing about playing Faceless. Those are not the plays you want to make. And if you stay out of the Gromash range, you're in a pretty good position.
He loses a Molten Giant, but he also has a Nightmare, so he makes up some of that damage. And in fact, with Nightmare, plus what he has on board, plus Defender of Argus, that's 12 damage right there.
I'm so happy that Sylvanas got nerfed, and now she's only 6 points of mana, because Sylvanas' Brawl was just OP.
It was way too strong. Full board clear no matter what, unless there's like 15 Death Rattle minions that pop up afterwards. Oh no,
Hiara died.
Hibara's ping. Hibara?
Hiara, you can do it. You can make a decision. You thinking about 50-50 Brawl?
What now?
Would you play Taskmaster first? Just to give it 30% to get rid of... Like, Taskmaster into a 1-2 Taunt Totem, Taunt Slime.
Might as well just toss Laughing Sister in there then, because Cruel Taskmaster still has its place with Gromash.
True.
Like at this stage, Gromash becomes one of the only ways to lethal. If Laughing Sister survives, and then you top deck Gromash. You also need to armor up, just in case they have a little bit extra damage to kill you.
Maybe you just yellow Brawl and then play Laughing Sister after that.
No, that 50-50 is really hard. Oh man, he's gotta decide quickly. You're running out of time, hard bro. No, it's not over.
Going to get rogue?
Why have you given up? Don't do this. Oh my god, he went to sleep. He says, "You know what? Wake me up when this dream is over."
Oh my god. Wait, is it lethal here? Not lethal yet. Wait, 5 plus 5, 10. Yeah, it's off.
Wow, that is a face of a man that's been defeated mentally already, beaten down time and time again.
Well, he really wants that Gromash, but
Ooh, Ragnaros top deck.
Wait, with Ragnaros he can go.
Can he go 50-50? No, he's gonna be a little bit short. But I mean, oh no, you have Nightmare. Excuse me. Yeah, you can Nightmare your 1/2. You can go for the coin flip. It's not really a coin flip. It's a 1 in 3 chance to end the game.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, you're still 50-50. Excuse me. You Nightmare and then
You just
attack.
You kill Acolyte and then you Nightmare the 1/2 attack face.
You're gonna be short a little bit though.
No, I think it's...
Wait, is Nightmare 5/5? Oh, it's 4/4.
Yeah,
that's power overwhelming.
It's a 50-50.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Is Thais going to get lucky and finally...
I feel like the way the game's been going, Hibara's run with the Warrior has ended here. Oh, but the Laughing Sister tanks the damage. There's still hope with Brawl. And certainly with Execute. If you Brawl Execute with the Unstable Ghoul, you can guarantee yourself a full board clear.
I can't believe how unlucky Thais is. It's just incredible.
Yeah. This guy has not been getting Ragnar shots or top decks or wild growths or anything really that he needs.
If Hibara, he plays Unstable Ghoul, he uses Brawl, and if the 6/7 actually survives, I would laugh.
Well, I mean, he can also use Taskmaster after Brawl if he wants to save his Unstable Ghoul as a taunter. But I just like Cruel Taskmaster because it is your win condition. Kind of. I mean, he's at 13 health though, and he can still set up giants and taunt.
Yeah, I think Unstable Ghoul is the play. Certainly, like there is no other way. You want to play Unstable Ghoul because then there is a chance that it will actually survive the Brawl. If it doesn't, there is a good chance that the 6/7 that will just die will survive the Brawl. And if something big survives, you can execute easily. So
oh man, wait, don't end the turn. He was about to end the turn before it was decided. And he is going to execute Ysera and leave it down to Thais. Now Thais, again, if he picks up Leroy and other finishing cards, he can close out this game soon.
Oh my god, that was so close. Hibara back to dying. Molten Giant, pretty nice card. Wait, do you play Twilight Drake first? Mountain
Not if you're planning to
Giant.
play Mountain Giant too. You want to put out as much damage as possible. No more games.
And obviously a taunt as well. Now Bro is out of the way.
Okay, Hiara needs shield block into shield slam into Sylvanas, and then steal his giant. Oh my
Oh
god,
my
is
God,
this gonna really
yes.
happen? He needs to shield slam Sylvanas and steal one of the giants to stay alive.
How is this possible even? Like, this game should be over 5 turns ago.
Heis is like the unluckiest guy. If this steals one of the giants, 2 out of 3 chances.
Oh my god.
But he has Black
But he has a
Knight.
dream. He has a dream,
Black
wait.
Knight. Oh yeah,
A
he
Black
has Dream
Knight.
too.
Wait, but he's short on lethal, right? It's 12?
That's so funny, God.
My
I
Bard,
like
the new
calling
master.
random scenarios where this is what has to happen for him to survive. Oh man. All right, now I
Hiara is
think
disappointed.
Hiara is done. I think it's time to pack it up, boys. I can't think of anything that helps him here.
That's by he can commit Sudoku.
There we go. At least go down honorably with the fight. This series is tied up, and we're going to game number 5 once again.
Sick game. That was really a sick game. That's why I love Hearthstone. You have all those funny moments. It's perfect. Like, the game was played splendidly by both players, but there were so many funny moments that you can tell the story. Like, Hiara can after this match, Hiara can go to his friends and say, "Hey, I had this situation, that situation." I think Trollden will be happy with this series, by the way.
Probably. There's definitely lots of funny moments where it can go inside of his highlight reel. By the way, Hiara's going to go with Priest as his last class, and a little bit of a tricky situation because Priest against Handlock struggles in the traditional matchup. Although I don't know how his stacks up specifically. I'm taking a look at it. He's got Mind Control. He's got Ragnaros. Those kinds of things can really decide a lot of how the big threats end up getting taken down. Like Ragnaros kills a giant, Shadow or Deaths kill a giant, Mind Control takes care of a threat. So maybe there's a way for him to scale up, especially if Thought Steal ends up getting him some very valuable cards.
Certainly,
But that's always the RNG.
the matchup is in favor of Handlock, but Priest has a chance. It's not like Priest is dead for sure. A good Circle of Healing with Okanai can clear the board. Thought Steal is super important to get cards that are actually useful, and the Mind Control is pretty interesting. So yeah, I think there's nothing more about those decks, so maybe we can just go to the game quickly and see how it turns out for our players.
All right, sounds good to me. So, game number 5, where Tice, if he wins here, is favored to advance. Hiara, if he wins, he's also in good position too, and takes out one of his opponents who critically needs this game to keep his tournament life alive. Hiara starts off with Shadow or Death in hand. Seems like he's been doing a good job keeping tabs on his opponent, making sure to know that he's not playing Zoo whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card. By the way, this matchup from the Priest perspective is it's very interesting because you want to rush your opponent. We've seen it. We've seen Amaz doing it many times, very skillfully defeating the Handlock, because you are disadvantaged. You have those removal cards, but still you are disadvantaged because there are the clears, there are those big minions. If you don't draw into your removal cards, you're pretty much dead. But if you're able to rush your opponent and deal as much damage as possible, they will play the Molten Giants. Oh my god, this is a very nice Thought Steal. But to continue, it's like you get them low, and then you finish them off with Holy Fires, and before even Mind Blast. Right now there is no Mind Blast, so it will be more about board position and board control. But, well, Hiara did get Twilight Drake, which is pretty important.
Yeah, I think the Twilight Drake is more important than drawing an extra card, so that way you can answer whatever turn 4 threat. And now when Tice drops his Drake, or sorry, when he drops his Mountain Giant, the Drake can kill off the Farseer, and then you can use Shadow or Death and get a board clear, which is, again, very not used to this being in the situation as the Handlock player.
Yeah, this is why this matchup is pretty tricky. And having this Shadow or Death is so important here, because killing this Giant is so great. Also, Tice didn't get Twilight Drake, and Twilight Drake is one of the minions that's the hardest to deal with for Priest. It has 4 attack, it has so much health, so there is no way to remove it with a good removal spell, and there is no way to just kill it easily with something like Holy Fire. And Tice didn't get his Twilight Drakes. he has his giant, which might seem lucky, but on the other hand, Hiara has his Shadow War Death, and he is going to use it.
I wonder what he was drawing for, because he can accomplish the same thing of the same amount of health on the Drake, but he could be healing. He could be healing using his hero power than Power Word Shield, and now he has one less card he can use to synergize with Wild Pyromancer. I'm a little curious about that.
I have no answer. I would also heal the Drake.
Either way, the Ironbeak Owl is going to come down and silence it. So Tice will have an answer to it immediately.
He can steal the owl.
Wow.
Oh my god. This is a really great card. A 4/5.
Let me change
Get rid of the
your
owl, and you can still use Drake. Say what you want. 1 health is not that much, but it still has 4 attack, and it's doing good work with dealing damage.
Well, it makes sense considering that Mortal Coils is one of the first cards that are starting to be examined at now that Ironbeak Owl's been cut too, and handlocks aren't running Mortal Coils as often as you'd think they are anymore.
Yeah, I think a lot of handlocks actually cut Mortal Coils, but they like to cut 1-0 as well. I don't remember if Tice is actually running Mortal Coils. Let's see.
I don't believe we've seen any, and we've seen most of his handlock deck already.
Give me a
Meanwhile,
second.
Tice's hand is filled with a lot of nice mid-range threats with Ragnaros to kind of top things off. But he has to also be mindful of what can Priest do to effectively disable him very easily.
In fact, he is running 1 Mortal Coil and 1 Ironbeak Owl.
Okay,
So he just
1 Mortal
didn't-
Coil.
Yeah, he just didn't draw it.
Alright, well he's gonna opt to go for a board clear and play defensive. He drops Sun Fury Protector, but there's 3 more Taunt Givers. Nothing to fear.
And he has double Sludge Belcher, so it's still fine for him to not have Taunt. But Hiara is doing a good job with the pressure. He was able to get Warlock low to like 17 points of health. It's still not the Molten Giant range, and he has some kind of a board and will be able to pressure. He still has the Holy Fire, which is really important, and double Holy Nova. So he has some direct damage, even if Warlock stabilizes at some point with Molten Giant and something else. Hiara has a lot of direct damage that he can utilize.
Yeah, alright, well, let's see what Tice is able to do to respond. And it seems like he's gonna coin out this Ragnaros and push it out into the field. And ideally hit something like the Pyromancer. Honestly, either is okay.
Obviously, face.
Oh, and it hits the face.
It's Dice Ragnaros.
Gosh.
Okay, and now also Hiara actually got Okanai Assault Priest. Might be a key card in removing this Ragnaros.
Yeah, or even just doing a little bit of extra damage and clearing it out.
I must consider.
What if you just play Okanai, attack into Ragnaros with those 2 dudes, and then heal Ragnaros, just finishing it off? Okanai gets to
I like it.
3/7.
I like it because I like saving Holy Fire as a potential way for your reach damage. But you have to make sure you're doing the right sequence too. You have to suicide Pyromancer first.
Can you ignore Ragnaros? Is this a valid play? Play Okanai.
If he faces Ragnaros, I don't know.
Well, if he faced, like, you will attack for 6 and also deal 2 more damage with the heal. So that's 8 points of damage. So he'll drop to 9.
Wow.
Well, I don't know. This is fine as well.
I guess it's okay because you have Okanai Soul Priest as a backup.
Yeah.
Ah, wait,
And-
Hiara didn't heal himself. Uh-oh.
Whoops.
Not quite what was planned. Or maybe it was, I don't know. Hiara's trying to convince himself, no, I didn't want that 2 HP.
Well, he has a
I'm
Molten
good.
Giant. He has a Molten Giant, so...
I'm damaged goods, there's no hope for me.
Trying to go low and be able to play Molten Giant as soon as possible.
Fair enough. By the way, Tice does have pretty decent minions to kind of follow this up. It's not as simple as just burning through, and this is where the game gets the most difficult for the Priest player, because now Tice has picked up another Taunt Giver. He needs an active way to kind of combat, push through those minions, and even utilize some of his burn to finish the game.
Second Okanai is pretty nice. You can, well, you just play Okanai and heal the 3/5. Can you even like Holy Nova first? Like Holy Nova,
Yeah.
you don't have enough mana. I mean, you can attack into Sludge Belcher, then cast Holy Nova, kill the Belcher. You get a 1/2 in front of you, but your minion is untouched. And then you play Okanai and pass, and you have 2 good minions. And you are facing just 1/2 token. It's just you just dealt 2 more damage.
I must consider.
I guess it effectively does the same thing by doing this, except you get to keep Holy Nova as direct damage.
Well, but
So-
you will lose your Dark Cultist.
Yeah, but then you get more health on the Akanai Soul Priest. I guess you're right in a sense, but at least you have Holy Nova as direct damage. However little it might be, it still might be important.
Well, you will still use it to deal points, a couple of points of damage anyway. But that play was also acceptable. Now being Thais, do you play your... Do you want to clear somehow? How much are you
Yeah.
afraid of this Okanai Soul Priest?
He has to have a lot to kind of back it up. So I think you just use I think it's one of his ways to win. So I think you certainly want to use Siphon Soul. You don't want him to have like Farseer or Circle of Healing combos to wipe your giant for free. Hiara's in a lot of trouble right now.
Also, you see that in this situation, he was able to clear the Dark Cultist without any benefit for Hiara.
You know
Yeah.
why Hiara didn't heal? He wanted to get to Molten Giant faster.
Yeah.
How about that?
I wonder.
Interesting. Do you play Okanai Soul Priest and Circle of Healing, and then deal 2 more damage to face maybe, so that you can double Holy Nova next turn?
Yeah, I mean, he played already 1 Molten Giant. So, you're not really afraid too much. It's still 1 Giant that's threatening, and second one most likely probably would have been played or will be played anyways, because he's at such low HP. But you positioned yourself so poorly that you can't finish the game here. That's why I like saving Holy Fire. That's why you like to have the opportunity to kind of rush your opponent down with some of the burn spells.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, there's no good combination of cards.
Telling me. Well, Hiara trying to see if he can beat the rope, but it seems like he hasn't really come to any conclusion that's reasonable. It only did 3 damage. And Tice has now picked up another Taunt Giver. Keep in mind, he also has Faceless Manipulator, so he can also do some pretty big damage over the next couple turns by setting up a big, strong board.
Do you have to deal with the Pyromancer, by the way? Do you want to kill it? How much possible damage is there? Like,
Yeah, I
being
guess
Tice-
that's true.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, like attacking into this Pyromancer. I guess if you think like you've seen 1 Okanai Soul Priest, and if you think that there is another one with the Circle of Healing, leaving this Pyromancer will just your multi-giant will just die. And also, it will be another extra point of damage to whatever you decide to play this turn.
Shield
If
Okay.
he
He's
also
gonna
has-
deal with it.
Yeah, it's
There you
fine.
go.
He has to kill it. That's really well played. Because right now he also is able to deal 9 points of damage. And he moved his giant outside of the Holy Fire range.
Ooh.
So it's pretty significant.
Yep. Hiara picks up Holy Fire number 2. And
Well, that's perfect for Circle of Healing, and a heal is just clearing here, so it's pretty nice for him. Holy
Alright, Tice,
Fire.
Well, he's picked up 20 damage from Leroy, by the way. That's a top deck to win the game and win the series.
Thick.
Right there has been decided. We've kind of forgot about Power Overwhelming and Faceless being in the hand, but Leroy top deck is plenty for Tice to take this game. And Hiara, he had a pretty decent showing going the distance against Tice, But it seems like Tice will jump out to a 2-1 group lead and be in a strong position to advance to the top 4.
A nice finish from Tice. He was unlucky most of the series, but
There you go.
he was patiently waiting for that Leroy, for that card to come. So certainly a very nice series. Like this was a lot of control versus control, and but you know a lot of people complain that we have only the rush versus rush matches. So I'm sure they enjoy the brainstorming and the clash of all those things and decisions where players actually have a lot of cards instead of just going, oh, top deck. So here you have so many cards, so many trades. The games are long and every single decision makes matters and might you know, swing the game in the end, like turn 9 or 10.
Yeah, because remember he forgot to heal himself and he died by 1 damage over. So maybe that could have been the way for him to survive an extra turn. Who knows?
Okay.
All right. Well, so a lesson learned for Hiara, and that he needs to kind of make sure to stay on point for the entire series. But I think still going 2-3 is kind of encouraging that he made it pretty close despite having a few missteps here and there. Tice is going to end this group 2-1, which puts him in firm position to advance unless Hyped and Amaz both have a better score against Hiara. Amaz versus Hiara is going to be coming up after the break. Before we do, we want to remind you to enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini by Cyber Power PC. All you have to do is type giveaway in the chat or go to the bottom of Twitch and find out more about the VGVN, which is the Video Game Voters Network, and a little bit about what they're all about with all of their legislation fighting for making sure video gamers are properly represented in the media and also in the Supreme Court. So make sure to check that out, and we'll take a break. When we come back, more action from Group A of VGVN number 2. What's up? Welcome back to the VGVN number 2. My name is Frodan. I've been casting alongside Dimsh, and we're about our last 2 series of the day, and we had to see how Hiara stacks against Amaz and Hyped. Amaz and Hyped are tied for second place rather, but if they take a convincing win, 3-0 or 3-1, then I believe they almost guaranteed themselves a top 2 finish. They can jump ahead of Tice here. Otherwise, we'll have a little bit of a tie going on if they kind of get even scores. If, say, Hyped and Amaz go 3-2, then, well, we're going to have an interesting series or tiebreakers. We'll let you guys know about it if that becomes the case. In the meantime,
Also,
we get ready for... Oh, go ahead, Nim.
yeah, also there is a chance that Hiara is actually going to win 2 games with the guys, and then Hiara and Thais will actually advance.
Yeah, that's something that's also considering if Hiara is able to just 3-0. See Hiara the one advancing in first place. And you know, he might do it. He started off the series pretty strong, but it seemed like as it went along, there was times where he got tilted or a little bit emotionally invested, and it felt like he kind of given up mentally, waiting like a minute for play.
He was pretty composed.
I was just saying it seemed like something got to him a little bit. I'm not exactly sure on the actual details. The ban screen has been ready and prepared for you guys, so let's hop into it and see what Amaz and Hiara have prepared. Most likely it's a Hunter ban to kind of unify it across. It makes sense given the overall strategy. Everyone brings Hunter because they expect Hunter to be banned, and that way it frees up 3 other classes to be played.
And we have a Hunter banned again by both players. So this time no Hunter matchup, and Hiara is actually using his Priest. And we've seen this Priest in action versus Thais. He actually lost, but he feels confident bringing Priest against Amaz, where Amaz is a Priest master and he understands the Priest completely, maybe even better than the developers themselves. But he wants to start with his super buff, the Paladin deck that he trusts, and he had a pretty good run with this Paladin deck versus Thais. He almost took the series. He played it really well, and right now he's trusting it again. Who do you think has an edge here, Frodan? Frodan, are you here, or did we lose Frodan again?
My apologies, Nimsh. I was lagging a little bit. I think your question was who is favored, right?
Yeah.
I think the Paladin in general is really strong against Priest, just because of how well the hero power scales into late game. The problem is that I've always seen Priest get really good starts, and Wild Pyromancers can always get Priest out of tough binds. And if you clear the board of Paladin a few times, you're able to kind of use these mid-range minions to finish off every single time. So I wouldn't count Priest out, but I would say Amaz is favored here.
Yeah, I would give an edge to Amaz as well. So without further ado, let's go into the game and see the mulligan hands of our players.
Okay, let's go and see how Amaz and Hiara, 2 of the more talkative players, at least when it comes to, well, Amaz is streaming and Hiara in general. It seems like Hiara is a little bit more flustered too. This previous series, slightly more red, but
Looks
who
like
knows?
he was
Maybe that'll beat some life into
exercising.
him.
He was exercising to get in shape, to get the blood pressure flowing.
Yeah, maybe he's like, if I lose, I have to do 50 push-ups. If I win, I can do 10 or something. Hearthstone workout.
Punishment game. Amaz starts with a well match. So let's evaluate the hands of our players here. On Amaz's side, I like it. Aldor Peacekeeper, Senjin. He has the tools, it's fine. And on Hiara's side, Dark Cultist is even better. Oh my god, he has double Dark Cultist and a coin into Dark Cultist. It's so sick.
Yeah, Dark Cultist is excellent. Do kind of open yourself up for some healing combos if you do this, but I think you want to kind of fight for the board as much as you can. I mean, if you pass turns 1 through 3 because you're a favorite opponent drawing cards, you're going to allow Priest way too much breathing room, in my opinion.
By the way, looking at Amaz, look at how focused he is. Normally, Amaz is very expressive on a stream, but here he is a killing machine. He's really into the game, not giving anything to his opponents. It's the same when he's playing face-to-face. That's why he's a very good offline tournament player as well. You just can't read him. Look at his face. It's really hard to say what is he actually holding in his hand. Is his hand good or is it bad?
Well, his hand is okay. It's not amazing. In fact, the fact that he has 3 4-cost cards is gonna make it a little clunkier to play. Hyara's gonna opt to go for a little bit of a defensive play and get card advantage, meaning he's comfortable playing the later stages of the game.
Well, this game will definitely go to the later stages with both control decks, healing, and then trying to get the control. It's funny that neither of the players actually got a Sludge Belcher, and a Sludge Belcher is, I feel like in those matchups, Sludge Belcher is always being played on turn 5 by one of the players.
Yeah, and it's universally very powerful against a lot of things other than... I would just say 5/5s are the best counter to Lotheb in general, or anything above it, because then Sludge Belcher can't go 1-for-1 with it.
Yeah, but how much the meta has changed, like, with Prenax Ramas, the turn 5 slot was so much unexciting. Just, oh yeah, Azure Drake, Azure Drake, Azure Drake, and that's it. Like, it's crazy to kill it. And now it's turn 5, and you're like, oh my god, what am I going to play? Or what is my opponent going to play on turn 5? Because there are so many choices, so many good cards to play on turn 5.
After a little bit of deliberation, Amaz chooses to attack into the Northshire Cleric, so that way it's a little tougher to trade in. Not to mention, I think if he heals and Northshire Cleric draws a card and he can't kill Senjin, Senjin can kind of press in for the kill, so that way he doesn't have to give anything up. And of course, you don't want to kill the Dark Cultist first. It's as much as it might feel tempting, because it's like, it's a 3/4. Sometimes I want to get rid of it. You want to kill all the minions surrounding Dark Cultist before you kill it off.
Yeah, that's certainly a good call. And right now he has 4 mana. Is he going to play a second Dark Cultist? Like, what is his game plan? Does he want to draw cards, or he needs to deal somehow? He needs to deal with his board. Is there a good way to do it? He will have a Holy Nova next turn if he wants to.
Yeah, this is kind of the
stuck.
problem with the choice to draw a card the previous turn as opposed to develop a second Dark Cultist. Because now he can't push through and then also use the second Northshire Cleric to draw. Of course, it's easier for us to say this because he didn't have second Northshire Cleric to guarantee a draw card engine. But now he's going to be forced to play pretty defensive, and Amaz has an opportunity to respond very easily.
Do you like the attack, by the way? I feel like just keeping that cleric and not attacking will be fine as well, because next turn, if Senjin attacks into your 3/4, you will be able to finish it off with Holy Nova. Or if it doesn't attack, if it goes for face, you will still be able to finish it off.
Alright, well,
nice.
Amaz is going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and Dark Cultists taking that simultaneously is also just as good, so their Death Rattles can't have any power.
So now he can be peaceful about the Dark Cultist. One of the best cards from Priest is eliminated, and the board is clear. He has a Senjin, he has a good follow-up, so Amaz is looking good with the current setup.
Yeah, he's been picked up a quality, so that way he can kind of address the board. He's got some pretty decent threats. Sunwalker, of course, is a 4/5, and that in itself, it gives a lot of threat to what Priest can do. But I still like the quality of Hyara's hands. He's got ways to combo Pyromancer. He's got draws with Northshire. He can even steal something small with the Cabal. And of course, when all else fails, you just Thought Steal to try to Hail Mary for an answer.
And get it, Tyrion.
Why not?
Yeah, it's a nice card to have as a priest.
Okay.
Holy Nova
From
is kind of
here-
useless.
I must consider.
Oh my goodness, he Thought Stole Sylvanas and Cairn from the Paladin
Dick.
player.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's a nice pull.
That is kind of crazy. This guy's deck is crazy.
Well, a lot of players say that Thoughtsteal is underrated, but it's in this
Underrated.
metagame.
Is someone injured?
But in this metagame, Thoughtsteal is actually a good card, I'd say, because the value of the cards is increased much. And if you're playing those control matchups and the King of the Hill format when you ban Hunter, a chance that you will actually get those legendaries is much higher when you're facing Paladin, Warrior, or even a second Priest.
Yeah, you know, I was gonna say that Paladin is generally favored against Priest, but when you Thought Steal and you have 2 copies of Cairn and Sylvanas, or sorry, not 2 copies, I don't think the Priest is running Cairn, but say you have 2 copies of Sylvanas and a Cairn that you get from Thought Steal, well, That can really tilt the percentages in your favor because now you can go toe-to-toe with a lot of their big threats. You're not really that afraid of removal. They're not expecting like the second Sylvanas, and Karin might be surprising as well. So these are really powerful cards that Hiara has, and if he pieces them together for a good run, might be able to do something cool here.
It's also important that you get those 2 cards outside of your deck, so you essentially now have 31 cards. But wait, 32. So you're at +1 because you got the 2 cards for 1, but still you have 30 cards in your deck because you just got 2 additional cards. So going into Fatigue War or the top decking war where both players just run out of options, you have those 2 cards that can be useful. And they are really useful, both of the top legendary cards.
Seems like if he attacks into this, he wants some kind of Alchemized Soul Priest play. And I guess he's okay not drawing any more cards. He's got some pretty decent ones already. But he does allow his Alchemized Soul Priest to get destroyed this way by the remaining Sludge token, so Amaz is kind of okay.
Well, Amaz will definitely attack into it, but then the question is, what do you play?
I want to see Amaz hero power as much as possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Playing the dudes, and Amaz knows how to play Paladin, so
Yeah,
he played many
he's got
times.
Take heart.
Good. It's just the best way to harass Priest as much as you can. Because again, choose over champion off the top. Now he can kill off the first iteration of Karin.
Black Knight won't be useful, but it's still some kind of a body.
The 4/5. How about that?
Yeah, it's a decent 4/5, so it's not bad.
Are you afraid of Cabal Shadow Priest?
I would. One of the better cards in Priest.
Amaz is baiting it out, saying, well, if you want to take something, you can take the token, but don't take the golem. Good play. Very solid overall decision-making from Amaz. Seems like Hiara has calmed down a lot. Almost too much. I'm a little scared with how the drastic difference in emotion. And his wrist is also contorted in a way that it makes it look very painful what he's doing. Wow, that hurts my wrist just looking at it. Jesus.
That was the punishment thing he did.
Oh no.
Well, you only need one hand to play Hearthstone, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Imagine
An
a StarCraft
iPad.
player. If I lose this match, I break my wrist.
Oh gosh, that's it's a little bit too morbid. Hearthstone's supposed to be about fun and casualness, not about, you know, punishing yourself because you've dishonored anybody or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right. It's I'm sure he's just not laughing. He wants
Maybe
to be
he's
as
come
focused
back down
as
to
possible.
earth. You know, when you're first playing, you're pumped on adrenaline. You lost your first series, so now you're trying to like level up. Like, okay, you know, I gotta calm down here.
He was definitely happy to play at this tournament, but now it's more about, hey, I lost one game, now I can't afford to lose. I have to do my best. But
All right.
still, he is emotional. It's you know, you can't change yourself after one match. Like, he will still when he forgets that he is playing, and when he gets excited, he will go back to his standard behavior.
Yeah, possibly. It's just something maybe to take note of, because obviously you can't see the player's other webcam when you're playing him, but if you sense these things, it's kind of interesting to see just the personality or behavior pattern as it goes along. Amaz is going to use Lay on Hands on his Sludge Belcher, by the way. Doesn't want to lose any value whatsoever, and he picks up Spellbreaker, an important card to take out Karin for good value. But there might be even a better target if Sylvanas ends up coming down soon too.
Amaz is one of the most patient players I know with regards to his strategy and gameplay. Really taking his time with the board advancement. He knows the value, like playing Priest so much. He knows the value of card advantage. He knows that he can take his time with the trades and just take it to the fatigue war, kind of like to the soul endgame, where he master it and he can defeat his opponent right there in his comfort zone.
I wonder.
All right, well, Hiara is hovering over Thoughtsteel, and if so, I would like to see him pair it with Pyromancer so we can get a clear on the token and also kill off The Sludge Belcher. The first body, that is.
Yeah, he
That
can
seems
play
to be a reasonable line of play.
Iron Monster, a Thought Steal, then he can even play the Sludge Belcher if he wants to.
True Silver Champion allows him to go for full clear.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
All of a sudden, Harrison Jones actually becomes kind of relevant against Priest.
Is there a Harrison Jones in Amaz's hand? No, but he might top deck one. Nope.
Sylvanas.
He has double.
But Sylvanas also opens up for his opponent to use Sylvanas in Shadow Word Death.
True. That would be the dangerous play. Do you feel about? Do you feel like you have to silence Kern this spot?
What's your follow-up then?
Like, what's your strategy, by the way? You should develop the board, but it would be great to get rid of what you're facing.
Well, his strategy was to get as much run from his mid-range creatures as possible and not play into Cabal Shadow Breeze. That's why cards like Acolyte and Harvest Golem are still sitting in his hand.
Maybe you can play Spellbreaker and Sylvanas.
Yeah, actually, you know what? If Spellbreaker and Sylvanas goes through and then he plays Sylvanas and uses Shadow Word Death, he used two forms of removal, so to speak, and then you have a quality to reset the board. So that's actually not too bad, if that's what you're trying to bait out. The alternative is also to play another, like a couple of weaker minions, but then you open yourself up to Cabal Shadow Breeze.
Yeah, you just have to make your guess. What's a possible card combination in your opponent's hand? And make an educated guess what is less probable. Like, if you're playing Sylvanas here, you certainly hope that there is no Sylvanas and Shadow Word Death.
He can Shadow Priest this Sylvanas too, with Aldor Peacekeeper. In fact, he can steal anything. He can save that for Tyrion. Tyrion comes out, he just Peacekeeper, and you use the Cabal, and then all of a sudden you have a 1/6 Tyrion. Gives you a 5/3 Ashbringer, and then Amaz use Harrison Jones.
This is actually pretty sick. Aldor Peacekeeper and then Shadow Priest. That's 9 points of mana. He can even use the Power Shield if he wants to, and certainly kill the 4/3 with a 3/1. This is just so sick. It's just this combination of cards is just too good. Wait, what is happening?
He can go for a full board clear too and save his removal. I mean, a lot of things are up for grabs. It depends on how he wants to fight from the board. And this is a play around equality. So I think Hiara is taking the safest route possible. Because if you go for like your own Shadow Word Death on your own Sylvanas, you're using up 2 removals, which you kind of most likely need it anyways against other stuff. So it seems to be a good safe play.
But still, Aldor Peacekeeper and Cabal Shadow Priest would be so good. You just get everything you want, and you have minions.
Why not?
But you know, it's like not an obvious play, because how many times did you have Aldor Peacekeeper in a priest with a Cabal Shadow Priest?
Well, you don't get it very, very often, but I remember specifically thinking like, gosh, that's just such a ridiculous combo if you can lower attack of a creature. Oh, well, now we finally have a target for both Shadow Madness and Cabal Shadow Priest if he wants to utilize it. In fact, is there a way you can use it with Pyromancers to go for a clear on this 4-attack minion? I don't think so, unfortunately.
Well, you can still use Cabal Shadow Priest to steal the 1/3, and then use Aldor Peacekeeper to make the 4/5 into 1/5. And you're good. Just got the board and nullified his own board, and you still have Sylvanas Shadow or Death combo to get Tyrion if it's being dropped.
I must consider.
Yeah, I would also kind of like develop. Well, I guess you're right, because you're always afraid in the back of your mind of equality, so you don't want to build it up too much, like playing Cabal Shadow Priest and then into like Injured Blade Master Circle healing. That's just way too much and into an equality play.
Oh, yes,
And by the way, Amaz is totally fine with having an opponent take the Acolyted Plane, because a lot of times this scenario might turn into fatigue.
Wait, he did attack into Acolyte of Pain? What is happening?
Follow the rule.
Right.
Why did he attack into Acolyte of Pain?
Does he want to accelerate his fatigue?
Maybe he actually got so deep in a train of thought that he
How many cards are left in the deck? 10 cards left, and his wait. So Amaz has 10, and Hiara has 13. So I guess he's trying to push him closer to fatigue. That's the only explanation. Other than that, I'm
Well, I have
baffled if it's anything else.
He was so deep in a train of thought that the Acolyte of Pain is his that he attacked with a slime into Acolyte, thinking that he will draw a card.
No, come on.
That's a possibility.
I think you should give some credit here. Hiara went through 2 open qualifiers. The first one, he was 1 round away from qualifying. The second one, he actually did qualify. I think the guy definitely knows his way around
Okay, I
Hearthstone
agree.
a little bit.
But those things do happen when there is a lot of stress and you play a high level tournament.
Oh man, I thought
Carrying
Amaz
me all
was
the time.
concede by accident.
Whoops.
That'd be a serious. That would be comedy of errors. Cabal Shadow Priest finally gets good value. You've already used a Peacekeeper anyways, so no dream combination. But it's okay because you're still getting insane value. Cabal Shadow Priest on Harvest Golem is one of the dream scenarios you could possibly get with this card.
Yeah, it's just perfect. You just nullified 3 points of mana from your opponent, and you get a 2/3 that gives you a free token. It's perfect. So a pretty strong board from Hiara, and Amaz is facing a weird situation here. He gets equality.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to kind of rush it either. You know, he's still in a spot where he can answer these mid-game threats. The 4/5 body goes down. Still got like Guardian of Kings.
Let me think.
What's his best answer to Tyrion? Other than just humility.
Hiara.
No, Amaz's okay, like
Oh,
there is
if Hiara
What's
thoughts
Tyrion?
I'm invincible.
Tyrion, his best response looks like it's yeah, it's like a humility or wild pyromancer combination with equality.
okay, but I'm not. I don't think he actually thinks about Tyrion from the priest.
Probably
else is
not.
there?
He's already seen several cards like True Silver, Peacekeeper. In fact, if he also suspects that Karen is not common in Priest, the Karen that came out was probably also a Thoughtstolen card.
Should he actually expect Ragnaros? I don't think he expects Ragnaros if there is one. Yes, he did cut one. He understands the new build of Priest. So, well, if Amaz is cutting Ragnaros, come on, then everybody should cut Ragnaros from Priest deck.
Do you like the idea of taking Harvest Golem so that way you can get up some value and take its Death Rattle effect? Or do you feel like that's a waste of Shadow Madness?
Well, if you're going to use Shadow Ward Madness, you can do it now as well. It will be hard to get any other value there.
Actually, I like if you use Shadow Word Madness with Pyromancer, so that way you can kill off the Guardian of Kings. Get the
True.
extra damage, and you kill off the token too. In fact, you go for a full board clear on your opponent's side, and you also just give up your Peacekeeper.
That's a pretty nice combination. Is Hiara going to see it and go for it? Because there are also other options.
Yeah, you can also Holy Nova and accomplish almost the same thing. Shadow Word Death seems a little excessive considering that your best answer to Tyrion is Shadow Word Death directly with Sylvanas. Ooh, I don't know about giving this up directly. I would like the board clear with the Shadow Word or Shadow Madness, so that way you still have Shadow Word Death on your Sylvanas to take Tyrion or something.
Now he's
But
open
at least
to
this way you
Consecration.
keep your Peacekeeper.
Yeah. But then again, Consecration is just drawing this board. There will be only one token left. And I
Well,
guess
you
Amaz
have
can
a
also play Lotep.
Pyromancer, I guess. Yeah. Lotep is still very powerful. He just used a death.
Well, there is a Sludge Belcher anyway. And he gets his mind control.
Okay, so that is his way to answer Tyrion now.
So
He's got, instead of the 2-card mind control for 9 men, he's got just 1 card.
That's
Settles
why.
it.
That's why the question is. The question was very important. How does Amaz answer Tyrion? Because this Tyrion is going to change hands pretty quickly. If he gets it. Humility.
Amaz is also hitting fatigue soon, by the way. He's a few cards away. I would say 5 cards or so. And that's in the back of his mind because he might run out of ways to kill the priest if the priest hits fatigue a lot later. No, actually, they seemed about even card-wise.
6 more cards on both sides.
Yeah, Hybara had about 7, I believe. So they're about even in that department.
Hiara has an ultimate token killer. The dude killer. Slime Hulk.
Yeah, that one too is actually doing so much work because then the hero power of Amaz can't be built. Although he's healing himself, but I guess he's just maximizing his opportunity to heal before he has to heal this.
Would you play Pyromancer here and I don't know, Holy Lights to just kill this 1/1? It's so weird because
It's not that stage of the game yet, though. You know where. Second Sylvanas, by the way, enters Hybara's hand.
Sick. I guess at this point it's mainly just responding threats. Amaz wants. Oh, there's a Karen. It's pretty nice. But Amaz wants.
Oh, mind control is gonna be so nasty against this.
Yeah. But then again,
Or even
the mind
Shadow
control
Word
will be
Death on a
used.
Sylvanas.
You know, like mind control will be used, so then you can feel like, hey, I can now play Tyrion. Oh my god, there is a Ragnaros actually.
You want to use Shadow Word Death, or you want to use mind control?
I have no time
Mind
for
control
games.
is fine. I would like mind control because it's more mana efficient, but I guess it doesn't matter that much.
I guess so, and also Sylvanas can. I guess Sylvanas is a lot more random. If he does like Tyrion and another minion, there you don't always have the guarantee of killing off, and then being able to like guarantee the card you want. So I think that's probably smarter too.
Amaz is all about stalling the game right now. He wants to get to the Tyrion, and he wants to Hiara to play many cards as many minions as possible, so that he can use Equality Pyromancer or Equality. Well, Equality Pyromancer mostly.
It's gonna be tricky because Hybara, if he plays his cards right, he can play this extremely slow because he has the threats.
Extremely slow, meaning he will be bashing Amaz's head with 1/4 Kern for the next 24 turns.
Reporting for
Yep.
duty.
That would be painfully slow. There is
Well,
the
I mean,
Tyrion.
he can just he still can also just play like Ragnaros and try to bait out removal.
Yeah, but
But
still.
then, like, he needs something. He needs another creature. He needs like an injured Blade Master or something, so he can put on pressure without having to extend too much on the board. Because so far, the past few turns have just been hero power pass, effectively.
Yeah, but this game, it seems it's not about the pressure at all. It's all about the threats. So Hiara will be... He has the mind control. He has Sylvanas. So he will be able to take Tyrion, and whatever Amaz still has left in his deck, Hiara will be able to steal it. And after stealing all those things, they will go to fatigue. And Hiara will have cards. He will have those threats. And Amaz won't.
I'm almost out of cards.
Yeah, Maz also, I mean, he has a face-off against Holy Fire.
For justice.
So he's also in a tough spot in that department as well. Again, I think Maz could have avoided
Holy
killing
Light.
off his Pyromancer here. He could have Holy Lighted after the equality.
Well, I guess he wanted to use the hero power.
Yeah, but then you have a 3-1 instead as opposed to a 1-1. Well, I guess it's a kind of inconsequential either way. Because of this lesser heal, that's what the Alkanized Soul Priest. Kodo's his last card.
Sick.
And he has humility. Is this worth using Kodo on, or do you want to kind of let your Tyrion get taken? Harrison Jones actually becomes a huge liability too, because you don't want to draw too many cards. So if Tyrion gets stolen, you're gonna take 6 damage of fatigue at least.
Well, if he casts Humility with Kodo here and uses a token, he develops some kind of a board that Haibara will have to answer. Do you think he can force Haibara to mind control the Kodo?
What about just Wild Pyromancer Holy Light and then attack with the weapon, so that way you don't have to use Kodo and Humility just yet?
I would love to keep Pyromancer with equality.
That is
to be
true.
able. There might be an Isera in Haibara's deck.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Humility and Kodo is just you develop the board.
Move quickly.
Yeah, but then any kind of bigger threat that comes out, like you mentioned, you're stuck doing equality versus Kodo is your trump card. Oh wow!
It's a tough choice.
For justice.
I think he is going for Holy Light combo here.
Okay.
Reporting for duty.
I'm out of cards.
What I like about this play is, again, it's small enough that it's threatening, but at the same time, it's not big enough that you want to use anything significant removal. Shadow Madness is more than enough to take care of it. An Injured Blade Master is an important top deck. I was talking about like a card that's able to kind of go toe-to-toe with most cards while being able to put out damage.
Oh, this card is definitely something that can pressure Amaz in those last turns and
Yep.
this fatigue war. It's really interesting how this matchup is card for card and all those small decisions. 4 cards in one player's hand, 5 cards in the other player's hand. Both of them out of cards. Amaz trying to bait out that mind control. A double Holy Fire. Oh man.
Sylvanas coming out. And Amaz is like, wait, 2 Sylvanas?
Yeah, would you expect the second one? And this is the perfect moment to play Tyrion, by the way.
I suppose so. But he's just gonna hold out in case. He's gonna force him to mind control, and maybe this can be an opportunity for him to finally play Tyrion. But does Amaz have enough time? He's taking fatigue damage.
Well, this...
Does Haibara
Harrison
have enough to
Jones-
just Holy Fire him down?
Yeah, I mean... You can Holy Fire the Harrison Jones, and they will be down to the last card in their hand.
Well, clearly he's holding on to something. Like, why is Priest still in the game?
Amaz
Probably trying
has to play
fatigue
this
him out, but
Tyrion.
he has to play Tyrion, and that's gonna be it.
That's
He has
it.
no other cards left. And Priest has outlasted because of cards like Sylvanas and Cairn being taken.
Yeah, those cards were so important, like second Sylvanas and that Kern. They took a lot of removal from Amaz. And that's it.
Wow, game number 1 goes all the way, the long distance. And now Haibara is up to a 1-0 lead off of a really important Thought Steal that was able to secure 2 legendary cards that tilted the matchup in his favor. Now we're going to go to the Priest Mirror match.
Well, I'd say that Amaz is really skilled in this match. He played it many times. He lost this mirror match to Trump recently in the, I believe, well-played tournament. But, you know, he knows how it works. And it will be interesting to see because there are differences in those decks. Amaz is running Deathlord, where Haibara is running Dark Cultist. There is one Ragnaros and there is a Mind Control. So, looking at those cards, I would think that Haibara actually has an edge with regards to the cards he has. So, it will be pretty interesting to see how this unfolds. But still, Mind Control and Ragnaros, they might be very important. And on the other hand, there's Thought Steal on both sides. So it will be really dependent on what the cards are actually being stolen and how they fit the current curve and the current situation when they cast Thought Steal.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where it's difficult to kind of keep track of things. Like in the mirror matchup, like is that card Thought Stolen? Is that his last Shadow Word Death? Did he have extra removal? You know, how many threats does he have? You know, did he take cards from my deck? Is he really actually running Pyromancer? I don't know. All these cards are, it's a little bit murky in terms of the waters. Let's jump into the board and find out what these guys are holding in the opening hands, because I want to see how Amaz and Hiara are going to approach this matchup. They seem to have similar decks-ish. There's not too much difference. It's not like we see the Zombie Chow and the big like Undertaker Death Rattle Zoo Priest in a sense. It seems like Hiara is playing very similar to Amaz's deck, but with a little bit of his own flavor with Dark Cultist and Shadow Madness.
Yeah, it's basically a mirror match. Something that might be important is that Hiara is running 2 copies of Injured Blade Master, which is a perfect card in a Priest versus Priest matchup because it has 4 points of attack and hard to deal with. So what do you think about the starting hands here? Hiara is actually on a coin. He has a Thought Steal. His hand is actually pretty decent.
I like how Hiara just smiled afterwards. He's like, man, I'm so clever.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thought Steals to open up. And it seems like Amaz definitely got the better of that exchange at the moment. He's able to pick up Cabal Shadow Priest, a 4/5 minion, while Hiara just has basic removal.
There is a Northshire Cleric in Amaz's hand, that might be important, but for now, this is a weird situation. I guess you do Thought Steal.
You're still not really afraid of anything that can really contest your Northshire Cleric that much. Pretty much only Akanai's Soul Priest can come out on turn 4, or, I guess in this case, an Injured Blade Master / Dark Cultist. And you have the ability to Power Word Shield and do some cool stuff. Amaz's double Thought Steal has netted him another minion and Holy Fire, which are cards that can be pretty important as well. So it seems like he's gotten a pretty decent batch and not cards that are pretty weak overall.
Yeah, Holy Fire is a pretty good removal card in a Priest versus Priest battle. And it's funny how the Priest has changed recently because like at some point Priest was running Ancient Watchers with 4 attacks as well with like some silence, so you could build a pretty good board. And right now with the Sludge Belchers and Dark Cultist and Deathlord, this matchup is going in a very weird direction. And I'm sure that Amaz actually knows how to play it, but I'm a bit lost, to be honest.
Well, the idea is to utilize Deathlords to take out threats, especially late game ones that you can easily address and it's not timed properly. And it seems like he has Akanai Soul Priest for those removal options too, in case the board gets way too big.
Oh, this is what I was talking about. This is the card which is super important, and now he was able to clear and get a board. And Amaz is fortunately getting 1 Injured Blade Master of his own, so he will be able to mirror what just happened, playing Injured Blade Master and Deathlord, using Circle of Healing. But maybe actually he wants to use Holy Fire to remove the 3/5.
The Holy Fire play is pretty weak. You want to save it for like the inevitable Cabal Shadow Priest. The problem with Deathlord is something like Cabal, like we mentioned, Cabal Shadow Priest could actually be taking that and it allows him to get for a really good trade. So he's hoping his opponent doesn't have it. But Deathlord, best case scenario, drags out, I don't know, Sylvanas really early and he can go for a board clear of like Akanai Soul Priest or something. I don't know. Amaz has all these kinds of ideas of how he likes the matchup to go for him.
Another word, Madness, doing a lot of work in here. And it's tough to deal with a 4-attack minion, but if you have a 3/5 and a 4/7, it's kind of easy.
Right.
He
Well,
reduces the health of Deathlord as well, so he will be able to kill it efficiently next turn if Amaz doesn't heal it.
That was a classic kidnapping situation.
Yeah.
Now he returns him as if nothing ever happened.
This is tricky. Well, I was watching Amaz playing Priest many times, and what I noticed is like he really wants to make his opponent overextend so that he can use Circle of Healing to the best of his ability. With a Pyromancer, it kind of deals 5 points of damage. Oh, and a Pyromancer going from Deathlord, which is good for Amaz. It's nothing very big.
I see.
A Ragnar's Hero would be devastating.
Yeah, especially if it was Lotheb followed up so that way you can't remove it.
Sylvanas.
Well,
is good.
Sylvanas. Yeah, it's good, so that way it comes out before a turn that he can use Shadow Word Death and steal his Sylvanas.
Funny how there are no targets to heal.
No, it's often about board position with this mirror and exhausting removal.
So now this is the perfect board for Sylvanas. There is no silence. So many good targets to steal.
Is someone injured?
But the Sludge Belcher is blocking the Sylvanas a bit.
One target that's always like nice to steal with an asterisk is the Northshire Cleric, because you're not sure how much of a danger it is to you to draw too many cards. But I think with in this early stages of Priest vs Priest, it's okay. And Amaz ends up getting. That's a little too bad, because if he got the injured Blade Master, it would have been excellent for him.
Yeah, certainly. Also, I remembered another way to win a Priest vs Priest. Just win by overdrawing your opponent. If they have a Northshire Cleric and a full board,
Yep.
just go with the Pyromancer, Circle of Healing play, and they overdraw.
Yeah, Fatigue seems to be one of those ways you can do it. Circle of Healing goes for a nice board clear. Oh, just kidding. You leave up 1 minion, unless he wants to use Circle number 2.
Not really.
Yeah.
You have to kill the 4/2. Yeah, not bad. What's the status of the Northshire Clerics? I guess each of players actually used 1, so they still have 1 in their decks. Drawing cards in this matchup is so tricky, because on one hand you are improving your hand quality, but on the other, this match is going to fatigue, for sure.
I wonder.
It often does, just because Priest is, Priest vs Priest is hard to take the initiative. The only way that you can kind of beat it is if you get something like Injured Blade Master or a 4-attack minion that can continue to put out a lot of damage and Priest can't answer it.
And I have to give it to you, Hiara is actually super calm.
Yeah, he seems to kind of finally be piecing it together, so that way he's not kind of crumbling at the souls.
And
He's
also
really thinking through his plays here.
Yeah, not moving a lot as well. Before he was just jumping on a chair, and now he's just composed. Just raising his eyebrow. That's anything he's giving away.
Yeah, like at this stage, his wrist / hand has been so still that it's a little scary for me, because it's like, is that even... Does he even have that feeling in that hand anymore? I don't know.
Just don't. It's still alive, don't worry.
Let me change your
I
mind.
kind of wonder when Harrison Jones will also be played. It seems like it's a good way to bait out a Shadow Word Death. So that way, something like Ragnaros... Oh, but Amaz doesn't play Ragnaros in his deck anymore. That's right.
Yeah, he's not. And but still, Harrison Jones seems like a good card. He is a 5/4 after all. So even remove it, either remove it or just if you leave it, it will just start dealing damage. But here Hiara is a pretty nice position with he was able to clear the board, steal the 1/2, steal it back. And Amaz finds himself in a situation where it might be tough to get back.
Yeah, like nothing's very clean. Holy Fire denies him the ability to drop minions, so he needs to kind of take the opportunity to build his own board. Let's see. He picks up Injured Blade Master, another card that can be really important if you can keep this Cabal Shadow Priest alive as much as possible, and then continue to exploit the 4-attack weakness of Priest. Hand's looking pretty decent.
Well, this turn he can play Sylvanas and Injured Blade Master if he wants to, and even heal the Blade Master. Attack with Okanai into a 3/5, then probably heal the 3/5 to kill it. Attack 1/2 with a 4/5. Attack face with a 1/2 and play Sylvanas and an Injured Blade Master, and then this board is pretty nice. You've seen one Okanai Shadow Priest. Is it the Soul Priest or Shadow Priest?
Soul Priest.
Soul Priest. By the way, Okanai is getting a revamp in Warlords of Draenor.
Oh, you mean WoW? How so?
Oaking down. It's because there was an accident and it exploded, so it's like Ruins in World of Warcraft and Ghosts, and right now in the World of Trainer it will be before the accident explosion.
I would have liked to see. Well, that's cool, by the way. Like, I don't know. I won't be playing much World of Draenor, but I'll surely be watching your stream when you be able to tackle it. I would have liked to see Hiara, by the way, keep his Soul Priest a little bit, because that hero power to do 2 damage is really strong for board position. Seemed like he kind of gave it up without having to. He could have kept the board a little bit alive. He's more susceptible to something like Holy Nova. But, I mean, I don't know.
On the other hand, he has all the tools he needs, and he has a 4/4, which will be a 4/6 in the moment. He can play Injured Blade Master, and he can play the Holy Nova. So he has all the tools, and he can actually start pressuring Amaz. He has more cards, he has the board, which is better. He has everything. And if you're able to set up as many 4-attack minions as possible, you put yourself in a really good position in this matchup.
Yeah, man, Harbaugh's taking a long time now. He's really second-guessing a lot of what he wants to do. I like the play you suggested of just putting out a lot of 4-attack minions. You can even utilize your Pyromancer, so that way you go for the easy clear on Harrison Jones, and then this way you don't actually have to overextend too much.
Well, this makes me happy that Blizzard actually introduced time limit for your turn. That we have a rope now. Remember the times when we didn't have a rope? Monk had to retire. Monk actually had to retire because of that. Because we were shouting at him just playing too long.
Remember those days. Amaz, by the way, with Wild Pyromancer, will be able to kill off some of these board health creatures. It's very important for him to kind of pick them off. And Hiara is starting to finally run thin on answers. You know, I thought... Oh, never mind. He's picked up second Dark Cultist.
Yeah,
I thought Amaz was going to be the one that's going to be like, well, he has nothing to do. But it seems like Hiara is constantly getting gas. It's nice.
Yeah, he has a lot of minions, it seems. Minions that are pretty nice. Getting good draws as well. So he just regained the board presence and was able to clear the board from Amaz's side. And what is Amaz even going to do? He gets Shadow Word Pain, which is nice.
Yeah, that kills the Soul Priest, which is 1 threat off the board.
Can't steal anything with the Cabal Shadow Priest. Yeah, this game is going to fatigue. That's for sure.
Well, it's these 4/5s that again are doing so much, and this is why, like, even though Amaz thought stole a Holy Fire, you always want to at least be able to account for all of these 4-attack creatures. Because you just don't actually have anything, and I don't think Amaz is running Mind Control either. So his late game is topped out at cards like Cabal, Shadow Priest, and Sylvanas. Hiara thought steals Holy Nova and Power Shield, by the way. And, you know, Power Shield is actually not too bad. Again, it's like making it difficult for Amaz to deal with this Soul Priest. Or not Soul Priest, excuse me, the Cabal Shadow Priest.
Cabal Shadow Priest. Certainly, because there is no Crazed Alchemist in Amaz's deck, so the only way to answer the 4/9 is to kill it with Holy Fires. Or ignore it. And yeah, he was in a position where
man.
There's no way to answer this 4/9 guy.
Holy Fire off the top. I mean, he's gonna play it really safe, so that way he can even use Holy Fire to potentially kill, but it seems like Hiara is in a really dominant position, and this is the point where you don't have to win with fatigue. You can win just by, again, keeping these 4-attack minions you can't do anything about. And even Dark Cultist pulling a lot of weight. Amaz is at the mercy of his opponent.
Hiara can actually, instead of using Holy Fire, he can steal this 3/5 and attack for 10. And then he will have Holy Fire as a finisher next turn.
That's if he wants to go press for the win here, but I don't think he has to. He can play super defensive. There's no need to extend onto the board like that. But at the same time, I can't really think of a series of cards that really allow Amaz to pull back, even if the Sylvanas play did go for the steal.
Yeah, unfortunately, he lost the battle for the board presence, and there are no cards in his deck that can account for another board clear.
All right.
Hiara gets it.
Hiara wins game number 2. And his Priest is doing work. It won against Paladin and Priest. Funny that those 2 classes are being played, considering that they were the 2 worst for a while in the metagame. And now Amaz will have to turn to his Shaman deck, which did 3-0 in the past, but he's going to need to do it one more time for him to potentially get a top seed. Now, keep in mind, if Amaz 3-2s here, he's tied with Tice for first place in the group, which means if Hyped ends up winning decisively anyways, Amaz will have to have a tiebreaker with Tice somehow. Or if Hiara wins here 3-0, all of a sudden he's in a group lead.
Does it mean that if Amaz loses here, is he eliminated from this tournament?
Yes, most likely, I believe.
That's so sad. Like he won the previous one, so I really hope that he will make his stand with the Shaman deck, and this deck seems really stable. So I guess we trust in Amaz that he will be able to win 3 games in a row against Hiara, just using his Priest really well. So
I'm looking at Spectral Knight here, Nim, should do a lot of work against Priest. That is a card that gives... Like Priest can't actually deal with it unless they have a minion on the board already to trade. And if Spectral Knight gets things like Healing Totems to continue to heal it back up, then, well, that one card alone can give Priest a hard enough time where they can't recover back. So maybe if Amaz can kind of piece together, not to mention build up the board with traditional trades, then you can do something. But the problem with Shaman is there's so many cards that play into Cabal Shadow Priest and things like Shadow Madness that you kind of play directly into their strengths. So Amaz is going to need a lot of help here from his Shaman deck.
But on the other hand, there's a lot of buffs as well, so you can increase the attack of your minions to 4 or even to 3 to play around Cabal Shadow Priest. So I'm going to give an edge to Amaz here with this particular matchup.
All right, well, let's find out what happens in game 3. Amaz needs to win, or else he's out of the tournament, because then Hiara and Hyped are at 1-1, and the winner of that advances. So it's a very critical match for our reigning champion. And he starts off pretty good. It seems like he's got 2 of the cards he wants to start things off. And
he gets
that's what you need as a Shaman.
Yeah, that's a perfect start with Argent Squire, Hunter Creeper. The only card he wants... side them as a Harvest Golem for turn 3, or maybe a Flametongue Totem, or First Spirit. But the first 2 turns are really good. Oh my god, there is a Injury Blade Master with Circle of Healing. A perfect Hex target.
The light shall burn you.
Uh-oh.
The threats.
Hiara is going to take him down. He giggles a little to himself, man. He's like, yeah, I burned you. And I think Amaz has pretty much everything he wants early on here. In case there's a big flood, he has Lightning Storm. He's got Hex for like a big turn 3 play with Injured Blade Master. And then Feral Spirits even to keep building up. He has to be careful, but when you see Circle of Healing number 1, most likely they won't have Circle of Healing number 2 with Alkanized Soul Priest.
By the way, this is the perfect Hex target.
I couldn't agree more.
1 for 2. 1 card. You got rid of 2 cards from your opponent. Perfect value.
That's what Shaman needs early on too, because they can't often keep up with the card draw of Priest if they have the Northshire Cleric.
Oh my god, he doesn't have a minion for Power Word Shield. This is so sad. Do you use Power Word Shield on your opponent's minion just to draw a card? There is no play. Heal too.
Nah.
Well, to be
You're
honest,
not under amount of pressure. You're getting 2 damage per turn.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he has a lot of free drop minions. But yeah, it's like using Power Word Shield here is a mistake. It's only because you really want to play a card. But playing control decks, Hiara knows how to play them as well. He was playing a lot of control, so he wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. And there is no Holy Nova on his part, by the way. And no Alkanized Shadow Soul Priest, so right now he won't be able to clear this board.
Even if he draws Soul Priest, he still can't clear. There's going to be 3 1/1s left on the field.
Amaz was thinking about coining out the Flametongue, by the way. But I agree with not playing Flametongue. Just test the waters, see if there is this Alkanized Soul Priest. Shadow War Madness is a good card to get.
I'd say so.
Especially if you can get two spectral spiders.
Yeah, you can Flame Tongue and Earth Shock and push through, but if you don't want to use too much value, you can just Flame Tongue. Then you make yourself a little bit more vulnerable to Holy Nova.
What
I
if
mean,
you
most likely you're going to be trading in either the Life of the Death or Divine Shield.
Oh, by the way, I was talking about Shadow Madness, using Shadow Madness on the 1-2. Ibarra using Shadow Madness. And from Amaz's side, can you actually Air Shock and play Flame Tongue Totem? Kill the... Well, I guess you want to keep the spider for possible Holy Nova top deck.
Yeah, but you're also mindful of Cabal Shadow Priest the following turn. So you shouldn't be too married to the idea. I like it a lot. Well, at the same time, you also can use what's it called? The Feral Spirit Wolves that can be taken by Cabal Shadow Priest as well. Either way, it's still a little bit difficult situation. Hiara doesn't have a clear way to burst through everything. Shadow Madness is actually kind of useless here. Take 1 minion off the board, but you're only going to do 1 damage and kill off and create 1/1s.
It's yeah, it's kind of weird that he can't actually steal the Flame Tongue Totem and attack with a Flame Tongue Totem into something, killing it.
And this is something that Priest struggles with because they have too many spells and not enough minions. And why? You know, when I was testing out like the minion-centric Zoo Priest, I really enjoyed it because you don't have these dead turns often. Maybe if you're in a situation where you have like double deaths and powered shields, but most often you're replacing Holy Fires with, you know, mid-range creatures like Karen and Sylvanas, and then you don't have you're more oriented around board control with Zombie Chow and Undertaker and stuff.
Well, actually, I think Hiara has a lot of minions in his deck. It's just the thing that he didn't throw into them.
Yeah, but he still has a lot of spells, like, you know, Holy Fire, Circle, Power Word Shield, Shadow Word Death, Thought Steal, like, it's more spells. Ooh.
Oh, he got some minions.
Those are great minions to have.
But not for now. I guess you get those spiders.
Spectrum Knight is, like, important information that his opponent has that in his deck. That way it's not a surprise.
It just tells you, like, I'm screwed. I'm losing this. And he even has a Spectral Knight. Oh my god, what am I going to do? Look at Hiara, he realized.
He's like, man, I thought I had a chance, but he has Spectral Knight.
Yeah, what do I do now?
And Azure Drake coming up.
I wonder.
So, would you Shadow Madness the 1-2 and attack with it into Wolf? Get the tokens?
Yeah, but then he kills everything and heals up, so basically you paid 4 mana to kill off this 2 mana creature.
But on the other hand,
gosh.
What's the alternative? Just heal yourself for 2?
I guess you take off 1 damage from the board and you heal up 4. So I guess a total net gain of 5 health.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's just, it doesn't feel very strong. I guess sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Shadow Madness feels like you can get much better value. You know, for example, Shadow Madness could even take Alec here and do crazy fun stuff with it. I don't know. I just don't like using it in that scenario, but perhaps it's a little too value-oriented.
Well, the thing is, like, Hiara doesn't have many options in here anyway. He's losing this game so much.
But it can all change with just drawing like Akana. And you're not going to be... Well, I guess you are afraid of the burst of like Doomhammer or maybe Alec here. But you're still not going to be under like huge damage per turn. He's just got a couple of wolves and on a creeper.
How much damage can he deal now? It's 12 plus 5, 17. I would go for it. YOLO.
17 damage. You know, if you wait 1 turn, you still can do a lot of damage too. Like just making sure to press in, don't overextend. You can even coin out the lightning bolt following turn. Oh, you can be safe. It's all good.
Just really want to remove the board.
Yeah, you
He's
know,
playing-
it makes sure that Holy Nova is not going to destroy him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well.
Well,
And he's still able to play the Alakir coin Rockbiter next turn.
yeah, Hypara needs to play something like Lotheb this turn.
Those are not the cards he needed. Lightning
No.
Storm will be pretty good, but Lightning Storm's already in Amaz's hand.
Uh-oh. I think
This is
that's gonna be it, right?
No,
nope,
wait,
never
it's
mind. He's gonna be a
12,
little bit
13.
short.
So close.
That's right. We were counting the damage with the extra wolf that before it traded into the Azure Drake.
Well, but still, right now he can just play a Fire Elemental and get an Alert Totem and attack for 1. And Fire Elemental targeting face. Just get them as low as possible to be able to
Elemental
push
to the
with.
face. I like it.
It's a weird play because you know the always there's a chance for a Sludge Belcher. Like next turn is turn 10. You can expect Sludge Belcher and Lotheb, which will just seal your awesome strategy.
Yeah, you're expecting Shadow Word Death. And then if he heals up, you still have the ability to use that 1 attack Searing Totem as well as the Haunted Creeper. And that'll give you 14 points of damage. So if you go for the Battle Cry to the face, then you set yourself up so that way if he just hero powers himself and he does set up a taunt, he loses. But then here's where the Lotheb can come in, or even a full board clear.
Is he going to drop Lotheb?
Yeah, he
Oh,
needs to, for sure.
Well, but what do you? Oh my God, there is a Flame Tongue Totem. That's
Oh, Flame Tongue
nice.
Totem and Lightning Storm allows him to go for a big clear. Ah, but you know what? Amaz is just going to go for it because, he has Alakir as well. That's enough. Of course, we're looking about ways that he can't play spells, but Alakir can just drop in. Uninvited and end the game. A little of an oversight here. And Amaz stays in the series and is able to rely on his Shaman once again.
I was under the impression that he doesn't have 10 mana, but yeah, certainly that was a nice finish from Amaz. We kind of missed lethal there, but he didn't. And wait, why is he playing priest now?
No, it's still Shaman. Don't worry. It's a
Okay,
little bit of a overlay mistake, but don't worry about it. It's still going to be Shaman versus Paladin coming up on the screen, and there's going to be important cards here for Hypara to kind of fight back. You know, the Consecration is going to be very vital, but I'm looking at other cards like Harrison Jones and even Spellbreaker to a certain extent to be really effective against a lot of what Shaman does early on.
Well, there's a lot of AoE removal from Paladin's side, even more than Priest, and he has those good cards like Stampeding Kodo is also nice. We were talking about Cabal Shadow Priest being good against Shaman because there are so many targets. Hey, it works with Stampeding Kodo as well. The same targets are being just destroyed by the Kodo, so it seems like Paladin actually has an edge. So is Amaz going to be able to fight against that Paladin with his Shaman deck and defeat it? We can see going into the game, unless you have something else to say.
No, let's just start the game. And let's see if Amaz can do this. He needs to win here or else he's out of this tournament. But Hypara, it seems he's holding his own. He's going the distance every single time, at least winning 2 games. And showing off once again for the people that you can do it too. Any person goes to the open bracket, you could be competing as well, which reminds us that next time the VGVN qualifiers go up for North America and Europe, absolutely, you should enter.
Well met.
I might enter myself.
Greetings.
And Hypara is on a coin here with a pretty nice start. He has the Kodo, which is great. He will be able to coin the Kodo on turn 4. He has Equality, Consecration, Peacekeeper, so he's able to answer whatever Amaz is playing. And Amaz actually missed all the 1-drops and 2-drops. He doesn't even have a... Well, he has Feral Spirit, so it's still fine. Argent Squire a bit too late.
Well, better now than super late game.
Yeah, he should be able to play it on turn 4, maybe turn 5.
It kind of depends on how things are. He's really trying to get ahead and make sure he can get value. off Spirit Wolves. Although True Silver Champion does answer 1-for-1 with it. Even so, I think if you're happy if you go 1-for-1 with True Silver Champion, because you want to make it fight really inefficiently. That's one of the ways Paladins can get ahead early on, by getting 2-for-1s with stuff like their weapons or even their Peacekeepers.
Do you play Aldor Peacekeeper? Wait, oh, okay, it's fine. I guess you want to use Aldor Peacekeeper on something like a Fire Elemental or even like the Spectral Knight. Whatever that's bigger.
Yeah. I mean, this is the greedier play for sure. The fact that he wants to try and get a really good target for like Kodo next turn. But now it's going to be 1 in 3 chance. If he lands on the Flame Tongue Totem, that'd be so massive. Oh, just kidding. He's going to go for Spellbreaker. Yeah, it makes sense too. Ball side.
Well, he keeps the coin so that he will be able to play the Kodo, and then he might be able to play an interesting combination of cards later.
No, it makes total sense. You don't want to rely on RNG this early unnecessarily.
True.
The light protects.
Oh, Amaz has an aggressive start.
Yep, just missing a Bloodlust to finish the game, basically. Kodo can hit any one of these targets,
Quality
but
Consecration.
2 of them are kind of useless.
Okay, he will keep Quality Consecration, and he hits the Totem. That's good for Amaz because the Totem didn't do anything.
Yeah, the Taunt Totem was pretty useless. Now he's able to, Amaz can play this Fire Elemental and have the ability to push for damage slightly and put more pressure back on the Paladin. Positioning with Fire Elemental is very specific, because I think he has also Defender of Argus in his deck.
But this is the combo turn. The board that you really want to clear. So Equality, Consecration. Unless... Well, this is actually interesting because a lot of players don't think that totems are that significant. And when I look at this board, I see 5 minions that might get important with another Flame Totem. Or a possible Bloodlust. I know that people don't play Bloodlust, but some of them do. But I was talking to a lot of players, and they're like, "Hey, he only has 3 minions on board. The totems don't matter at all."
Right. What stops you from just playing like Peacekeeper and like, well, he's only doing 4 damage a turn.
Yeah.
And then you just get Bloodlusted out of the game. So,
well, this
okay,
will
we're
be
starting to come up on
turn.
power turns.
Yeah, one of the power turns. What do you want to get hexed? That's the question.
Well, definitely Sunwalker over the Cairn, if you can. He's also contemplating using Wild Pyromancer to kill off this one Argent Squire, so that way it's not an easy tick off of the Divine Shield.
By the way, Hiara is already winning with the card advantage. He has a lot of cards and a lot of quality in his hand, and Amaz has only 4 cards, and those cards are not that good. But Harrison Jones might be the card that's important here, destroying the weapon and drawing 1 more card for Amaz.
Oh, certainly. That's going to be a big difference maker for Amaz if he picks up another way to kind of continue draws. Like, I don't know. Ooh, Fire Elemental off the top is also pretty decent too. Good draws and good quality in minions.
Do you use Lightning Storm? I think might be better than just... Yeah, it's better still. Because you will be able to play Fire Elemental and you get rid of that. You want to kill Pyromancer for sure. And even if you leave the 1/1 token, it's still bad. So Lightning Storm was pretty nice.
And what's good is that it is baiting out something like the Peacekeeper ahead of time, so that way your Fire Elemental could be strong. But we know that Hiara has second Peacekeeper to line up, so there's going to be a lot of these small little fights here and there. But in the end, the Paladin seems to be generally safe still.
Yeah, but it's getting more even, I'd say. And there is this Hex just waiting for Karen to be played.
Follow the rules.
Truth is my shield.
Alright, but that's going to prompt Amaz to play Lightning... Oh, it's not, sorry. The Azure Drake, and then he has Lightning Bolt for 5 damage, which is pretty insane. Doesn't need to Hex here. He can save Hex for Tyrion.
And that's so important, actually. And he even gets a card.
Oh.
Wait, can he play it as well?
Could play Defender of Argus. He's opening himself up to another consecration, I believe. Alright, well I guess he's just gonna totem and play it and play as much value as possible. Or is he? Okay, well I guess he just wants to get as high health as much as a fire elemental. Makes sense.
I like it. He's getting Paladin low, and he's seen one equality, so he has to take a chance that there is no other equality. But unfortunately for Amaz, there is with Avenging Grab. So he needs something to be able to push the board again, because that Alakir is mostly a finisher card. That's 12 points damage.
12 damage. Lightning Storm also denies the ability to finish next turn. But you deal with what's on the board now.
I guess you can kind of stall. You don't even have to cast Lightning Storm here. This board is not threatening. And you know that Paladin doesn't have the burst. Whereas the burst actually came in the form of a weapon.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, but now you have
the
a target to Hex. Doomhammer.
This is sick. You will be able to play... Wait, how much damage is this? This is 10? Okay. So do you play...
So you have to Hex Lightning Storm, right? Because you feel like you're gonna get crushed.
Can you Hex Doomhammer?
I guess you could.
There is no burst from the Paladin side, remember. So if you Hex and Doomhammer, you can kill the frog and kill the 3-1.
Still can't win next turn, though.
You won't, but you kind of put yourself in a good position. You can also totem up there.
How about this? You can... I'm trying to think of an alternative way. Like, maybe you can Doomhammer and then Hex at the end of the turn, so that way you get the damage in first. But then it still kind of presents you that you're taking damage. And you're still not even that much afraid. Not to mention that Harrison Jones, by the way, is waiting on the opposite side. So setting up for Amaz also might be really costly here. Oh, gosh.
Oh my god, he is going for it. Tough.
Alright, well, this is the best chance to
YOLO?
win. He's just going straight for the win.
And a Hex.
Holy smokes. But then Hiara has the opportunity to kind of put Harrison Jones and True Silver to heal up a little bit. Or does he have a way to win right here, in fact, because he drew Consecration. That's a little bit extra damage. He has 8.
7, 8.
Right, with True Silver, that is lethal, and I believe Hiara is going to usher Amaz out of this tournament.
Oh
with
my
that
god.
top deck.
Well,
It's so sad, like Amaz played really well, and that top deck saved Hiara here. But on the other hand, Hiara played also pretty good with all his control decks. So, well, both Amaz and Reels eliminated from the tournament. The winners, the finalists from the previous edition. And yeah, Amaz played really well. But you know, sometimes you just face those decks that counter you, and also in the metagame without any hunters, it's tough to push through. So certainly, I will hope that Amaz will we'll see Amaz in other tournaments in the future. Actually, he is playing in all of them almost. But here, Hiara proves to be a better player at this particular match. And well, we'll have Hiara versus Hyped, and the winner of that match will actually advance.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to look at that match and be like, well, Amaz obviously did the wrong play, but if you kind of calculate what was the specific card combination he needed now that he rolled Taunt Totem, it pretty much was Consecration and True Silver Champion, because that's no way for, I mean, that's the only way for Paladin to kind of burst extra. But of course, Amaz took the best line he could in his mind in order to win the game for the following turn, because then if he was able to get Alakir down and do 6 damage, that was it.
That was a
Amaz
good
out of
play,
this
by the
tour-
way. I think that was a good play with the high risk, high reward thing. Like, he was playing to win. He was setting himself up for a win next turn. It was unfortunate that there was a combination that was actually killing him. But, you know, you have to take those risks. If you want to win tournaments, you have to take those risks. And Amaz is taking those risks, and he won a lot of tournaments when it paid off. But here, unfortunately, it didn't. And this time he is saying goodbye to this tournament.
Yep, he's out for this time, but I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities in the future. But now this sets up a date for the last match, Hyped versus Hyparo. The winner of this match advances to the top 4. The loser falls in 3rd place and will join the Heartbreakers Club with Sixo, who barely fell short also in his series. Before we go to break and get ready for our last series, we want to remind you guys about enter the chance to win the Zeus Mini, the cyberpowered PC going on for the VGVN promotion. A little bit about what the background is for this organization. They've been around for esports for a few years, and they're trying to just enter the Hearthstone community and ask people who want to join against the fight against aggressive legislation aimed at video games, because there's all kinds of harmful media portrayals that unfairly pegs us for being violent or, you know, not mature enough for teens, whatever age it is. VGVN is actively trying to make sure that the portrayal of video games is proper and fair. All you do is join and subscribe to the newsletter, and you can find out more information at the bottom of the Twitch channel, or if you type giveaway in the chat. We're coming up on hour number 8 for today. We're going to take a few minutes to get our breaths, and when we come back, the final match of the day for Nax Rams League Tournament number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the VGVN Next Ramos Release Tournament, day number 2. We're in the last group of the day, or last match of the day, excuse me, of Group A. It's been a long day so far, and we're trying to wind down with Hype versus Hiara. The winner of this match advances to the top 4 with Colento, Trump, and Taj. Now, it's been a very close day. Every single series has gone 3-2. Is that correct, Nimsh, as far as I remember?
Yeah, as far as I remember, it's really going to 3-2 almost every time today, and all those players are playing control decks. We haven't seen a single rush. Like, every hunter is banned, and they always play paladin, priest, shaman, or warrior. So this is the current metagame for the best of 5 King of the Hill, and I like it. It's a lot of decisions. The games take longer, but on the other hand, we get more skill out of those players, and those small things deciding the outcome of the game, and a lot of Hearthstone also. Well, if the matches are longer for us, it's good because we just can watch longer and cast it longer, and we are the biggest fans of Hearthstone. Like, you know, being here and having fun and casting the games.
I think one storyline sticks out to me above everything else is it seems that people are having extremely close series across the board, except for one person. Colento has dominated his group 9-2, but with a very decisive score. And he also brings a deck that no one else seems to be playing, which is the token druid, or not the token, the fast combo druid that's featured by Strifeco with Shaded Nax Rammus and Echoing Ooze. So maybe Colento's on something that we're not, or the rest of the people aren't.
You are making me excited for tomorrow when we will see Colento again facing versus Ice.
The second, he'll be facing the second place person of this, and then Trump will be facing the first place person. So that way, and it's on the opposite side of the brackets.
So it's either Tice or somebody else, because we know that Tice already advanced, right? It's certain.
If Hyped or Hiara win decisively, like 3-0 or 3-1, then they become first place seed. If it's 3-2. If it's 3-2, then Taj / Hyped will be tied, and Hiara will actually have a slight advantage, though, because I think he won 3-1. So in that respect, he's going to be in second place. Now, now that we got all of our tournament theory crafting out of the way, let's go ahead and jump to the ban screen and find out what Hyped and Hiara are playing for the final match of the day. Hyped, he's the one bringing Miracle Rogue, and the only person in the group to do so. But it seems like Hiara is going to finally take a different approach and ban Miracle Rogue, and that's going to allow Hype to play Hunter.
Oh my god, this is the first. This is the first time we'll see Hunter today, and Hype will just go ahead and take Hunter, literally Huffer.
That name is so funny. Oh man, Hype is clever.
Yeah, this is a cool thing. And by the way, guys, if you're joining us right now, and you missed a couple of games, a couple of matches, we are uploading all of the games to YouTube as we speak. So I think we are pretty far right now. So just type !YouTube. You'll get a link to the YouTube channel, and you can follow it. And after this match, because this is the last match for today, you can get back to YouTube and enjoy the games again, or maybe watch them for the first time if you missed them.
Right, you know, they've been trying to upload it fast for people who kind of come in throughout the middle of the day, and they're like, "Well, what happened? I don't want to see any spoilers. You know, is there any way to kind of catch up without going back to the Twitch VODs directly?" There is that YouTube channel that Onog is uploading in cooperation with Liquid Heart. You can find all of that information throughout their Twitters and social media. First match is about to begin between Hunter and Priest, a match that we've seen a few times in the other group, as people weren't as eager to ban Hunter as we thought it were, but this time, today is the first we'll be seeing Hunter as far as I recall.
Yeah, I agree. This is the first time, and Hype is playing the bow version with, I think 4 traps. He is playing double freezing trap and only 1 explosive trap, which is different than the Hunters we've seen yesterday. And this start is pretty nice. He has Mad Scientist, he has the coin, he has the bow, and Savannah Jaime in double kill command. Those cards might not be that useful right now, but they are excellent removal cards, and also you might use them as burst card when the game advances. On the other hand, Hiara, well, a 1/5 Northside Cleric is pretty good if your opponent doesn't have a Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, you know, it's good enough to keep the draws going, which is very important. So that way, you're able to kind of draw into the removal necessary. There's 2 high mains that are out for hyped, which means gonna need like Shadow Word Deaths, you know, Holy Nova to kill off the hyenas. All these kinds of cards are very relevant, and so getting the Northshire Cleric to stick is very important for Hiara.
Well, he certainly wants to draw as many cards as possible, but being hyped in here, how do you counter this? If you just play Mad Scientist, then he will draw a card. Like you don't want Hiara to draw any cards in here. Dark Cultist is a huge draw.
Right away.
Well, he had one, but still, he's just developing his board. Now he has a turn 4 play, which is pretty important. He can follow up with Sludge Belcher and the turn 6 Holy Fire. This curve is pretty nice for a priest.
Yeah, it's good so that way he can kind of fill the board, but always in the back of your mind, you're kind of worried about Unleash the Hounds with Starving Buzzard, and Hype does have one piece of it already. But also, as another token, the fact is, Dark Cultist is double Dark Cultist is pretty resistant to Unleash the Hounds, because then he can't, or he has to have double Hunter's Mark. There's just a lot of health to play with here.
Yeah, it might be actually pretty tough to handle being a hunter. And how do you even deal with this? You'll have to play minions at some point, and now you turn 4. It's not really exciting. It's do you do something crazy like Haunted Creeper and coin kill command to kill the 1/5? I don't think so.
No, I think you're coining out a high main next turn.
Yeah, so you definitely keep the coin. But if you keep the coin, what do? You need to start playing cards. Mad Scientist is something that will net a card for your opponent, but on the other hand, if it's dead, maybe you will get a freezing trap, which might be cool. And he is running 2 freezing traps.
Yeah, now to the point where he's also fearful of Holy Nova. So dropping Haunted Creeper and Mad Scientist is actually pretty poor. In which case, the only play left is to use Kill Command directly on something and then just kill off something with the bow. So most likely Northshire Cleric, just by deduction.
It seems like a waste, right?
Oh, it does.
But you have to do it. You have to deny the draw. Your opponent has a cool board, but he only has 4 cards in his hand. So if you're able to outlast him and outdraw him, and you have all those good cards like Savannah Hymens that will give you value, because next turn if you play Savannah Hymen, your opponent will have to attack into it with both of his Dark Cultists, and you get the Hyenas, and then you play another Savannah Hymen. So in 2-3 turns, you will go ahead.
It is accepting the fact that you'll take 12 damage though from this Dark Cultist, and that's why it's so powerful. The mana cost with its stats are absolutely insane. And with Holy Fire, hold on, let's see.
That's 14 points of damage.
Wow.
You just go face. He can even play. He can ignore
priest?
Savannah Hymen. This is an
Oh
aggro
my
priest.
goodness.
What is going on?
Wow. And this is the start that the priest really needs to kind of rush things down, compared to just having only spells early on.
And look at this. A lot of people said that Dark Cultist is one of the strongest card in Extramus, and here you can see the full power. Oh, this is the tracking.
Yeah. Seems like he's gonna choose for Animal Companion, so that way he can get something like Huffer.
Yeah, but it still doesn't save him. With the Dark Cultist, he wasn't able to deal with those minions one for one, and right now he's finding, like, Hype is finding himself in a situation where he is not able to deal with this board effectively, and he only has 3 points of health.
Wow, this is kind of a cool editing trick to show what's selected. Although the choice isn't exactly still that obvious for Hyped, because how do you kind of capitalize on everything? You still don't have Hunter's Mark and Unleash the Hounds. You'll need a Taunter of some kind. No Houndmaster is really difficult to deal with too.
Yeah, I really would like to commend our production team in here, because most of the times we just miss the tracking, and here we could really see it and see the decision, especially because Hype was taking his time to pick a card.
I don't see a way out of this for Hype. He's just going to concede, and Hunter has been taken down by the Priest. And Hiara starts off to a 1-0 lead. One
I'm
game
shocked.
closer to go to top 4.
Kami is speechless. everybody was afraid of Hunter. Everybody banned Hunter. And Hybara is the guy who said, hey, I'm fine with Hunter. I will ban your Miracle Rogue and I will destroy your Hunter with a Priest. And he does.
Very impressive. Now, Hyped will have to go to his Mage deck. And he has cards like Twilight Drake. I mean, this deck functions a lot, at least on the surface, similar
Like
to Handlock. So Twilight Drake and Giants can give the same trouble as it does with Handlock against Priest. So it makes sense. But wow, I don't think Hype was expecting Hunter to go down that quickly against what Hybara had.
Oh yeah, Hunter is one of the most powerful decks in the game right now, and a lot of people say it's even overpowered. That's why we've seen it being banned. And you expect it to steal at least one game. And right now he's facing a Priest with his Mage deck, and it doesn't seem that good. Also because he doesn't have any direct damage. So if Priest wins the board control battle, which is not that hard with Mind Control and Sylvanas and all the creatures they have, with the Dark Cultists even buffing the minions, I would say that Priest is actually heavily favored in this match.
Okay, well, I'm gonna lean towards the Mage deck here, just because of Cairn and Duplicate and Twilight Drakes and Duplicate, and just like the way you can kind of really make life hell for the Priest if you play your cards correctly. And I'm sure that everyone's well documented, or everyone knows the well documented struggles that Priest has against cards like these. And if you can replicate them and combine them with Giants and Ragnaros/Alexstrasza as their late game, I think the Mage has a good shot here. But, you know, who knows? With a start like what Hybara had the previous game, maybe it's all irrelevant. Let's jump to the board and find out if Hybara can keep up this streak of momentum, or will Hyped be able to even it out and start impressing us with his Mage deck building again.
We can see Hyped having Arcane Intellect, which is pretty important. He also has a coin, which might be helpful for him, so he will be able to draw cards. On the other hand, Hybara has a pretty bad hand. Northshire Cleric is okay, but double Holy Fire is not something you want to have in your opening hand. You want those Dark Cultists. You want Injured Blade Master. Maybe he will be able to top deck them, but right now it looks grim.
Yeah, these are two of the most expensive cards in Priest's deck. Pretty unfortunate to get them. Another really expensive card.
Right away.
All right,
Yes,
well.
bluffing, kind of.
Yeah, I guess at this point it's a little custom for Hybara to do it. At least he's doing it in the right order too, not attacking and then healing him. Some people have done that in the sake of BM. All right, what does this communicate to Hybara, by the way? Frostbolt as a response, passive moves, and it seems like when he's gonna see things like Arcane Intellect, maybe it's a Frost Mage, but he has double Twilight Drake.
This might be devastating for Hybara. But he got to top deck. He has a 4/7 now.
And Duplicate.
Okay,
Hey, what did I
pulled
tell
it.
you, Nemch, about what this deck can do, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm starting to lean towards your assumption that this deck is actually favored.
Well, to be fair, he got the exact card combinations that I was talking about that could give it a hard time. And
Well,
for
right
good
now-
reason, too.
Right now, Hybara is not even able to remove this guy. He's missing 1 mana. Lothab is an okay play. You just you just denied the duplicate, I guess.
Well, he wasn't going to play Duplicate anyways. I feel like, you know, Twilight Drake here is also just as good. Sludge Belcher is very weak and susceptible to the Lothab, so Twilight Drake makes the most sense.
It would be so funny if Hype actually plays a coin in this situation.
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you
funny because then we can make fun of him for it.
Because
But I guess not funny in the sense of, well, he ends up making a fool out of himself. All right, well, he's going to go for Sludge Belcher, which makes more sense mana curve-wise. Oh, and you know what? It prevents his ability to kind of push through anyways and lose a Drake for free.
by the way, the Drake is going down anyway. The question is how... Wait, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Would you Holy Fire a Drake?
Neither
with-
really matters, I think. Right?
Can you do anything with the Holy Nova here? That's the question.
Oh. You can actually heal. I'm trying to think if there's like a Holy Nova play here,
Yeah, I'm
but
thinking
I
about
don't
it as
think.
well.
I don't think there is.
Yeah, I think it's a Holy Fire into a Drake, and then just kill the 3/5 with Lothap and finish the 1/2 with a 4/7. You clear the board, and you still have a good minion.
It's just worth thinking about just to make sure to cross your T's and dot your I's.
Yeah, I guess the order doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Okay. So once Twilight Drake is out, there's still a second one and the duplicate.
So Twilight Drake coin duplicate they give Priest nightmares. Or if you're feeling confident in your ability to kind of fight everything, you can just kind of play passively. You do have double Molten Giant.
I do like Twilight Drake coin duplicate a lot. Knowing how hard it is for Priest to deal with Twilight Drakes. If you actually do this play, it's a pretty good call. And you are still safe on 25. It's even if the 4/6 attacks into you, Hype sees he has to see this play. This is like the best option possible.
Well, you're always looking to play your Twilight Drakes against Priest in general as fast as you can. 4/9 and 2 more potentially coming in. Hiara's a little bit wary now. It's like, well, what if this is Mirror Entity? What if this is Counterspell? Gosh, well, he's going to find out it's not Counterspell, and he can't kill off this Drake immediately. Although now he has duplicate of his own.
And the Arcane Intellect as well. This is pretty good for Hiara.
Kind of amusing. Duplicate, and then we have a battle of the 4 attack creatures. But the problem is that the injured Blade Master will not be able to keep up health-wise. And the quality of what Hype's able to push out, like Sylvanas coming out next turn, that's also a card that I don't think Hype minds getting duplicated.
That's why duplicate is so good in this kind of deck that Hyped brought to this tournament. Because instead of getting just small guys like Loot Hoarder or Undertaker or Mana Worm, you are always getting something good.
And then guess what comes out after Sylvanas? Ragnaros? Hey, I don't think he cares about that getting duplicated. Like, there's just so many threats that Priest only has so many Shadow Word Deaths.
What is Hiara thinking?
He's thinking, why is my wrist hurt so much? I should probably go get that checked out.
Yeah, the question about duplicate or Arcane Intellect is like, is he fine with with Injured Blade Master returning to his hand in 2 copies?
I have no time.
Yeah. Do you want your 2 cards to be Injured Blade Masters, or do you want your 2 cards to be from your deck? Pretty much the question at hand.
I think Injured Blade Master is fine, actually. Oh, wait, is this a Ragnaros turn? It's not.
Ragnaros can go so badly.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do this. You need to remove Sylvanas first. How can you remove Sylvanas?
Also, because you don't know if this is Mirror Entity. And if it's Mirror Entity and it copies Ragnaros, well...
I guess you can safely play Wild Pyromancer. And if it's not Mirror Entity, then... Well, Duplicate is so tough in here, because you could play Wild Pyromancer, attack with a 4/6 into 5/5. And... I don't know, play Arcane Intellect.
He is so afraid. No, he is so afraid of this being Mirror Entity. Because then again, you summon Ragnaros for your opponent. It also could hypothetically go well where you kill off your opponent's Ragnaros.
Actually, whatever this is, Ragnaros is a bad play because of Sylvanas.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Wait, is he going to get roped?
No, come on. It looks like he's going to go for Ragnaros, but I can't see why Ragnaros would be optimal in this situation as opposed to some other Wild Pyromancer play, and at least like cutting off your losses. But he's going to go for it, and Rag hits the face.
Oh my god. And now the Molten Giants are
This
enabled.
board is going to be insane. Hyped cannot be... I mean, he is salivating at this moment. My god.
He's rolling his eyes. So wait a moment.
All right, so
Is there
so
is
you
there a
can
board
you
clear
can
from?
double Molten Giant, polymorph the Force 6, and then kill it off with Hero Power, and then steal Ragnaros, and most likely you'll duplicate the Sheeps.
Yeah.
I like it. Make it happen, Hype. This is how I want. I want to give him 2 Sheeps. Okay. Well, he's gonna go for this play instead. It's a lot more solid because you don't use polymorph unnecessarily.
Yeah, but still, he has so many good plays in here. The thing I'm thinking about is there a way for a priest to actually clear when there is double molten giants on the board?
Oh, this also. Oh, yeah. I mean, this also makes sense too. Granted that he wants to keep Ragnaros as healthy as possible.
Hiara is back to excitement level, by the way.
Yeah, you know, he's got the damage. He's got the damage in hand, but he doesn't have the mana to pull off everything.
Hyped is under pressure now because Okanai plus double circle of healing. It's a board clear.
That is true, but you know, 2 of his cards are injured Blade Masters. So the chances of that are kind of low. Arcane Intellect, also a card that can draw into things. You really have to go for Circle of Healing here. But do you include Wild Pyromancers in the mix? Nope, it looks like Hiara whiffs. And he is looking at death next turn. He
Yeah,
didn't draw any Shadow Word Deaths or anything.
is there anything he can do?
No, he needed like Shadow Word Death to be 1 card. No, he needed Shadow Word Death to be both those cards to survive.
He can remove the 4/5, and then he will get. Well, he will be dead. Isn't he dead whatever he does now? There's
Pretty
a polymorph.
much so. I think
Yeah,
because there's polymorph, and polymorph can just push through, and from that point on, Hyped is able to just run away with the game. So the E series has been evened, and Hyped once again showing that Mage should not be discounted from the metagame, especially if you're able to ban Hunter.
Well played.
Oh yeah, Mage is super strong if Hunter is actually banned.
Wow, BM, he kills the sheep.
I really like the fact how Hyped is using Molten Giants with no Taunt Givers. He's using them specifically as damage dealers. So it's really a different build than the standard Mage. Like when you've seen Dark Onyx playing Control Mage at WEC Qualifier, he was running Mountain Giants as well, I believe. And right now, this build is actually different, and it works.
Yeah, you know, it works because of like the disruption that it creates. You also have other taunters like Sludge Belcher anyways, so that way you're not like completely vulnerable. And then Ice Block in a way acts as a stopper in case they ever try to overextend and they can't get past your giants that way. Hyped, by the way, will go up against Warrior, a class that we thought gives Mage a hard time, but Hype's able to still beat it. So maybe he can defy the odds once more and go out to a series lead. If not, he's going to have to rely on his Warrior to end out the series. Hiara has pretty decent cards, I think, against whatever Mage can throw at him. But we've also seen Warrior some games like, Taj comes to mind. Taj had some of the unluckiest games I've seen in a while with his Warrior deck, and just cards did not fall his way, and yet he still advanced. So props to him. And Hiara will hopefully try to follow his footsteps with this Warrior deck.
I think like Thais actually won versus Hype with his Warrior, but mostly because Hype wasn't able to draw into his Arcane Intellect, so he went blank. But here, this is the similar case that we discussed against Handlock. If Hiara is going to draw into his removal cards and is able to effectively remove Twilight Drakes and other minions like that, then he will put himself in an advantage. But here, Hype can actually use this duplicate to his great advantage with whatever he plays, or whatever big minions he gets. So it seems like Hype actually has an advantage in this matchup.
All right, well, let's jump into the game and find out what happens next between these guys. The best of 5 has now come down to a best of 3.
For it.
And, you know, Hype's going to be looking for those draw cards early on. He's got Twilight Drake off the top, which is important.
And Mad Scientist, which is also a great card. And Arcane
Mhm.
Intellect. It seems like a perfect start for Hype. And he even
Hybara
gets
needs a
coin.
little bit more. He needs his Execute to kind of push through, but at least he has something to do early game. Wow.
Well, Armor Smith is always nice. Armor Smith and a weapon and Lothab. Lothab is a pretty good card versus mages in general. But here, he even gets a duplicate. Oh my god.
He got double Arcane Intellect, Duplicate, and Twilight Drakes.
Sick. This is a sick hand. I'm not even sure if there is a better setup for Hype right now.
Yeah, you know, the Mad Scientist could pull out a really important secret too. Like Duplicate, and then he coins out Twilight Drakes. Gosh, that could be so disgusting. It depends on how things pan out.
Not
We'll
anymore.
I guess he's gonna pull Ice Blocks then.
Do you cast Duplicate now? I don't think so. I think it's still coin. Well, do you coin out the Drake? That's the thing.
The Drake or the Water Elemental, honestly. Water
Yeah,
Elemental
that's a
kind
good
of baits
question.
out Execute.
I think it's like a question like, what would you like to get from Duplicate later on? And I feel like I would probably prefer Water Elementals because they are so annoying versus Warrior. It's really about like, okay, I coin out one creature here, and then I will cast the Duplicate after that. Is it possible for this minion to survive? Yeah, I think Water Elemental is actually a good decision.
All right. Well, Hyped also makes it so, let's see, what he attacked here, so that way can't use Cool Taskmaster, or he wants the Mad Science to proc. Either way, he's comfortable with giving his opponent one extra armor. And Hybara top decks Execute, which is an important card to have, especially against the incoming barrage of Twilight Drakes.
Yeah, Execute is so important because he will be able to deal with the Water Elemental right here before the Duplicate is being played. And I'm sure that Hype really wanted the Water Elemental to stay alive so that he can cast the Duplicate and then get more copies of it.
What now?
All right, well, Hybara seems like he wants...
Going to play a weapon.
Yeah. I thought he looked like he was gonna signal to kill the Mad Scientist, but I'm like, why not just use a Death Spite here? Ice Block, by the way, will come out here for Hyped. He doesn't even have to guess what it is. There's only 4 secrets in his deck, 2 Ice Blocks and 2 duplicates. And this is interesting because now Hybara realizes, well, wait, he also has secrets in his deck that aren't duplicates.
True. This is new, so now he will have to play around. Lothab, a pretty strong card.
Oh, yeah. It's like he can't play duplicate immediately, but it's okay because he still has Sludge Belcher.
A very strong turn 5 play, and he's getting ahead with his board. 4/5 Drake, a 3/5 Sludge Belcher, and Hybara still doesn't know which secret is that. Is it a duplicate? Is it Nice Block? A counter spell?
Well, it can't be Mirror Entity because he just played Lothab and he kind of snap called that. He's starting to get familiar with his mage deck, which is very critical, so that way you're not surprised anymore about what's coming out.
He is going to clear in here. But he's getting low on cards, and there is no way for him to draw anymore. So he will be depending on a top deck. On the other hand, Hyped, he has a lot of drawing potential, and he's fine dropping low because of those Molten Giants. I would use another intellect. Why not? This is an easy turn.
Job done.
All right,
Crossbow
so
would be
everything
pretty
comes
nice.
2 by 2, 2 pairs of freezes, 2 giants, 2 doomsayers, Hype's Arc, ready to set sail.
Armor made to fit.
True. It's not being flooded right now with all the minions. And Frostbolt is pretty nice for Lothab.
Well, this one's gonna last a lot shorter than 40 days, that's for sure. All right, Doomsayer comes out, which makes total sense. Force your opponent to have something to kill it, but even then, he already used 1 Execute.
going to draw into something that's good versus Doomsayer.
Hmm.
I guess not. And playing Kern here is super tricky.
Man, unless you want to completely go YOLO and brawl to let Armor Smith win.
And you definitely not do it because this is a control v control matchup again, and
Yep.
you just have time. You can play Fireworks if you really want to.
Yeah, Harrison Jones not that common in Mage. Like even in those control mages, they don't have the spot for something like Harrison Jones. They'd rather have something like Azure Drake to give him a draw. But he chooses to hold it anyways. He's got enough mana to play with on the next turn, so it's kind of inconsequential either way. Wow, Hyped hits none of his minions. That's a little bit bad for him because now he lost an opportunity to reset after Doomsayer.
And that's actually super weird because his deck is basically built for minions. Like there's a lot of minions that he could normally play, and he just didn't draw into any of them.
All right, Hiara chooses the shield block. A little bit of a sequence error, but not of a big consequence because it doesn't look like it'll change much.
Gets the Sludge Belcher, but then, well, I guess polymorph. Yeah, it's still like you don't need 6 mana for a polymorph. You don't necessarily need to kill the sheep. It's fine if you just create a 1/1 and pass.
Yeah.
Remember, never underestimate the sheep.
Well, in this one, I think it's okay unless you get nightmared by your Sarah or something, and then all of a sudden you're facing like a 6/6 sheep. I think it's okay to kind of underestimate this one.
Well, it's still golden. So Hiara decides to draw more cards, which is pretty reasonable. His hand is not that good, and he needs something to be able to push through this Belcher and deal more damage. He needs a way to win. He needs a clear strategy how to win this game. Right now, it looks pretty weird with 2 secrets and a Sludge Belcher that he can't kill.
Well, he knows one of them is duplicate for sure. I think the other one he's suspecting is Ice Block. If you see Molten Giants, I think Ice Block is a very good conclusion, even though he hasn't seen it activated quite yet. The question is whether or not you're able to get away with playing Acolyte here so you can get the mana out ahead of time, but then if you play something like Flame Strike, or even worse, like another Frost Nova Doomsayer, you get no draws off of this.
Oh yeah, Frost Nova Doomsayer would be devastating, but in case of Flame Strike, you're fine because you're just getting another card.
True.
So the sheep is down.
Oh no. Somebody alert the presses. Ooh, Alex Straza off the top. That's not too bad either.
Oh,
Although it's funny
so
if you have
damage.
2 Alex Strazas in your hand.
Yeah. There was a situation once in a tournament when a player couldn't play Alex Straza because it was bad in both ways, like healing your opponent or just dealing damage to yourself.
Yeah, he was at like 28 health and his opponent's at like 5.
Yes. It's something Alex Straza. So you can create those weird situations here, but Duplicate is going to trigger with the Sludge Belcher. And this gives Hyped a lot of hand quality. Like those cards are so good, especially that he is at 10 mana points.
You want to use Faceless Heroes at 8/8 before you execute it?
Why not? Think about it. Well,
Yeah, what I like is that you often can't really get Faceless on your own creatures, but you can kind of use it to answer big threats while using your own removal.
well, you know, you clear the board and you get an 8/8. I like this setup. It's obviously tempting to be able to faceless your own Ragnaros, but I prefer to have an 8/8 to bait out removal and then play my Ragnaros after removal actually is being used. And you already seen one polymorph being used on Kern. I'll definitely use faceless.
Okay, well, he chooses to go for an even more defensive play. Seems like the unstable Ghoul has made an appearance. And Hype can kind of just continue building up, and that's what Duplicate gives him a lot of extra strength. Oh,
Doomsayer.
Doomsayer. Nah, I think Sludge Belchers are just way too strong here. They're automatically the strongest presence on the board now.
This board is pretty sick with double Sludge Belcher. And again, those cards are outside of his deck. Got them for free.
Well, it cost one deck slot with duplicate, but yes, it's a way to continue to put on pressure.
I feel like duplicate on Sludge Belcher is so strong with regards to the overall card and board quality. Normally, your opponent has to use so many cards to deal with this, and the tokens that they produce.
Yeah, it's often kind of like a miniature version of Karen in a way, but you can slide two of them on the same turn, and then copy them and like force out a bunch of removal. The 3 attack and 5 health is just the perfect balance without making it way too strong. Ragnaros makes an appearance, and if it hits the face, that could be bad news. Ooh,
He hits the
face
Belcher.
activated the Giants.
Yeah, that would definitely be bad news for Hiara. Now, Wolf, do you Frost Nova?
I guess not.
It's just a reflex. You just play Doomsayer and hey, I need to play that Frost Nova, but hey, you don't have to. It's cool. Kern is wait, Kern? Do Kern?
Well, Karen is insurance in case this Doomsayer dies. He already used 2 executes, right? But he still has access to Shield Slam.
It's not bad. It's actually not bad because even if Doomsayer is not being destroyed, you still get a 4/5 out of it.
That sounds pretty clever to me. Hiara, by the way, he picks up 2nd Sludge Belcher, so he can also turn 10 this and play defensive and let Ragnaros snipe, but that also makes him weak. It has to have the 1 in 4 chance to hit the Doomsayer. Even if he faces Manipula on Ragnaros, it's still a 40% chance it hits where he wants.
Sure. There's a couple of really sick plays in the year. It's like you can faceless the Ragnaros and hope that actually you will kill the Doomsayer with double. Also, you can brawl and hope that the Doomsayer survives and destroys Bane token after the brawl. And
Oh, that's true.
there's a couple of fun
sick.
plays.
That's actually really funny, where you can go for your opponent's board clear. All of them require a little bit of RNG on your side.
You can also just armor up and pass because anything else is weird.
Yeah,
I think
anything else is a little risky.
I feel like you don't want to make an RNG decision in here.
I mean, I would love it. Double Ragnaros, you go for 2 shots. Oh my goodness, he's going for it. All right.
This man is very brave.
He's dual wielding. He's even going all in Sludge Belchering. Oh no.
Smiling. This
Dual wield
is so
Ragnaros.
risky. Sick.
Oh, it hits one of the Sludge
Fail.
tokens.
Oh my god,
and it
he got
snipes
it.
the 0-7
Oh my
Doomsayer.
god. High risk, high. This was the biggest high risk, high reward play I've ever seen.
Wow.
And he actually got it. He nailed it.
That was 1 out of 4 chance. Or 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 4.
Hype will be able to duplicate his Cairn, which is also pretty nice.
How does he deal with these Ragnaroses, though?
Well, Doomsayers are out.
Karen can only absorb 1 blow, and as much as you have duplicate, it still requires a lot of mana.
I'm still amazed by the Ragnaros play. So for our viewers who are watching this, if you didn't know what to feel about Hiara, I'm sure you love this guy right now.
At least he's willing to take chances. I mean, that's what it is. You're tied 1-1. You're in a series that determines whether or not you advance to the top 4. Hyped at this point is just like, he's mad at what just happened. He's like, gosh, I don't know what else to do. Like, he has to set up for a potential Flame Strike top deck.
Yeah, he's
But,
in a really weird
yeah.
spot. He can't play those Molten Giants. Blizzard doesn't do anything because those guys are just turrets and they are just firing, purging hype by fire.
Well, he can Blizzard and Hero Power down 1 Ragnaros next turn. Oh, but then Fiery War Axe allows him to pick apart. And now it gets the situation where Hyped is going to lose his board most likely, unless there's going to be double Ragnaros to the face and put Hyped at 6.
Oh man, this board is so strong. And there still is this brawl, like even if... Okay, that's the
1.
face.
Okay. So Hyped is still kind of at a point where he can't double drop Molten Giants.
This is so, well, he has an ice block. That's something.
That's
But
true.
here, wait, he
And he-
can drop the Molten. He can drop both Molten Giants and Frostbolt the Ragnaros. That's
Yeah, that's true.
still a valid play.
Hmm. Seems like his only course of action, honestly. And
Double-
Hiara still has a... Let's see. If he picks up a way to activate Grommash, like Cool Taskmaster, or anything, he can just end the game. Or not, sorry. He can proc Ice Block to set up for the end of game.
Alexstrasza is so funny. You can actually play it. And he is going to
Alexstrasza
play
on
it.
yourself.
I bring life.
Or even on him. Wow.
It doesn't make any
Alright.
sense, but
I
okay.
guess, why not? Make him live with 8 health instead of 7. A little bit of a BM finish if possible. But he hits one of the giants instead.
What is Hype going to do with this solitary Molten Giant? He will develop the board, but wait. How is he going to win from this spot? He needs a clear. He needs to get rid of this board.
What to do?
And that 1-2 slime is so annoying.
Well, the ice block will most likely be procced if he didn't use his blizzard, so he needs to, as much as he wants to play something like Sylvanas. Ragnaros needs to hit something like the 4-5.
By the way, imagine this board. You're facing... Imagine this board in a room. You're facing a big dragon flying in the room and big Ragnaros, and you have this giant, and you want to attack into one of them, but you can't because there is a small slime blocking your way, being this giant.
Oh, it pops the ice block. So now
That's a
Hyped
nice
is
hit.
potentially on his last turn, unless a miracle comes here.
Cone of Cold.
Cone of Cold,
Sick.
but he can't stop the ice block. He can't stop the Death Bite from attacking him straight to the face. And Hype
it.
seems to be out of here.
Thinking of conceding.
You will
And he does concede. This is
Wow.
it. Hiara takes this game.
Hype is mad. The salt is pouring down heavily in California, as far as I can see. He is not happy with how that turned out, and he is
Well-
gonna have to resort to his warrior deck in order to pull himself out of here. Hiara is 1 game away from advancing to the top 4.
Well, I have to say, like, that Ragnaros Faceless and Slash Belcher play was the best play in this tournament so far. And it really gave him an edge. It paid off. And right now, Hype is also, you know, kind of salty. And he got the Mind Blow as well because he lost a game where he was really unlucky. And he might feel bad about it. He's down to his warrior deck. So this is his last deck to face a warrior. And it's a mirror deck. So it's a coin flip again. It's not that he has a good he has advantage. It's basically a coin flip. Like, look in those lists, they are really pretty similar. Also, Hype is not playing Brawl, and we talked about it. We talked about this before. With no Brawl in here, it might be tough. Like, even though Brawl is best versus Shaman decks, with the new build of Warrior with all those Sludge Belchers, there's always a couple of minions on board, and you get those slimes. So if there is a couple of good minions and a couple of 1-2 slimes with taunts, Brawl is the perfect card. You get good odds on as a removal.
All right, well, now we go into game number 4. This is elimination game for Hyped. Hiara, if he wins, he advances and joins Thais, Kalento, and Trump, and is the only open qualified player to be in the top 4 of VGVN series thus far. Let's hop into the game and see how this Warrior Mirror stacks up. Both have very late game centric decks. Hype doesn't even run Brawl, by the way, just to kind of remind people once again.
Well, that's why I ranted about Brawl being important. That's
I
because
know.
he's not playing one. And the starts that those players are having are pretty good for both sides. Oh, there's a Black Knight as well. So Hype is not a coin, but he has important cards. He has Armor Smith, he has Acolyte of Pain, Death's Bite, a pretty good start for Warrior. On the other hand, Hiara can mirror it easily with Sludge Belcher as an addition, but then again, there's this Black Knight from Hype, so well, we can have kind of like an active start, let's say. Mostly
Really?
this matchup is like about armoring up, right?
Armor.
I'm really curious why he coined out Armor Smith. Because the coin represents the ability to kind of get ahead of the curve just a little bit. Like, see it as a miniature version of innervate, and you only get one, so the fact is that you're going to put out this early. What are you trying to get ahead of? I'm actually really curious about this.
I think he wanted to go aggro. Like, he felt like
Okay.
he risked that there is no Fire War Axe. So he wanted to play Taskmaster, and he wanted to start dealing damage as fast as possible. Because he has kind of like a mid-rangey hand. But right now, well, Hype was able to top deck the Fire War Axe and actually get an advantage here.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you know, there are two ways to take the lines in Warrior vs. Warrior. One's more aggressive, but I feel like you're coin flipping once again without any information versus you can recognize that you can be aggressive based off of a passive opening and then start to try to push and pressure. It's a risk that didn't pay off, and now Hiara basically lost this armor smith nothing, and he's gonna be very far behind the card draws when this acolyte starts popping.
Certainly in hindsight, it seems like this, but this is a difference of playstyle, and he is a player that really loves to take the risks. And this time it didn't pay it off. Last time it did pay off with Ragnaros. So you know, it's definitely a playstyle decision. Okay, and well, Hyped, thanks to that play from Hiara, Hyped is in a pretty good situation. He can remove that Armor Smith, draw a card, get 1 point of armor. He still has the Fire War Axe, and he puts himself in a pretty good position with double Sludge Belcher and that Black Knight.
I think so. The quality of his hands continuing to improve. Just needs to kind of pair together some follow-up to these drops. Like late game, he'd be good. Maybe also some removal, executes, and shield slams. Meanwhile, back in Hibara's camp, it seems like he has some answers to this, but no matter what he puts out, this acolyte still has drawn cards, and he's facing an awkward situation here.
Yeah, it's hard to say who is going to win this game at this point, but it seems like Hyped is actually having an advantage with all the cards. But this is the mid game will be important, but actually it will all come down to the big guys. Because as you can see those.
I think one thing that's really nice is that Hyped is actually getting a lot of mileage out of his smaller guys. I mean, the acolyte, sorry, not the acolyte, the armor smith actually died very easily to the death bite. But because the Sludge Belcher will take the hit, it's going to allow the acolyte to draw again. Versus, it seems like Hibara's smaller creatures really hasn't done much. He's just kind of holding it in his hand until he gets better value.
And this is the game of value right now. Just get armor, get some board, and also exhaust the removal if possible. Ramage, now his hand improved immensely, and this Black Knight is going to do a lot of work.
Alright, Hype starting to continue to push his lead. And, you know, Hibara, again, it's just these small little things he's falling behind on getting the worst end of trades. And his hand still feels a little bit more on the awkward side. Now he can finally play other creatures like his Gnomish Inventor without fear of anything else. In the past, he played Gnomish Inventor, he was just afraid of it drawing cards and getting armor. But now it's like the Acolyte's drawn already. How much are you going to try to deny its last draw? There's no point. Just play the minion and draw. But now Hyped has full board presence.
Yeah, on the other hand, in Gnomish Inventor, it's not very exciting. Just a 2/4, that Hyped can actually even ignore it. He doesn't have to attack into it. The thing is, like, how much Hyped is afraid of brawl, of a possible brawl, because this turn, if he plays a minion, he will be overextending. And Hibara, well, he just has to play whatever. If you just armor up, is it a signal, hey, I have a brawl?
If you armor up, well, okay, you've taken a long time here on the 2, so it's clearly like something like a 2-drop of some sort, whether it's Cruel Taskmaster or Unstable Ghoul. There's nothing else really that jumps out to mind. I don't think it shows if you have Brawl. I think it's more of indicative of what kind of 2 mana cost card you have.
Well, right now, Hyped is in a good position with a solid board and a Grommash finish. He even gets Carson Jones for a possible weapon.
All right. Well, I like the process of setting up your own weapon, or Yeah, I like the weapon for the clear.
I think the weapon is good in here.
I'm invincible.
I like weapon on turn 8. Because then you will be able to attack with it on turn 8 and attack with it on turn 9, activating Grommash as well.
Yeah, it makes sense the most be able to pressure and also answer whatever card that comes out next. Say like Lotheb or another 5 health creature, Sludge Belcher #2 comes out. Deathbite just is so versatile. You gain armor too in the process. What can't this card do, honestly?
There is a Brawl top deck, so for Hyped it pays off that he actually used the weapon instead of overextending with something like Sludge Belcher.
That is a good point. And you know, it is one of those things where if Hype gets careless, he can throw away a lead very easily. And this Brawl can bring Hybara back in the game. Also, Ysera, one of those really important legendary cards. If you can exhaust the executes, it brings you back in the card count and gives you lots of creatures and threats to play.
I feel like in this matchup there's a lot of traps. Like, you have to really think about the possible cards and removal that your opponent might have, and weigh your options. Try to push with damage a bit, but still just keep your advantage to the certain level so that they won't be able to just swap the board on you. And it seems like Hyped is doing exactly that. Right now, well, he can kill Lotheb with a weapon, or he can just go yellow mode as well. Wait, how much damage is
Force
this?
your opponent to have the execute.
10, 14, 18, 20 points of damage. Well,
Wow.
that's a lot.
Bring him down to 20, and if he can't deal with it, I mean, you have Grommash and Faceless next turn anyways. Oh, you got to attack with the... okay, a slight little misstep here for Hype. Missed 1 damage.
Oh my god, the slime is dead. No.
Yeah, he missed an opportunity to sneak in 1 damage here.
Do you think he's playing around Molten Giants?
Yeah, probably, or something like that.
Well, it happens. It's you're tired. This is a second,
Oh man.
the third match he's playing. And,
Yeah, you know, Hybara came off the open bracket, and then he kind of went straight into these matches, so a pretty difficult situation. He has no execute, so he has to go for the Brawl, trying to get this cool Taskmaster to win, but if this Grommash survives, that is actually game right there.
Oh my god, this moment.
Oh, the cool Taskmaster survives. Oh man.
Oh my god, this RNG.
Oh, insta-call Ysera. Please give him the
Hybara
card
is
that
so
wins. That's
happy.
what he's thinking about. And then
Nightmare.
Hybara, he still needs execute. He's still not out of the woods just yet.
By the way, this is one of the traps I was talking about. You can step on it, and then you're in a really weird situation. You've dealt a lot of damage. You might feel good about it, but then again, there is a shield block. There is armor up.
Wow.
And I think it's still try to fetch something. Well, you need to execute. And
You
that's
need
it,
to
like-
execute or something to deal with Ysera. You can't just match it card for card because, well, he did use Grommash though. So how much are you afraid of burst? How much can he kind of have from hand?
But Ysera is annoying though. And
True.
Ysera can give you burst. Like Ysera can give you Ysera's Awakening. Or even like a Dream is super annoying. Because then you play your endgame cards and they just get returned. Oh, Ysera.
Well, check this out. He also has Faceless and Execute. Double Execute. He's got the cards that Hybara wishes he had.
He has Alex Strauss as well.
I mean, I don't
Faceless
see why
Ysera?
not.
Okay, I'm so
3
hyped
Yseras.
that we are
Oh my
actually
God.
seeing Ysera again. Like Ysera was gone from the metagame for some time. She was being used some time ago, like a couple of months ago, but then she was just gone because we had a super fast metagame. Ysera was one of the worst cards.
Give me 3 Nightmares. Oh, that'd be so crazy. It's like the slots machine. Ding, 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 ding. 3 Nightmares and 15 damage.
Double Ysera is pretty nice.
Well, Hybara doesn't have second Brawl here, and he still doesn't have Execute. This is pretty unlucky for Hybara. He doesn't have the removal he needs to deal with this. Been drawing weapons.
How do you defend against double Ysera?
Well, you can shield block to see what you get. I'm actually
Second brawl.
surprised he hasn't resorted to that first. You also can use Gromash as removal in this spot too. But he wants to, yeah, he wants to gain the armor, I guess, in case he gets shield slam.
Oh, so he's just going to play the Sludge Butcher. Well,
Is this enough damage, by the way? Well, is this enough damage?
I don't think so, because
Yeah.
there's double taunts, like a 3/5 and a slime.
Yeah, Sludge Belcher again, so annoying.
Yeah, it's a great card.
Well, he couldn't deal with 2 Yseras. You think he can deal with the Ragnaros too?
I would
That belongs in a museum.
wait.
Well, I think,
playing Ragnaros in here is weird. Well, you can overextend with minions because you know one brawl is out of the way, and you would not expect your opponent to actually play double brawl.
Hyped has so many dream cards. And now he's got a speaking of dream cards, he's got a dream, so now he can sap one of those cards effectively and also push for damage. Hiara draws Ragnaros, but he still can't deal with the overall threat that he's at 18 health, and he's staring at 16 on the board.
By the way, Ysera is one of the best legendary cards in a control versus control matchup.
Oh, absolutely. This is to hit something, but if it hits the 4/9 Ysera or the face, it's going to be completely useless, and the Hyped is going to be able to finish it off here.
This is
certainly has a damage. He's got Kale with the Zod. He can make this fancy if he wants to.
No, there's no BM. He still needs to win one more game. I guess he just counts it so that there is no mistake.
Ah, all right. 2 out of 10. Could have done way more than that. But you know what? The most important thing is he got the win. If the series is tied and we're going to Game 5, I think it's an appropriate way to finish out this group because we've been going to Game 5 every single series except for one, I believe. And now it's going to come down to one Paladin versus Warrior game to determine who goes to the top 4.
A game we've seen a couple of times, and a game that requires a lot of skill as well. And it's hard to say which deck actually has an advantage here, because this game can go to fatigue. And both decks have a lot of threats, both decks have a lot of things to do. The only problem I see is that Hype doesn't have the Brawl, but he was expecting a Paladin deck, and he actually decided that Brawl is not necessary against this matchup. So I will have to trust him on this, and I don't know. Maybe we should actually start the game.
All right, it's time. And we're going to find out who goes to the top 4 starting now, as the opening mulligans are just about to begin for Hype versus Hiara. And keep in mind that there is more on the line than just some money. It's also an invite to the next tournament if you get to the top 2. So these guys certainly want to kind of continue to prove their names and continue wanting to prove that they're one of the best players in Hearthstone. Hiara, again, from the open bracket, has come this far. He's 1 game from qualifying to the next round.
And this is our match point. And by the way, guys, one of those guys will be a winner and will qualify to the top 4. If you want to be a winner yourself, type !giveaway and then follow the link. You have to actually follow the link for the PC giveaway to enter to win the raffle, which will be resolved at the 3rd tournament that we'll have. So giveaway, follow the link, and then you will have a chance to win after entering.
Yeah, and don't forget that the YouTube VODs will be posted directly at youtube.com/OneNationOfGamers. You know, Onog and Liquid Heart has been doing a good job organizing everything so far. The administrative process, I heard, was pretty flawless in terms of getting everything else and being able to have a good turnaround for production of the games. So, you know, they've been doing a good job and good effort, so make sure to commend them whenever you can on their websites as well as their social media. All right, it looks like we're getting, I think the next game is about ready to go. So let's jump into the board and see how these opening hands are determined. Warrior vs. Paladin, a matchup that we've discussed several times throughout today, but none more important than right now because it determines who is going to be in 2nd place here for the group.
So this time Hype is getting a coin, and well, this hand is pretty mid-game heavy. He's getting Fire Warriors, he has the goal, which is okay, but he didn't get his Acolyte. And on the other hand, Hybara, well, this looks good with Harvest Golem and a Sludge Belcher. I like this hand.
Yeah, it's nice. It kind of misses maybe a true silver champion to curve everything else out really well, but you've got some decent early game to start off.
By the way, it's super funny that those hands actually don't mean that much. It seems like because when we are talking about aggro versus aggro matchup, the starting hand is absolutely the most important thing possible. Also, if you're playing control versus aggro, starting hand is super important. But here, the game, you know, the players will play a couple of cards. They will have some action till turn 5, but the real game starts around turn 5, turn 6. This is where they actually put their guns out, and then, well, the next turns, those are the power turns. And everything happens there. So even if you get a really bad start, if you draw into those mid-game cards, you might be able to like turn around the game and actually win in the end.
Yeah, but that also doesn't mean that the early game is unimportant whatsoever. You know, the fact that you're able to get a couple of draws of Acolyte, that you're able to fight really effectively card for card, also is really good, because then it can save you an opportunity of having to use removal. Like, say, for example, this Sludge Belcher comes out, but then the Warrior's prepared with, like, Cruel Taskmaster and Fiery War Axe with whatever combination comes out, then you don't have to use something like Shield Slam or Execute. You can save her something much more intimidating.
Oh, yeah, certainly. It's good to have the cards, and it's good to have the answers. So even though it seems like it's not that exciting in the beginning, the decisions still matter, and you need to sequence your cards in the correct order.
Then how about this decision? Is Hybara willing to drop a one-attack minion to feed the Acolyte? Another draw. It's one that's... It's, again, you don't want to give cards unnecessarily to your opponent in these control matchups, because it gives them more options to pick more efficient cards for removal. And you also might run out of threats compared to them.
I think it just passed. And I feel like Hybara was in this situation for the first time, and he made a good decision again. Like, the turn, a meaningful turn, like turn 3, turn 4, where the only action available to you is just hero power, or not even hero power, just pass. And it shows like that he's actually a good control player, because he makes correct decisions in those key turns where a player of a lesser quality will just hero power and you know, and maybe even play unstable ghoul.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Hybara basically gave up 4 mana, but now he has ways to kind of put down a much more intimidating minion. Silencing the Acolyte feels a little bored, just because of the Fiery War Axe basically collects another free card, and then the Acolyte can kind of be compensated even though it drew 1 card. So I think Sludge Belcher makes much more sense.
Yeah, I like it as well. Well, actually, the Slime will be a card that will give Hype 1 more card, so he is getting Acolyte value. But on
Hype
the other
has
hand,
some of the strongest cards coming up soon, though, and also not to mention his warrior does run Kael Thazad that we just saw. So in terms of like the late game power, it got a lot of it.
I really hope that we'll actually see this Kael Thazad in action. I'm still hungry for Kael Thazad shenanigans. And we haven't seen Kael Thazad doing much in this tournament. We've seen him once. But other than that, he was mostly staring at an empty board, looking kind of sad.
Yeah, the Kael Thazad revived the 5/5 Ancient of War, and that was pretty anticlimactic in terms of like the board impact. And you know, Admirable always called it a checkmate card, but it felt like you know, an oops card, because it really didn't impact. We thought it was going to create a 5/10 taunt again.
Yeah, we hoped. And you know, it's like also interesting, and it proves that it's really important to play as many games as possible, because you get those experiences. If you don't know how it works, you have to test it. You have to see it for yourself, because there is no rulebook that will actually tell you, hey, Kael Thazad works like this, so the Battle Cry won't work. And it's not the exact copy of a minion. It's just a vanilla card.
All right. Hybara thinking about whether or not he wanted to drop Unstable Ghoul so that he could protect the Spellbreaker. but there's probably better uses of it. Death's Bite on the top for Hype to go again more efficient and be able to fight very.
Yeah, so Hype continues to have advantage in here with a Karn. Even though Karn is silenced, it's still a pretty good minion. And Weapon also pretty good. And he might set up the board to actually use the Kel'Thuzad at some point.
Yep, still a couple of turns away, but in the meantime, he sets it up so that way it's very difficult to use like True Silver and then attack with the Silver Hand Recruit to kill off the Silence Cairn. Meanwhile, Hiara draws second equality, which is, again, really important for these control matchups, so that way you're able to reset the board, but that still won't come into play for a while. And Avenging Wrath will sit there as his primary way to combo off equality, leaving him just a few choices this turn. Guardian of Kings or Aldor Peacekeeper play.
Makes me sad because then Kel'Thuzad is actually useless. But right now it's a hard choice for Hiara. Do you want to just play Guardian or do you want to play Peacekeeper into Baron? Doesn't actually do anything because you will just lose your board. You will lose whatever you play. You put yourself in a weird situation.
Yeah, it seems like you'll lose your board in either direction because of the unstable ghoul. Like if the Guardian Keems comes down, then the Death's Bite does 5 damage plus whatever the unstable ghoul is. And then the Elder Peacekeeper just gets cleared by the weapon alone.
It's more about exhausting removal again. So you play those cards so that your opponent will use the Death's Bite, will deal damage, and clear, so that next turn you will be able to play Guardian. And if Guardian is cleared again, you will be able to play Ragnaros and hope there is no removal for that guy.
Okay, Hype draws into his Alex Straza, so he's got a good kind of get his win conditions in order.
He has a lot of good cards. He has Sylvanas that he can play if he really wants to. Like play Sylvanas on an empty board, especially because she will be up, behind the taunt wall. Just clear the free one and a 1/1 and attack with whatever he has. So setting up a very strong board. Obviously, this board can get equality, whatever, and be cleared. But then again, that's one equality out of the way, and losing this board is not that strong. So if equality is being used on Sylvanas, I would be fine with that play.
All right, well, it seems like he can get some value off Taskmaster, kill things off, and then set up for a really nice kill with the Zod.
Saving his weapon, interesting.
Oh, it makes sense. There's much bigger fish in the ocean for him to fry here.
On the other hand,
Blood
he has a second
Belchers.
weapon.
Ooh, Harrison Jones off the top for Hiara. There you go. That's a card.
Yeah, it does something. I mean, it destroys the weapon, which was saved for the better times, and you draw a card. So maybe you will be able to draw into something. It's by the
Sounds
way,
good
it's
to
funny.
me.
It's funny
But-
how you can get equality Harrison Jones in specific situations.
Full clear with Harrison Jones. What can this card not do?
He is so flexible. Okay.
You know, actually, Unstable Ghoul is really important to play around Kel'Thuzad at this time. Because if he doesn't, then everything suicides into Harrison Sage's hero powers. Then
You get a
Kel'Thuzad
Kern.
actually gets Cairn back with a Cruel Taskmaster. And you're forced to equality consecrate, but then he has full Death Rattle in effect again.
But
This is
do
a
you
good
really-
read from Hiara.
Yeah, this is a pretty sick read because now he created a situation for himself where Kel'Thuzad just doesn't work that well. It's still a nice card, by the way.
Yeah, it's still an intimidating force. That's for sure. But you're still setting yourself up for an easy kill if he like True Silvers and kill this Zod to a Harrison Jones with paid for himself, as well as a half of weapon charge. It doesn't feel that valuable, so he's gonna go for the Sludge Belcher. Like much better alternative.
No execute. Okay. It's funny how he wants to protect this 1/1 current. Did he forget to attack with it, by the way? I think he actually missed 1 damage.
And the history, it looks like he did attack. He attacked into the unstable ghoul, remember? It was his
Oh,
cool
yeah, sure.
tasker for 2 damage.
Gotcha, yeah.
Alright, Lotheb is drawn for Hybara. He gets a full clear with Consecration. But then he can Lotheb on a clear board. Maybe not so bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm thinking about other options as well. If Ragnaros might be interesting in here. I guess not. I guess you want to do something else.
Yeah. I think
Guardian.
Lotheb is pretty decent here. Guardian's not bad either, honestly.
Well, whatever you play, it's still removal bait.
Yeah. You know, you're kind of sad, you know, if as the warrior player because you didn't get Kel'Thuz's odd value. But you do have something. You have a free ability to play Alexstrasza anyways. And now kind of put the Paladin on a must-remove turn.
Well, he will have 3 quality Avenging Graph.
Well, don't doubt what Hybara can do. He might go for a Ragnaros.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, he can equality and attack into it. Because the 5-1 is still something that is easily removed.
He definitely needs to equality here. It's absolutely out of the question. No time for YOLOs, at least in this moment, Hybara.
I guess trade is fine. Can he do something? No, he doesn't have enough mana. A fun play would be equality, then Avenging Graph, and then silence your own Lotheb to get it back to 5/5. But there is not enough mana for that. I guess you have
is he
to go.
seriously considering Ragnaros? If he misses, he can die because of a cool Taskmaster and Gromosh, or any kind of Gromosh proc.
Do you think is Hybara actually a
Oh
mad
my
scientist?
god. Does he have, or is he gonna, oh, okay, so never mind, he's gonna quality and then Ragnaros, I guess.
No,
Nope, he's gonna play safe. Alright, I like the safe play. It makes total sense. You can't die to something silly and shenanigans, and you also put out a legitimate threat.
Yeah, and Guardian's
Hype
so much
picks
better.
up Ysera off the top.
Now he can equality and Spellbreaker.
Ah, you're right. You can silence the minion that just got equality and push through, but then you're using your second equality.
But it's just a cool play, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a really cool play.
Because now you're facing the 4/12. I don't know. I mean, the 4/12 doesn't do that much, I guess. Well, it will kill the 4/3, so I'd probably prefer to have a 5/2 on board and a 4/3 and on an empty board. But then again, you're right. Like equality is out of way, so you don't have any ways to remove stuff if it's being played. And with Avenging Graph equality, you put yourself in a situation where you can easily clear your opponent's board and push with damage.
Ah, well, I like the setup for Death's Bite, so that way you can set up for lethal next turn with Gromosh. I thought he was gonna keep the Dream in case he wanted to go. He wanted to like sap one of the taunt givers, maybe like Tyrion. But it seems like he's going for more of a defensive play here, so that he can set up a potential lethal. He still has Execute too. In fact, with Execute and Shield Slam, he should be able to kind of kill whatever taunt comes out here.
This is why Warrior is so strong, by the way. This is a sick combo. With Execute and Gromosh, he can potentially play even like a Shield Slam. He can Shield Slam a Slime. He can execute the... Wait, okay, it's action.
Needs a lot here. Hybara... He needs to equality Avenging Wrath in order to survive this turn? Or does Guardian of Kings save him?
Can you equality still? No, I don't think so. You have to keep equality. How much damage is there from Hyped? There is a weapon
There's 20.
plus Gromosh. That's 14. Yeah.
Oh, there's 21, excuse
21.
me. There's 21 damage,
21 actually.
at least with the Gromosh. And healing with Guardian of Kings would put you slightly out of range. But still doesn't improve your board position enough. Equality Avenging Wrath? Or is he going to quality Tyrion?
Equality Avenging Wrath. Do you like this play?
Well, this is the way for him to survive the best because it fully removes Well, it almost fully removes
Well,
the
there's-
entire board. He actually left out this 1/1.
There's 15 points of damage incoming.
Or if he picked up the Cruel Taskmaster, that would have been game here too.
I think you actually play a Ragnaros in here. It's certain 8 points of damage, and for the next turn you'll have a lot of other options. Or do you
Yeah, I
go
like the
yellow
damage
mode?
guaranteed. You know, I still like keeping Gromosh, Execute, and the Death Spite against whatever taunt may come. But then, are you afraid of a faceless manipulator on your own?
Well, if you have a faceless, then you'll be able to kill him with Gromash anyway. Kill to Zad seems like the safest play ever.
Yeah, I think Hype realizes he's so close to potentially closing this game that he doesn't want to give up. True Silver Champion off the top for Hybara.
1 to Slime is immortal, and it will be so annoying.
This Sludge Belcher card always impresses me. Never fails.
The metagame
And this
changed so
Kel'Thuzad
much.
is immune from equality. Both equalities have been used.
Yeah, right now he only has the minions. Do you play Ragnaros here? And being Hybara, I would probably do it.
Gosh.
Ragnaros into...
If he
oh,
doesn't, it's actually, let's see. There's 4 damage. There's 21 damage coming on his way next turn, maximum.
Well, he can play the Sludge Belcher if he really wants to. You know what's scary? Like, even if Tyrion is played, it's still
It's just gonna get shield slam executed the next turn.
yeah, exactly, with the 1/2.
Yep.
Oh my god,
Ragnaros
he's
is
going
his best
for it.
shot. It
Needs
needs
to
to
hit
hit
6/8.
Kel'Thuzad. And Hybara puts it all the trust in this one card to do work for him once again. No! And
No,
that
it's-
should be game. Hype will be
That's it.
advancing to the top 4.
He wants to concede. Well played from
Oh, what
Hype.
such a close finish here for Hybara, as 3 series in a row, or I believe 2 out of the 3 series went the distance, and one of them was at a game 4. The guy worked tirelessly through the open bracket, but now we'll be in 3rd place, and Hyped will be tied with Tyson record, but I believe because he won the head-to-head, he is going to go in as the 1st seed. So, looking at the final standings and the bracket tomorrow, Hype will be playing Trump, and Kalento will be playing against Ties.
Oh man, I have to give it to Hybara. He made a splendid show. I really enjoyed his playstyle, his facial expressions. This guy rocks. I'll definitely follow him. And Hype proved himself as well. Finally, he's getting to top 4. Hype from Templestorm. He's showing his creative deck building, his good decision making, even though he faced some luck from his opponent. After a very good decision of a high risk, high reward, he was still able to pull himself through. Exceptional player, and yeah, I'm hyped about the games. Like Kalento versus Ties will be interesting. Hype versus Trump. Oh man, this was an amazing series. I don't even know how many hours it was, but I'm still excited, and I could cast even more now. Like if we have another series, I'll be happy to cast it with you.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Same to you, man. I think you did a great job today. You highlighted some of the fun moments of the day. Just look at the game score overall in this group. 8-7, 8-7, 7-8, and 6-8. Very tightly contested. A few rules of RNG could have completely turned around the results, and maybe Hybara and Amaz would be the one advancing. Regardless, it seems like tomorrow's semifinals bracket has been set. Remember, the 1st and the 2nd seeds of respective groups will be playing each other. We also want to give this opportunity to remind you guys about the chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyberpower PC. Just go and check out VGVN with giveaway in the chat or at the bottom of the Twitch channel and find out more about this organization that's fighting for the rights of gamers and making sure they're properly represented in legislation in the Supreme Court in the United States. Just sign up for their newsletter. It takes less than a minute, and you get in the running to win a PC, which will be given away at the end of the tournament series. Other than that, also want to remind you guys that the YouTube VODs will be posted at youtube.com/OneNationOfGamers. If you type in YouTube in the chat, you can find out all the information with that. And finally, you can let us know how the games went for you guys if you had fun at Nimsh TV or at Frodan on Twitter. Anything else you want to say, buddy, before we sign off?
It's perfect. I'm super hyped about the games tomorrow. So I guess that's it for today, and see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the supports. Give us some kappas at the end, and see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. Tomorrow will be at 6 p.m. Central European Time, noon Eastern Standard Time in North America. So same time as today. Right here on the Twitch channel, hit the follow button and you'll get a notification for when we go live. So from the One Nation of Gamers production crew, from Frodan and Nimsh, thank you so much for watching and have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.